Chapter 4201 Powerful. Noah's gaze was calm, but a universe of calculation was happening behind his eyes. Beside him, coarse mysterious eyes narrowed. Servants of the living emotive. Her thoughts were a private whisper to Noah as she said, I did not know emotive was doing this. Malthus nodded regally, acknowledging their silent contemplation before continuing. I have one clear memory, he said, his crimson eyes clouding over. A day when my master returned to our domain, their entire being a tempest of incandescent fury. Their form was a swirling storm of colors I had never seen before, each one a different flavor of violation and rage. He took a slow breath, and the scene painted itself in the air from his words. I will not amount to much? Malthus's voice shifted, taking on the resonant, multitonal quality of his former master. Do they truly not know how much weight I hold? How much of these folds I support? How much of existence would crumble without me to give it meaning, to give it feeling? Why do they do this? Why the remembered anguish was so potent that the radiant shore itself seemed to dim in sympathy. At that time, Malthus said, his own voice returning, I and the other servants went to them. They were bubbling with negative emotions, on the verge of a cataclysmic release. We knelt, and we did what we were made to do. We opened our own existences, and they began portioning it out. The everything of their hatred, a torrent of burning acid, flowed into one of us. The everything of their rage, a storm of pure, destructive force, filled another. To me, that day, I received a portion of their sorrow and their insecurity. He touched his own chest, a gesture of profound, remembered pain. We took it all, until they calmed. Until the storm passed. He looked up, his eyes meeting Noah's. And when they had calmed, when their form had returned to a state of serene, melancholic beauty, they looked at us, their loyal vessels, and said something I will never forget. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper, okay. I will show them. I will. Show, boom, the words hung in the air. A promise of vengeance so cold and so absolute it made the warmth of the shore feel like a lie. Noah looked at Malthus, his eyes shining with a tyrannical light. What did the living emotive plan? Malthus bowed, his form a perfect expression of regretful ignorance. I do not truly know, master. But if you are suspicious whether the living emotive had a hand to play in what is coming, I can decisively say. He raised his head, his crimson eyes holding a universe of terrible possibility. Maybe, boom, the word was another detonation, another piece of a puzzle so vast and so terrifying that it threatened to overwhelm all other concerns. Malthus's expression softened, a deep, abiding respect coloring his features. My master was not a monster, he said, his voice a soft, mournful defense. They were graceful, kind. They treated us, their servants, with a respect that the other living existences rarely showed to anyone. But their power was different. It didn't just affect matter or space. It resonated with all existences. Every being that feels, from the smallest insect to the grandest creature, is, in some small way, connected to them. He paused, a terrible, logical conclusion forming on his lips. They were, I believe, likely the most powerful of all of them, if they had ever lived up to their full potential. Maybe even stronger than the one deemed the strongest. The living paradox. And maybe that was why the others treated them in such a way. Out of fear, his gaze became distant, lost in the what-ifs of a forgotten age. But if my master did finally snap, if they truly decided to show them, then nothing could stop them. The words were a death knell. Noah and Kor exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of this new, terrifying variable. They had been preparing for the fallout, for the inevitable decline of existence. But what if it wasn't an inevitable, natural process? What if it had been orchestrated by a select few? A lesson in suffering, delivered by a being who had been taught that lesson better than anyone else. If they could figure out exquisitely what was done, there a chance to reverse it. What had the living emotive done? The question was a new, dark star in the constellation of their worries, and its light was cold, and vast, and utterly terrifying. Jealousy. That delightful emotion that has toppled more empires than war, ruined more relationships than infidelity, and caused more poor decisions than alcohol and online shopping combined. Consider the hero's party entering a terrifying dungeon. The hero, because this is how these stories always go, is surrounded by beautiful priestesses, mysterious rogues, and various other women who have inexplicably decided that sharing one man between 7 of them is a perfectly reasonable arrangement. They laugh at his jokes, which aren't funny, swoon at his muscles, which aren't that impressive, and generally make the dungeon crawl look like a mobile harem anime. In the shadows, a lone goblin watches this display. Now, this goblin had been content with his life. A little stabbing here, some treasure hoarding there, maybe a nice mushroom stew on his off days, but seeing this mediocre human surrounded by such devotion while he, a goblin with excellent hygiene for his species in a respectable collection of shiny rocks, remained alone, jealousy took root. That's it, the goblin muttered, adjusting his loincloth with newfound determination. No more playing around, we don't need to discuss what happened after that. Let's just say the hero's party learned that a motivated goblin with nothing to lose and everything to prove is significantly more dangerous than a demon lord who's just going through the motions. But this was hardly the first time jealousy had catastrophic consequences. In the earliest folds, in a memory that existence itself had tried to forget, the creature had sat down with the living dimensional and what passed for intervention at that level of being. Must you treat the living emotive this way? The creature's voice carried the particular weight of someone trying to prevent a disaster they could see coming from several eons away. Just out of your own jealousy, the living dimensional snorted. A sound that created 3 new types of weavings that immediately regretted existing. I hate his way of existence, the living dimensional said with venom that could have dissolved concepts. I hate that without having to do anything, emotive has all that power. Joy, sorrow, rage, love. They all just flow to him naturally. He doesn't have to calculate dimensions, doesn't have to maintain spatial integrity, doesn't have to work for any of it. The bitterness in those words could have curdled time itself, and you do not need to insert yourself in our matters, O creature. We are inherently different. The creature had regarded the living dimensional with something that might have been pity if pity could exist at that scale. Different, yes. But that difference isn't what bothers you. What bothers you is that the living emotive's existence makes yours feel like effort. You see his natural state and interpret your own work as inadequacy. He doesn't even appreciate what he has. The living dimensional's form flickered through 17 impossible geometries in agitation. Do you know how much concentration it takes to maintain even basic 3-dimensional stability? And he just feels things into existence, and so your jealousy will poison both your existences, the creature observed. You'll spend eons trying to prove your way of existence is superior while he wonders why you seem to hate him for simply being good. That single word, delivered with such spite, would echo through existence in ways that wouldn't become apparent until much later. Jealousy. Oh, the terrifying things jealousy could bring. It could make a goblin take down a hero's party. It could make fundamental forces of existence sabotage each other. It could make beings who should be allies become enemies over perceived inequalities that were really just differences. It was the emotion that whispered, "Why them and not you?" The feeling that transformed admiration into resentment, respect into rage, appreciation into destruction. It was perhaps the only force in existence that grew stronger the more you fed it while simultaneously making you hungrier. Jealousy had probably killed more beings than death itself. At least death was honest about its intentions. Chapter 4202. Far too late. Malthus stood before Noah, a regal, obsidian figure against the radiant white gold backdrop of the shore, his bearing a perfect paradox of absolute power and absolute servitude. "My lord," he began, his cultured baritone a calm, steady note in the symphony of the shore's ambient power, "I will detail any pertinent memories that come to me and let you know. But since you are fighting against time itself, with a great many unknowns, I will get started in aiding you the best way that I can." The words were spoken with a conviction so profound it seemed to etch itself into the very air. Noah gave a light, almost imperceptible nod of assent, an acknowledgement that was all the permission Malthus needed. Malthus closed his eyes. For a moment, he was perfectly still. Then, from the shadows his own form cast upon the golden sands, 2 more figures began to rise. They were not summoned, they were born from the obsidian darkness of his being, a darkness thick and heavy with the screaming silence of a billion negative emotions. The inherited, recycled despair of the living emotive, 2 perfect, identical copies of himself materialized, their crimson eyes opening in perfect synchrony. If any being were to underestimate them, to see them as mere clones, they would not even know how they died. With a final, deep bow, the 3 figures of Malthus began to move. One body turned and shot towards the distant, archaic entrance to the primordial early excavation depths, its form a blur of focused intent. his master had only just begun to plumb its secrets. He would continue the work. Another body simply vanished, flickering out of existence with a speed that left not even a ripple in reality. A second later, whap, he reappeared at the edge of the shore, but he was not alone. In his hands, held like inescapable iron clamps, were the massive, grotesque corpses of two dead existences. They were the very same beings that Kor had so casually crumpled and laid at Noah's feet in the ruined transcendent origin folds. Malthus had traveled across the folds and back in less than a single second, a feat of dimensional traversal that would have left most dukes bewildered. He carried the corpses, each one a monument to a different flavor of ending, toward the Inevitability Ranch sanctuary. The 9 young inevitabilities, still feasting on the last of the mead, began to wriggle with a new, ravenous glee at the scent of such a profound meal. Malthus looked at them, his expression stern, his own 1 quadrillion in complexity and purity erupting out in a wave of cold, commanding authority. "Order," he said, his voice a sharp, cutting command that made even the chaotic natures of the young inevitabilities pause. They stilled their writhing, their innocent, stellar obsidian eyes fixing on him with a newfound respect. They formed a line, a perfect, orderly queue of unfathomable hunger. Malthus nodded once, a gesture of approval. With a wave of his hand, a blade of pure, solidified darkness fell, methodically cutting up one of the corpse into 9 equal, mountain-sized portions. One by one, he distributed the pieces, ensuring a calm, structured feeding. As he did this, he waved his other hand towards the second corpse. In the next moment, the entire colossal being crumbled into a swirling, obsidian mass of pure, concentrated authority, which he took and swallowed in a single, decisive gulp. His eyes flashed with a brilliant crimson radiance as his body began to emanate an even grander wave of power. Before that body, too, vanished once more. The original Malthus, who had remained standing before Noah this entire time, bowed once more. "My lord," he said, his voice as calm and steady as if he had done nothing more than pour a cup of tea, "since I am your servant, I will take care of all the menial tasks for you. For this, you do not have to worry and can focus on other matters. I will give you progress reports every hour, if need be, of any major changes and accomplishments." As he spoke, his bowed figure saw a prompt of verdant, golden light rise before his eyes. "It's words for him and him alone. Your lord senses the tremendous effort you are putting in. The seed of the principle of perpetual harvest supports you and will elevate all your actions completely. Your master is looking fondly at your actions. Keep it up to become the best possible servant." Malthus saw this, and his crimson eyes flashed with a glorious, all-consuming ambition to serve, for he was a servant, and Huss' previous master alone was the living emotive. Far away, in the transcendent spirit folds, the very concept of reality was a gentle, flowing thing. Here, in an area filled with the weavings of white rivers of brilliance and pure spirituality, there was nothing but a serene, endless expanse of light. But at this moment, that peace was shattered, a massive tear opened, a jagged, necrotic wound in the pristine fabric of the spiritual plane. It was a violation, a scream of wrongness in a place that had only ever known a quiet hum. While the tears of existence were blooming with alarming frequency in the origin folds, it did not mean they were occurring only there, with less frequency, for now, they were beginning to appear across all the folds. What was unique about this particular tear was the region it had chosen to violate. This was the domain now under the quiet, pervasive influence of the great usurper. His consciousness was an invisible atmosphere, a cloud of pure awareness that other existences could not perceive. At this moment, in the depths of that consciousness, prompts bloomed. A tear of existence, a rupture in the veil, has occurred in the region of the transcendent spirit folds currently under your influence. The great usurper's idle, drifting thoughts sharpened into a stern, serious focus. In the next moment, he felt his own terrifying power tremble, as if the very presence of the tear was trying to forcefully dissipate his carefully maintained, scattered existence. Chapter 4203. Far too late. 2. And yet, even as this occurred, the great usurper took no action. His gaze remained one of profound, unshakable laziness. He almost wanted to go back to his slumber. He had the idle gaming system. After all these years, he had long since figured out that he simply needed to stay idle, and surely, in the next moment, another set of prompts rose to meet his serene, inactive will. Your influence has begun to thread through the connection between the transcendent spirit folds and the tear of existence. Your authority is slowly permeating across the weavings of reality to begin flowing into the torn veil. An infinitesimal amount of the veil is gradually falling under your influence. Future potential effects are unknown, but the immediate effect is an increase in idle loot, with new selections now possible. The great usurper's existence smiled. He pulled up his idle gaming system interface, his attention drawn to the new, glittering possibilities in his loot table. New idle loot now possible. Veil patch, a small, conceptual patch that can be used to mend tears in reality. May or may not work. Use at your own risk. New idle loot now possible. Essence of a lost soul, a common resource dropped by entities that cross the veil. New idle loot now possible. Fragment of a dead existence's memory, a rare drop. May contain useful information or just existential dread. He looked at these new possibilities with shining eyes, a silent, amused chuckle rippling through his consciousness. How all of this seems foreboding and all, he thought, but my goal is to still remain idle. Let's see, does that crazy guy know anything about this? If this becomes something that can affect my idle life. With a final, pondering thought, the great usurper pulled upon a connection, a silver, shimmering entanglement that stretched across the folds, a line cast to none other than Osmont. He wanted an update on what, exactly, was happening to the folds while he was trying to nap. Far from the great usurper, in the transcendent emotive folds, there exist regions where feelings are not merely experienced, but are the very substance of reality. In one such region, a silent, glacial cold reigned. It was a cold that did not freeze water, but hope. A cold that did not crystallize air, but the will to continue. Here, in this expanse of frozen despair, countless mirrors of glacial white stood scattered like doorways to forgotten memories, each one a perfect, unblemished surface that reflected not light, but the profound emptiness of the space around them. Rarely would any being give these mirrors a second glance. They were monuments to stillness, fragile things that would shatter into 1,000 pieces of crystallized sorrow at the slightest touch, and yet, at this moment, two figures, wreathed in a faint, protective glow, passed through one of the mirrors as if it were nothing more than a veil of mist. It did not shatter. It rippled, accepting their passage, and then returned to its perfect, frozen state. Uniquely, for these two, none of the mirrors here would have shattered. They were the key to a lock that had been waiting for eons. On each of their chests, an intricate, 9-pointed star was etched. The enneagram, spinning with a slow, majestic rhythm. The moment they passed through, they appeared in a region of even more terrifying cold. The temperature here was a physical assault, a pressure so immense that it could have frozen the very existence of an honored living existence in a matter of seconds, causing their authority to crystallize and then collapse into dust. But the two were protected. The enneagrams on their chests were spinning like glorious, silent engines, their light a warm, defiant glow that actively absorbed the crushing, emotional authority of the environment. For the power here was not elemental, it was purely the authority of feeling, and emotion alone could decimate a being from the inside out. The woman, Seraphina Valorhart, looked around, her breath a cloud of mist that seemed to contain tiny, frozen sparks. As she felt the steady, protective hum of the treasure on her chest, her gaze shifted to the man beside her, Alexander Asmodeus. He kept his gaze fixed forward, his handsome face a mask of stern focus. He had not turned to look at her, not even once. Since their intimacy. Since the moment their enneagrams had required a connection that transcended the spiritual, a pang of pain, sharp and cold, pierced her heart, and she did not know it, but the already frigid air around them grew even colder, a reflection of the sorrow she felt. She looked at him, at the strong, silent line of his jaw, and her voice was a fragile thing, a whisper against the vast silence. I know you have another in your heart, she began, the words tasting of a bitter truth she had been forced to swallow. But you were the one who was intimate with me. The only one. Whether you want to acknowledge it or ignore it, you currently hold my heart in your hands. Will you truly treat me so coldly as to not even look at me? Her words pulsed with a raw, vulnerable feeling, a wave of pure emotion sent out into the cold. Alexander remained still for a long moment, his gaze unwavering. Then, his voice, a low and steady, cut through the silence. The reason I am not looking at you is not because I wish to ignore you, he said, his tone devoid of cruelty, yet heavy with a pragmatism that was almost as painful. The moment I laid with you was the moment you became mine. You do not have to worry. I will take care of you. He paused, and the weight of his next words was a physical thing. The reason I am not looking at you right now is because all around us is unprecedented danger. And you cannot even sense it. His words struck her with a dual force. Mine. The word was a sunburst in the winter of her heart, a possessive claim that sent a wave of warmth through her, and yet, the second part of his statement was a chilling reminder of the chasm that separated their perceptions. The joy and the grimness warred within her, a tumultuous storm of feeling. In the next moment, the glacial white surroundings began to alter. The ground beneath them trembled, and all around, the very substance of the realm began to rise, to form. Massive white statues, carved from what looked like pure, crystalline marble, erupted from the frozen ground, 9 titans of law and judgment rising to surround them. Law, it was THR inheritance of the living law, and it bore asking, why the hell it was even in the lands of emotive. Chapter 4204 Far Too Late. 3. 9 massive statues arose all around the peacemaker and Seraphina. They were magnificent, terrible things, their muscular forms etched with an eternity of sorrowful judgment, their faces a perfect blend of profound disappointment and deep, paternal sorrow, their terrifying white eyes, devoid of pupils, radiated a light of pure, unyielding law. All 9 turned their gaze upon Alexander and Seraphina, a silent, collective judgment that seemed to weigh their very souls. Then, one of the massive statues began to speak, its voice the sound of mountains grinding. Of eons passing, you two were supposed to be here many, many years ago. If you had taken the inheritance of the living law at that time, you may have had a chance before being laid to waste in the fallout of what is coming. But now, you are far, far too late. The words were heavy, each one a death knell. Alexander's face, once so calm, became a mask of stern resolve. What do you mean? All 9 statues of law and judgment looked at him, and another spoke, its voice a chorus of echoing pronouncements. All existences that were not granted entry into the loom countless eons ago are those destined to fall in the coming collapse and fallout. The living law left behind an inheritance for those who would nurture parts of its shattered will. You two hold the 2 major components of that will. Had you been here when you were meant to be, you may have had the chance to cultivate your law to the extent of gaining the chance to pursue an opportunity for survival. But now, even that chance is gone. Now, there is nothing. Now there was nothing. The words were so despotic and numb that one could go mad hearing them. The statue paused, and the silence it left was more terrifying than any sound. You would need, at the very least, a few million years. But based on what we have sensed is occurring out in the folds, not even a million years will pass before the fallout. It might be 100,000 years, or 1,000 years, or even 1 year. The numbers don't truly matter. Whether it happens tomorrow or a million years from now, you two, and all others present across the folds at this moment, are doomed. The words were a final, absolute judgment. Seraphina's face paled, the blood draining from it, her eyes wide with the sheer, existential horror of it all. The collapse of everything. Certain doom, but the visage of Alexander Asmodeus, the glorious visage of the peacemaker, shone with an unruly, defiant light. He looked up at the 9 colossal statues, and his voice was a commanding roar that defied their pronouncements of doom. I will be the one to make the decision on whether it is too late or not. For now, we came to claim the tool and the inheritance of the living law. So forget about certain doom and bring it out, so that we may work towards a solution and not wallow in decimation. The 9 marbled statues looked at him, their cold, sorrowful eyes seeming to gauge the depth of his defiance. Then, as one, they turned back into still, silent stone. The surroundings began to tremble, and their 9 synonymous voices echoed out, a final, resigned pronouncement. So be it, so be it, words of cold resignation, but also the words of a possible beginning. But they were ones sorely needed, at the same time, in a completely different direction in these very same transcendent emotive folds. Space fluctuated, in a region of murky, obsidian uncertainty, where the air itself was thick with the feeling of doubt and indecision. The figure of Malthus appeared, his eyes pulsed with a terrifying crimson light. He raised a hand, his movements graceful and deliberate, and his voice rang out, a grand, theatrical proclamation. From the many everythings of fear and hatred that I received from my previous master, I release a portion of them to permeate across these transcendent emotive folds. All the fear and all the hatred of the living existences and the dead existences within these folds shall be transformed to complexity and purity for me and my current master. A terrifying phenomenon occurred. From his hands, 2 singularities of unfathomable emotion, the very everythings of the living emotive, surged forth. They erupted in a silent, terrifying blast of light, one of pure, abject fear, the other of incandescent, all-consuming hatred. They began to spread, not like a wave, but like a virus, a conceptual plague that infected the very fabric of the emotive folds. It was a power too unfathomable for others to even understand. Prompts, rendered in a verdant, golden light, bloomed before him. A tremendous effort is being made, an action of unfathomable weight is being carried out. The resultant effects of this action are further amplified by the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest. The emotions of hatred and fear are particularly abundant in this day and age across the folds, especially so in the transcendent emotive folds that are ruled by emotion. An initial, preliminary harvesting of all hatred and fear has generated 100 trillion in complexity and purity that shall be distributed to you and your master. Hatred and fear are constant. As they are harvested across the entirety of these folds, they will be passively collected and distributed once they reach a certain threshold, WAA, an initial harvest. 100 trillion. 10 times the marker of a duke, and it was just the beginning. Yet, even as he looked at these heavy, impossible numbers, Malthus frowned. A flicker of disappointment, of impatience, crossed his handsome features. Nearly 100 trillion, he muttered, his voice a low, cruel whisper that was swallowed by the spreading tide of fear and hatred. As he spoke, another prompt, this one shimmering with a unique, quintessential light, bloomed before his eyes. You are well on your way to becoming a quintessential servant. Yes, he was on his way. But for Malthus, this was nothing. For his master, he was just getting started. Chapter 4205 Way of Existence. Malthus gazed around for a fleeting moment, a flicker of something ancient and sorrowful in his crimson eyes, a memory of a time when this place had been a different kind of prison. Then he shook his head, the memory dissolving like smoke, and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had crossed countless, impossible distances. He stood in the void of the transcendent origin folds, an unknown number of light years away from the decimated golden jewel of Aeternitas Concordia. From here, the devastation was a distant, silent scar on the fabric of existence. He could see the tears, the gaping, necrotic wounds in reality, and the brilliant, frantic lights of the living existences converging around them like antibodies rushing to a mortal wound. His gaze swept over the battlefield, his perception a scalpel that dissected the chaos. He saw the newly arrived forces. The strange, verdant glow of the fold dwellers from the wandering territories, beings who held in excess of 1 quadrillion in complexity, just like him. He saw the furious dance of Nysteria and the nine-headed turtle, a battle that was painting the sky in the colors of Genesis and endings, and yet, as he looked upon all this magnificent, terrible power, he felt nothing but a profound, chilling contempt. Contempt. Ants, the thought was a cold, smooth stone in the river of his consciousness. All of them. They scurry and fight, puffing up their chests with their trillions and quadrillions, thinking themselves masters of their own destiny. They have no idea. Across existence, beings millions of times more powerful than them have risen and fallen. They build their grand citadels and forge their alliances, all the while ignorant of the fundamental truth. They are nothing more than livestock. His internal monologue was not rage, but a cold, philosophical certainty. They believe their power makes them different from the pigs and cattle of lesser worlds, but it does not. They will live their lives, accumulate their strength, and then one day, without warning, they will find themselves lying before the blade of a butcher, their lives no different, because true power does not simply lie in complexity. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of something almost proprietary in his crimson eyes. Even an early creature with 100 quadrillion in complexity and purity would be weaker than my lord. Because they are empty. They have no cards, no true potential. No early veiled shore. No infinite mana. No core. No the living order. No me. Compared to the Lord, they would be nothing. And I have to move to rectify this discrepancy. The air around him warped, and then, with a sound like 1,000 crows taking flight at once, his body erupted. Thousands of horror-inducing obsidian crows, each with blazing crimson eyes, burst forth from his form like a flutter of dark feathers. They did not fly, they melded into the surrounding space, their forms becoming one with the shadows between dimensions, and then they began to spread out, silent and unseen, towards the heart of origin and other critical areas across the folds. Spread, unobserved, his thoughts were a cold, precise command. Find out all you can for me. Find out what Schrödinger is seeking. And more, a tremendous effort is being made. You are deploying a surveillance network that will span an entire transcendent fold. The quality of this effort is quintessential. The principle of perpetual harvest has noted your ambition. All intelligence gathered will be amplified, providing not just data, but context and potential future outcomes. You currently hold the place as the most capable servant and butler. Keep up the good work. Malthus looked at the prompts with a calm, almost dismissive gaze. He could do more. To make the Lord's life easier as he sought a solution. He would take care of everything, feeding and nurturing the inevitabilities. Nurturing himself. Nurturing the land lifeforms Hydron and Yashinami. Surveillance. And even elevating his lord, he would do it all, for he was Malphas, and he was capable. With a final, imperceptible flicker of brilliance, he disappeared in a wisp of dark smoke. In the early veiled shore, Noah stood near the Inevitability Ranch sanctuary, a strange, beautiful smile on his face. Kor floated near him, but his gaze was one of distant, profound amazement. Malphas was undoubtedly efficient. A detailed set of prompts, a report from his new attendant, flashed before his eyes. Your servant, Malphas, has acted. A portion of the everythings of fear and hatred from the living emotive have been unleashed upon the transcendent emotive folds. A preliminary harvest has been collected. Complexity gained for the early creature, Osmont, 50 trillion, 50 trillion. Purity gained for the early creature, Osmont, 50 trillion, 50 trillion. A passive income of existential dread has been established. You will now gain power from the collective suffering of an entire fold. How delightfully tyrannical. Noah finished reading the prompts, a low whistle escaping his lips. The servant of the living emotive seems to have been a terrifying being. Beside him, Kor nodded. Her expression a mixture of ancient memory and present curiosity. Even though I hadn't known that emotive had entities it continued to give its everythings of negative emotions to. All of it must have been for a reason. But yes, this is a unique weapon and support for you. It should propel your elevation even faster. She paused, her gaze turning sharp. But when it comes to what you have recently learned regarding the living emotive, they are not someone as pitiful as they appear. Oh? Noah's eyes rose, waiting. Kor nodded, beginning to float lazily around the shore, occasionally reaching out to pet one of the young, adoring inevitabilities that had gathered around her. Out of all the living existences, the living emotive was in control of emotions in a manner that others could not even fathom. It could potentially locate anything that was hiding. No matter how an existence conceals itself, emotions and feelings are the one thing they cannot hide. Unless one was a collapsed existence that had no signs of death or life, they would feel. And the living emotive could sense all of that feeling. I was not able to hide from it. Nor could something like the creature hide from it. Chapter 4206 Way of Existence. 2. She came to a stop, her abyssal eyes fixed on Noah. I am confident that it knew exactly what the other living existences that treated it so badly were doing. I am confident that it sensed their jealousy and hate due to the power that it could hold. But it played dumb and went along with it, because this would foster unfathomably strong emotions in the other living existences. And it would also cause the rise of even more terrifying emotions within itself. It would continue to get even more unfathomably powerful due to this. The living emotive would only make gains from what was happening. She sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of all the feelings in existence. Don't misunderstand me, it truly did feel dejected and angry and had immense hatred inside of it because of how others were treating it. But I fear that this was exactly what it wanted. To truly and thoroughly feel those emotions. Because that was its way of existence. Noah listened calmly, the pieces of a terrifying puzzle clicking into place. Kor continued, her voice a low, melodic hum. One's way of existence is unfathomably important. Only when you truly establish your own unique way of existence, with sufficient complexity or an unfathomably strong heart, would you be able to attain a distinction of? The ye-boom, the word was a quiet detonation in his mind, like the creature. Or the living paradox, his eyes, burning with a new, terrible light, turned towards her. Were you ever the first hunger, or simply the first hunger? At his question, Kor smiled, a mysterious, enigmatic expression. Who knows, outsider? But you may actually stand a chance to achieve what you want, if you attain that stage of power. Well, maybe. Anyways, she clapped her hands, the sound a sharp, clear note that broke the heavy atmosphere. Come on, we cannot be left behind by the actions of your new servant. It seems like the dead early creature is now being ganged up on. Regardless of how terrifying it is. It should fall soon enough. Noah heard this, and a tyrannical light flashed in his eyes. The moment that it does fall, he said, his voice a low, dangerous command, can you steal its corpse for me? Kor laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated delight. From your vocabulary, is that what you call kill stealing? Noah nodded, a faint, predatory smile on his lips. Something like that. He turned his gaze across the radiant shore, at the other, less dramatic wonders of its elevation. but his mind was already in the origin folds, watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, to claim another impossible prize, for in the transcendent origin folds, the weavings of the living and the dead were reaching a precipice, the fat turtle and its 9 heads, now supported by the collective amplified might of the newly arrived living existences, sought to rip apart a dead early creature whose power was a blight upon their very concept of existence. The end was near, one's way of existence. That fundamental pattern through which a being expresses its nature and reality, it is perhaps the most honest thing about any entity, for it cannot be falsified, cannot be pretended, can only be what it is. Plants photosynthesize not from choice but from nature, their way of existence is transformation. Light into life, simplicity into complexity, stillness into growth. They do not apologize for their immobility any more than wind apologizes for its movement. Bacteria divide, viruses hijack, fungi decompose. Each follows its way with a purity that consciousness often obscures. They simply are what they are, doing what they do, without the burden of wondering if they should be otherwise. In the earliest folds, a fold dweller stood before the first farmer. This fold dweller possessed power that would make common early creatures reconsider their proximity. The first farmer maintained intense focus on 2 seeds of principles approaching maturity. His attention was absolute, the kind of concentration that suggested these seeds represented more than mere cultivation. They were attempts at crystallizing concepts into harvestable form. Do you know much about the different ways of existence of those living across the folds? The fold dweller asked. The question carrying genuine curiosity rather than test. The first farmer, without shifting his gaze from the seeds, replied with the measured tone of someone who had contemplated this deeply. Recently, I learned how inevitabilities are perhaps the purest in their way of existence. They seek to devour. This is not evil or good, it simply is their nature. But their devouring of everything has intricacies that many miss. He paused, allowing a moment for the complexity to settle. If you meet an inevitability, simply give it a part of everything, and its way of existence would be satisfied. Not destroyed, not changed, but satisfied. You see. And here his voice took on the quality of revealing something profound yet obvious. That is what most do not understand. One's way of existence does not necessarily mean it will be against others' ways of existence. The fold dweller stood in amazed silence, processing this wisdom that reframed conflict as misunderstanding rather than inevitability. The common tree produces oxygen while consuming carbon dioxide. The animal does the reverse. They are not in competition. They are in conversation. The inevitability devours, yes, but devouring can be satisfied without destruction. A way of existence is not a declaration of war against all other ways. It is simply how one exists. After a moment of contemplation, the fold dweller asked with reverence, "What is Sir's way of existence?" The first farmer smiled with the simple pleasure of someone asked about their craft. When I have that fully outlined, you might know me as the first farmer. Capital T, capital H, capital E. The distinction matters at that level. He returned his attention to his seeds with renewed focus. But for now, my way of existence is that of farming. Not conquest, not transcendence, not even growth for its own sake, simply farming. The act of creating conditions where things could become more than they were. The profundity lay in its simplicity. While others sought to impose their way upon existence, the first farmer simply created spaces where multiple ways could flourish. A seed's way was to become. Soil's way was to nurture. Water's way was to flow and nourish. The farmer's way was to understand these ways and arrange them harmoniously. This is perhaps the greatest tragedy of conscious existence. We can choose to act against our way. A tree cannot choose to stop photosynthesizing, but a being with awareness can decide to be what they are not, to force themselves into ways that contradict their nature. The living paradox's way was to exist in contradiction. The living emotive's way was to feel and be felt. Neither was wrong, neither was superior. The catastrophe came when they began believing their ways were not just different but incompatible. The first farmer understood something fundamental: every way of existence was valid within its own context. The question was not which way was correct, but how different ways could coexist without mutual annihilation. His seeds of principles were perhaps attempts to plant new ways of existence. Patterns that could be cultivated, harvested, and shared, ways that complemented rather than competed. In the end, one's way of existence is both prison and freedom. Prison because you cannot truly be other than what you are. Freedom because once you accept what you are, you can perfect it rather than fight it. The grass does not wish to be wind. The stone does not envy water. Only conscious beings torture themselves with the possibility of being otherwise. Perhaps that, too, is simply our way to suffer, and suffer endlessly, a bit emotional today. Onwards! Keep the magic castles and golden tickets coming. Chapter 4207, The Architects of Survival. The way of existence of Malthus was a simple, elegant thing, a philosophy forged in the crucible of collapse and rebirth. It was not a complex weaving of shifting ideals or a grand, abstract search for meaning. For him, his existence had a singular, unyielding purpose: to serve, and to serve, one needed to see everything. At this moment, his eyes were seeing a great deal. From his vantage point in the chaotic yet vibrant emotive folds, a part of his consciousness gazed out across the impossible distances to the transcendent origin folds. He saw the glorious, beautiful auroras of white and gold, the signature of origin authority, permeating across the wounded reality. In the far, far distance, like a mirage of a dream that was too grand to be real, he saw it, a glimpse of the heart of origin. It was an empire of beginnings, a citadel of Genesis so vast that the corner of it he could perceive was easily twice the size of the decimated Eternitas Concordia, massive white gold structures and towers, each the size of a wheel of existence, stretched out in all directions. The great nine-headed turtle, the very manifestation of the living origin's collective will, had been summoned from that direction, and it was toward that impossible fortress that Malthus's true gaze was directed. A fortress that felt like a slumbering beast that could unleash many things if poked. Thousands of his invisible, horror-inducing obsidian crows, each with eyes of burning crimson, permeated the very threads of the folds. They were whispers in the shadows, thoughts in the back of reality's mind, and their gazes were observing, recording, and obtaining as much information as possible. It did not take them long to locate their primary target, Schrödinger, his previous master, the living emotive, could find anyone, anything, anywhere. How could Malthus, a vessel for so many of that being's everythings, not be able to observe someone who merely did not wish to be observed? The moment the crow's collective perception honed in on the beggar-like figure, who was even now weaving his way through the chaos of the battlefield with an unnerving calm, Schrödinger frowned. He looked around, his ancient eyes scanning the space, and shockingly, his gaze locked onto multiple of the crows that Malthus was confident a creature of even 100 quadrillion complexity would not be able to so easily perceive. Interesting. The eyes of this humble butler began to flash with a cold and cruel interest. He began to imagine all the different, exquisite ways he could possibly dissect this creature known as Schrödinger, this schemer who sought to navigate around his master. But first, he had to ascertain exactly how powerful this creature was. When the secrets of Schrödinger were laid bare, he would present them all to his lord. For now, he would keep watch, but these were only parts of his extension of consciousness. Multiple other bodies of his were already moving, acting with an unfathomable efficiency that was its own form of power. For example, back in the early Veiled Shore, a body of Malthus could be seen walking through a field of verdant gold grasses, his steps silent on the radiant sands. He was approaching the land life form, Hydron. The majestic goat, her lustrous white fur seeming to comb the very light of the shore, was grazing with an air of deep contentment, her eyes half-closed in bliss. In Malthus's hands he carried a simple, pristine white bucket. Hydron sensed his approach. She turned, her ancient, crystalline eyes narrowing with a suspicious, threatening glare. The pristine Hydron sees your intent and denies you access. She cannot be milked by just anyone. The goat's posture was a masterpiece of haughty arrogance. Malthus remained calm. He simply waved a hand, his gaze sweeping over the radiant auric vitae grasses. The wave of his hand released a blinding singularity of brilliance, a flash of pure, conceptual light that momentarily bathed the entire shore. The hard-working butler of the early creature, Osmond, has proceeded to give one of his everythings of excitement to bathe its brilliance over all sacred herbs currently being grown in the early Veiled Shore, and all other applicable vegetation. The everything of excitement causes the effects and maturity of all herbs to be amplified by a factor of 10. Boom, the entire radiant shore vibrated, a low, resonant hum of pure, unadulterated growth. The herbs being tended by the humanoid tenders began to grow larger, more radiant, their colors deepening into hues that reality had not yet invented. The maturation of all sacred herbs has been accelerated. The primordial spirit tree has begun to bear its first fruit. The tenders tree has begun a new cycle of production. Hydron, in her arrogant stupor, watched as the vibrant green gold grasses around her exploded in a frenzy of growth. They shot upward, exceeding her height in a matter of seconds, their aroma becoming so intense, so intoxicating, that her eyes blazed with the light of stars and a newfound, overwhelming excitement. she turned to Malphas, who had already sat down on the golden sands and placed the bucket beneath her, and her previous hostility was gone, replaced by a grudging respect. Hydron has deemed you to be an adequate butler and grants you permission to obtain the sacred meat of existence from her. WAA, just like that, Malphas had won her over. Hydron immediately forgot his existence and began to eat voraciously, her entire being focused on the impossibly delicious grasses. The production and effects of the sacred meat of existence will be amplified by a factor of 10. As Hydron enjoys an unfathomable flavor of her favorite herb that is filled with an everything of excitement, this was what Malphas was capable of, this was his way of existence. His purpose was to serve, and to do so in a terrifyingly efficient way. And truly, he was just getting started. Back in the transcendent origin folds, the battlefield had descended into a glorious, terrible chaos. More droves of dead existences tumbled out of the tears, an endless tide of endings. But the living were responding in kind, more reinforcements poured in, and now, the Dukes were no longer the only main players. Chapter 4208 The Architects of Survival. 2. In the periphery of the main conflicts. Hundreds of thousands of honored and royal living existences had gathered, their bodies shone with the incandescent glows of their distinct authorities, and they began to work as one. They released their power not as individuals, but as a collective, a massive, terrifying wave of accumulated complexity and purity, a decimating strike that could equal or even exceed the power of a common duke. In one area, 10,000 honored living elementals gathered, their bodies harmonizing as tendrils of crimson lightning, thick as rivers, coursed between them. With a unified roar, they unleashed their collective might, a single, colossal bolt of elemental fury that streaked across the void towards a tear that was birthing dozens of dead existences. Crack, the crimson lightning of the elementals, a pure expression of life, of energy, of the vibrant, chaotic dance of matter, struck the dead existential authority. It was an existential rejection, a statement that in this space, at this moment, the right to exist belonged to the living. The lightning did not merely destroy, it unmade, it cleansed, it cauterized. Every single dead existence in the tier was decimated, and the lightning, its primary purpose fulfilled, continued on, forcefully stitching the wound in reality closed. Just because they were weaker individually did not mean they could not join the battle. With numbers, with unity, their possibilities were endless. In the center of the decimated Concordia, Noah gazed upon these scenes with a cold, analytical gaze. He also watched as the living emotives worked together, and he paid them more and more attention. There was too much secrecy, too much mystery surrounding them. A group of more than 10,000 honored and royal living emotives struck out. Their target was a massive swarm of powerful dead existences, with one duke among them exceeding 50 trillion in complexity. Yet the emotives did not unleash a wave of raw power, they harmonized, and they released a feeling. A unique, terrifying weaving of claustrophobia and guilt. It was an attack more terrifying than any flashy display of elemental fury. The dead existential authority, an authority born of cessation and emptiness, was suddenly confronted with the crushing weight of confinement and the gnawing poison of regret. The dead existences, beings that should not have been capable of such feelings, faltered, and in that moment of confusion, the emotive authority turned their own immense complexity against them. They began to collapse, their own power becoming the instrument of their unmaking as they turned their claws and bones and began to end themselves. All of this was glorious to see, but Noah returned his massive gaze to the winged head of the early creature. It had been struggling in his hands, but now, it had gone still. This was not purely out of his own power. His power extended far and wide. Around his massive hands, which still held the winged head, the figures of Arazon, Ozymandias, the primordial stone ape, and now, dozens of newly summoned dead existences, had surrounded their prey. The most terrifying power of a legion of the dead was not what its most powerful lich could do, but what the legion could accomplish when they swarmed. Over the past few seconds, Arazon, fueled by the endless corpses provided by Kor, had raised a legion of over 100 dead existences, each one exceeding 10 trillion in complexity, and yet, their individual power did not truly matter. The billowing hockey of Noah and his primary servants was exerted upon them all. The power that each of them could actually explode with was a ridiculous 500 trillion. It was an obscene, ridiculous capability, to grant trillions in temporary power to his allies while stripping it from his enemies. To put it into perspective, a single one of these unknown dead existences in Arazon's legion could now stand before a duke like Gwendolyn and oppress her, decimate her to oblivion. This was terrifying. This was unfairness. And this was exactly what Noah had to do to fight against an existence that was, overall, even more unfair. So at this moment, as dozens of creatures under his archlich's command surrounded the winged head of the early creature, this entity, even if it had been part of a grand being before, could do nothing but crumble. A few moments later, even if in pieces, a dead early creature, with only its head remaining, has joined your legion. It has been transformed to become an abyssal early creature skeletal Dullahan, spooky, KUU, a glorious, horror-inducing shriek, a sound formed from the collision of primordial power and absolute death, erupted from the newly appearing dead existence. It was a headless, skeletal knight of obsidian gold, its armor etched with runes of forgotten sorrows. In one hand, it held a massive, ethereal axe that seemed to leak pure cold, and in the other, it held its own, massive, winged head. The eyes now burning with a loyal, terrible light, it was glorious, due to its glorious origin and nature. The abyssal early creature skeletal Dullahan awakens with an excess of 600 trillion complexity at its base. Noah looked at these prompts and then at his terrifying, forming legion. Ozymandias and Arazon stood at the lead, and around each of the dead existences, the bloody regal purple flames of his hockey swirled alongside the crimson and obsidian flames of hunger and death. They looked unfathomably devilish, fearsome, a perfect army of the apocalypse. And they were only just now taking shape. Noah's burning gaze of tyranny whipped around, his massive body radiating a power that seemed to press down on the very folds. He raised his head towards the endless expanse of the transcendent origin folds and bellowed, a single, desperate, all-consuming word: more. He had to be desperate for more. He had to obtain more. Well, he also bellowed out the word as a form of distraction, because he could see it. The dead early creature, Mysteria, had fallen into a heavy predicament. Her wild, joyful attacks had begun to slow, her power finally beginning to wane against the relentless, ordered assault of the nine-headed turtle and its allies. It was about time. It was about time for Core to kill Steel. Chapter 4209: The Architects of Survival. 3. Existence held its breath, a silent, cosmic inhale before the final devastating exhale. In the ruined skies of the transcendent origin folds, two impossibilities clashed in a ballet of fundamental forces. Mysteria, the dead early creature, was a maelstrom of innocent, absolute endings, her obsidian club a punctuation mark intended to end the very sentence of existence. Opposing her was the origin ancestral turtle, a living bastion of Genesis, its 9 heads a choir singing the symphony of creation. For a time, they were a perfect, terrible equilibrium. Mysteria's hockey, a force of dozens of quadrillions, would smash against the turtle's defenses, only to be met by a wave of pure origin that did not block, but simply unwrote the concept of her attack. The turtle's beams of white gold light, each a different facet of what it meant to begin, would surge towards her, only to be devoured by the profound, cheerful nothingness that was her dead existential authority. But the scales had tipped. Noah stood in his titanic form, a silent, colossal observer wreathed in the bloody purple flames of his heart of tyranny. He was a terror of a forgotten age, his very presence a weight on the fabric of reality. His hockey had selected to empower even the fat turtle. Now, Mysteria was fighting not just the turtle, but the very atmosphere, an environment that was now tyrannically aligned against her. And then there was order. Sigrid, a blazing white sun of pure conceptual law, had unleashed her authority. The glyph of order had bloomed on the turtle's 9 heads, and its once wild, chaotic expressions of origin had become focused, precise, and lethally efficient. Mysteria roared, a sound of childlike frustration and boundless rage. She could feel her authority being rejected, her joyful chaos being constrained by a structure she could not comprehend. She was a storm being told it had to blow in straight lines, a fire being commanded to burn without consuming. It was anathema to her very being. Fuck. The 9 heads of the ancestral turtle moved as one. This was not 9 separate attacks, but a single, unified declaration. A Genesis cascade. From one head, a beam of pure creation shot forth, seeking to imbue Mysteria's dead form with a life it could not contain. From another, a wave of protective origin formed a cage of absolute beginning around her, a prison from which no ending could escape. From a third, the very concept of growth was weaponized, a torrent of evolution that sought to force her to become something other than what she was. All 9 aspects of origin struck her simultaneously, for the first time since her arrival. The innocent smile on Mysteria's face vanished. It was replaced by a look of profound, primal rage. Her authority of death, the very essence of her being, was not just being defeated, it was being systematically unwritten. Existence was telling her, with a voice of 9 harmonious roars, that she was a mistake, an error that was now being corrected. It was telling her to fucking rest, well, until she returned in a day anyways. She roared one last time, a bellow of defiant, childlike fury that shook the folds. And then, her form, that beautiful, terrible monument to an ancient tragedy, was consumed in the maelstrom of origin of the fat turtle. Boom, a blinding storm of obsidian light erupted from her, an explosion of pure, unadulterated ending. It was not a light that illuminated, but one that revealed the absolute darkness that lay behind the illusion of existence. It was beautiful, in the way a dying wheel of existence is beautiful. A final, magnificent, and utterly catastrophic statement. The light pulsed once, a silent heartbeat of cessation, and then it was gone, and so was she. When the light cleared, the space where the dead early creature had been was empty. Not a trace remained. No scattered fragments of bone, no lingering wisps of deathly authority, not even a memory in the fabric of spacetime. It was a perfect, clinical absence. For a moment, there was silence. The surviving dukes, the newly arrived reinforcements, the swarming legions of the dead. All were frozen in a weaving of stunned disbelief. Where the hell was the treasured corpse of that early creature? The 9 heads of the ancestral turtle turned their 18 golden eyes scanning the empty space with a dawning, terrible comprehension. The triumph of their victory was instantly consumed by the horror of their loss. This was not what was supposed to happen. They had won, but their prize, the unfathomably valuable corpse of an early creature, was gone. Their collective roar was not one of victory, but of pure, incandescent rage. Who? The question was not a word, but a physical force, a shockwave of fury that ripped through the folds. Who had dared? Who had stolen from the very jaws of the living origins? The assembled dukes of origin looked around, their gazes filled with a murderous suspicion. Their eyes fell upon the newly arrived paradoxes. The obvious culprits. It was always those darn paradoxes. Duke Elagabalus and others blinked with a light of heavy offense. In the midst of the rising chaos, Noah's titanic form began to shrink, the bloody purple flames receding back into his heart. He returned to his normal size, his expression a perfect mirror of the confusion around him. He looked at the empty space where Nysteria had been, then at the enraged turtle, and shook his head with what looked like profound disappointment. Kor materialized beside him, her tiny hand flying to her mouth in a flawless imitation of shock. Noah maintained his mask of bewilderment, but inwardly, a cold, triumphant satisfaction was blooming. For in the radiant shore, in a place beyond the reach of their senses, beyond the grasp of their fury, a new mountain had just appeared. A silent, almost gentle tear in reality had opened above the golden sands, and from it, the massive, beautiful, and now perfectly still corpse of Nysteria had been carefully deposited onto the beach. It was laid down with a reverence that was almost tender, as if placed there by an invisible, appreciative hand. Chapter 42:10 The Architects of Survival. 4. The inhabitants of the shore, who had been watching the distant battle through a score of Malthus's obsidian crows that had manifested in projected scenes of what was happening as if it were entertainment, looked on in a mixture of awe and wonder. The shore itself hummed, the sand shifting to cradle the immense weight of the corpse, the sacred waters pulling back from the shore as if in deference. Noah's main body, which had been waiting, rose from his seat of contemplation. The bloody purple flames of his haki were not expressed on this body, his expression a mask of cold, satisfied calculation. He walked towards the corpse, his bare feet sinking into the warm sand. He placed a hand on its obsidian, tribal-clad leg. The skin was cool, the power within it now dormant, a sleeping volcano of potential. He had been made desperate. And in his desperation, he would not only survive. He would profit on a scale that would make the concept of greed itself feel inadequate. Oh, power. There was raw power, true power, and then those who even hid any power, those who hide their true power. What drives this peculiar form of restraint? Is it wisdom, strategy, or simply the exhaustion that comes from knowing that revealing one's full capability invariably attracts those who must test themselves against it? There are many cautionary tales across the folds that detail exactly this issue. One is of celestial young master, born with not merely a golden spoon but an entire dining set of crystallized fortune. Every resource of his sect lay at his fingertips. Pills that could elevate consciousness, techniques that had been refined across millennia, teachers who had forgotten more about cultivation than most would ever learn. He stood tall and proud, as was his birthright, his power evident in every gesture. Then came the insult that his privilege had not prepared him for. His fiancée, arranged since before either could form memories, chose another, not even another young master from a rival sect, which would have at least maintained the proper order of things. No, she chose a newly arrived mortal brat who had joined the sect mere weeks ago. Furious beyond the capacity of words to express, the young master examined this upstart. Same realm of cultivation. Same apparent level. The challenge was issued immediately. Honor and dignity demanded satisfaction. The sect gathered to witness what should have been a brief reminder of why hierarchies existed. The fight began predictably. The young master's techniques were flawless, each movement a testament to years of the finest instruction. The mortal brats seemed to barely keep up, dodging rather than confronting, surviving rather than competing. Then came the laugh from this mortal brat. This isn't even my final form. Boom. The words that preceded the revelation of every hidden protagonist, every disguised master, every being who understood that true power was best kept sheathed until absolutely necessary. The mortal brat's actual cultivation erupted forth. Not the same realm, not even close. An entire realm above, perhaps two, power that had been so perfectly hidden that even elder-level perception had been fooled. The young master lost everything that day. His fiancée, his reputation, his understanding of how the world worked, but perhaps most devastatingly, he lost his assumption that visible power was real power. In the earliest folds, when existence still permitted visits to the imprisoned, the living concept approached the cage that held the living paradox. Concept was filled with ideas. Literally, as ideas were constantly being born, evaluated, and either integrated or discarded within its form. I'm making a ranking, the living concept announced with the enthusiasm of someone who had discovered spreadsheets for the first time, a ranking of the power of all those in the folds. You stand near the top, naturally. I simply came to get your opinion on who among us do you think is the most powerful. The living paradox laughed. Not the bitter laugh of imprisonment or the cruel laugh of superiority, but the genuine amusement of someone hearing a child explain how they were definitely the tallest person in the world because they could reach the cookie jar. How could you all not see it? Paradox's voice carried through the bars that were more concept than material. You believe us to be the most powerful? None of you have even seen the creature's true power. The statement hung in the air like a revelation wearing camouflage. What all of you have witnessed is but a fraction out of fingernails worth of capability from a being that has hands, arms, a body, dimensions you haven't realized exist. And you actually believe yourselves to be powerful? The living concept's form flickered with uncertainty, ideas being rapidly revised. No, the living paradox continued. If you want to discuss true power, you would be best served to go discuss with the creature, you buffoon of a concept. Ask it to show you what it actually is. Though I suspect it won't, because beings that need to display their full power are beings that have something to prove. The creature has nothing to prove to anyone. Those who hide their true power often live the longest, not from cowardice but from understanding a fundamental truth. Revealed power becomes a target, a challenge, a thing that must be tested. Hidden power remains potential, and potential is always more terrifying than actualization because imagination fills the gaps with worst-case scenarios. The creature, by this logic, was the strongest not just because of what it could do, but because no one, not the living existences, not the early creatures, perhaps not even the creature itself, knew the full extent of what it was capable of. The celestial young master learned this lesson through humiliation. The living concept learned it through revelation. Most never learn it at all, spending their existence displaying every ounce of power they possess like peacocks who don't realize the tiger has no need for bright feathers. In the end, the philosophy of hidden power is simple. Why show your full hand when the game might not require it? Why reveal your maximum when your minimum suffices? Why exhaust yourself proving what you are when you could simply be it? After all, the creature had supposedly released countless everythings while apparently using only a fraction of its capability. If that was what it could do while holding back, well, perhaps some things are hidden because revealing them would break not just the observer, but observation itself. Naturally, the creature was the strongest. And naturally, no one would ever know by how much. Chapter 42:11 The Architects of Survival. The living concept departed from the prison with the hurried steps of someone who had just realized they might be measuring the wrong things entirely. The moment concept's presence faded from the imprisonment chamber, whap, the living emotive materialized with the suddenness of an unwanted emotion at 3 a.m. The transition was so smooth it suggested emotive had been waiting, watching, timing the arrival for maximum impact. The living paradox's form shifted into a defensive configuration, regarding emotive with the caution one reserves for things that smile while holding knives. What's a crazy thing like you doing here again? The living emotive practically vibrated with jubilant emotions. Joy, excitement, anticipation, and underneath it all, something darker that had no name because naming it would make it too real. Can I not come visit a pitiful prisoner? Surely even paradoxes need company. Emotive moved closer to the bars, its form shifting through spectrums of feeling that would have driven lesser beings to madness, solitude. Emotive began, its voice taking on the quality of a therapist who had ulterior motives, is perhaps the cruelest punishment for conscious beings. Not the bars, not the restriction, the aloneness. It corrodes the very essence of what makes us, us. The words dripped with false sympathy that was somehow more disturbing than open hostility. Day after day, cycle after cycle, with only your own thoughts for company. They start to echo, don't they? The same ideas bouncing off the same walls until you can't tell if they're getting louder or you're going mad. The emotions. Do they intensify in isolation or do they fade? Does rage burn hotter when there's no one to rage against, or does it consume itself? The living paradox remained grimly silent, which seemed to please Emotive enormously. I come here to provide a source of therapy, you see. Aid for a prisoner in these hard times. Someone needs to check on your emotional well-being. After all, what is existence without the feelings that make it worth existing? The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken threats wrapped in therapeutic language. The living paradox's form had gone completely still. The kind of stillness that suggested preparation for violence or flight, though neither was possible in its current state. Emotive sighed dramatically, the sound containing disappointment, frustration, and a hint of sadistic pleasure. Not being able to speak about your emotions is the worst possible thing for a person. But okay, I understand. This time, I came to discuss something completely theoretical. The pause before theoretical was long enough to build a house in. I wanted to ask you, in the case that all of existence crumbles and collapses, do you think you would be able to build something that could withstand the collapse of existence and its fallout? Boom, Emotive's tone had shifted to academic curiosity. Theoretically, of course. Maybe its structure could be based on your prison that was able to keep you here for so long. After all, if it can contain you, perhaps something similar could contain other things. Or protect from other things. The question hung in the air like a poison cloud pretending to be perfume. The living paradox's form suddenly sharpened, becoming more real and unreal simultaneously as understanding crystallized. When Paradox laughed, it was the sound of someone recognizing a catastrophe that had already happened. You monster. The living paradox's voice carried certainty that transcended accusation and became simple fact. What have you done? Did you truly finally snap? Or have you been broken this entire time and we just never noticed because feeling everything at once looks so much like feeling nothing at all? The words continued, each one more damning than the last. This isn't theoretical. You've already done something, haven't you? Set something in motion that can't be stopped. And now you're here shopping for shelters, asking the being you helped imprison to design your bunker. The living Emotive remained immensely calm through this accusation, the kind of calm that suggested either absolute control or absolute abandonment of it. Would you be able to build it, or not? The repetition of the question, stripped of all pretense, carried more menace than any threat could have. The living paradox stared at the living Emotive for a long moment that existed and didn't exist simultaneously. You want me to build something for the end of everything? All everythings. It wasn't a question. The living Emotive's smile was answer enough. A smile that contained every positive emotion and their dark twins. A smile that suggested the joke had already been told and they were all just waiting for the punchline to land. Theoretically, Emotive said, the word now openly mocking its own pretense. In that prison, between bars that contained Paradox itself, two fundamental forces of existence regarded each other with the mutual understanding of beings who had just confirmed that yes, the end was not only coming but had been carefully orchestrated, and one of them was asking the other to build the life raft. Back to the current era, the corpse of Mysteria lay upon the golden sands like a fallen celestial dead thing, a beautiful, terrible monument to an era that should have been forgotten. She was a prize beyond all measure, a treasure trove of complexity and potential that would fuel the next stage of Noah's impossible ascension. He stood before her, the bloody purple flames of his hockey now erupting and receding into the furnace of his heart, leaving his presence less overtly explosive but infinitely denser. He was a singularity of will, his gaze cold and calculating as he surveyed the magnificent remains. He did not need to speak his command aloud. His will, now the undeniable law of the shore, rippled outward. Half, his thoughts were a silent decree that existence itself was compelled to obey. Half for the shore, for me. The other half for the Legion. As if in answer, a figure of obsidian and crimson appeared beside him. Arazon, his skeletal form a perfect fusion of regal dignity and necrotic terror, bowed his head. His purpose was clear, but before the grand harvest could begin, a familiar, musical voice cut through the solemn atmosphere. Kor floated over, her diminutive form a stark contrast to the colossal corpse, her abyssal eyes wide with a curiosity that was both childlike and ancient. "Just what are you trying to do, outsider?" she asked, her tone a mixture of awe and playful concern. Noah's gaze did not leave the body of Nysteria. "This whole time," he said, his voice a low, resonant rumble, "my age as an early creature had not reached even one. I have been a fledgling, a potential, a promise of what could be." He turned to look at her then, and in his eyes, she saw a tyrannical fire that could burn away the very concept of limitation. "Today, I shall clear that marker. I will no longer be contained in the trillions. With the very essence of that dead early creature infused into me, I will escape the shackles of these mere trillions and attain 1 quadrillion. I will genuinely become an early creature." Boom, Chapter 42:12 Weavings of Power. The declaration Noah made was not a boast, it was a statement of intent so absolute that the shore itself seemed to tremble in anticipation. The golden sands around Nysteria's corpse began to surge, a tidal wave of iridescent particles rising to embrace the fallen early creature. The process was a grotesque and beautiful ballet of consumption. Flesh that had withstood the ravages of eons dissolved, muscle that had held the strength of collapsed folds unraveled, and authority that had defied the very principles of origin was stripped away with a terrifying, methodical efficiency. In moments, all that remained was a pristine, colossal skeleton of obsidian bone, gleaming under the shore's eternal light, waiting for a raison. The rest, the very life force and power of Nysteria, was now a swirling, incandescent cloud of pure, primordial nutrients, drawn into a vortex that centered on Noah. The shore had become ridiculously efficient in its devouring of nutrients after its elevation. Half of the weavings of the dead early creature, Nysteria, are being absorbed by the radiant shore. The essence is being refined into primordial nutrients of a dead early creature. The infusion process has begun. Your existence is now the sole target of this overwhelming influx of power. You are attempting to absorb the essence of a being whose base complexity was measured in the dozens of quadrillions. This is ambitious. The principle of perpetual harvest recognizes this monumental effort. All gains will be amplified. Nutrient infusion rate, 100 trillion complexity and purity per second. The first wave hit him, and it was not a gentle tide, but a tsunami, 100 trillion per second. The number was a mantra of power, each tick of time a leap in evolution that lesser beings would not achieve in a million lifetimes. He was observed. From a respectful distance, his people watched in silent awe. Malthus stood with the still, perfect posture of a butler witnessing a miracle, his crimson eyes glowing with a profound, almost religious fervor. Kor floated with a knowing smile. Her arms crossed as she watched her outsider, Sigrid, Moraine, the Infiniverse, Ruination. They all stood as silent witnesses to his glorious, agonizing transformation. His body, which had been a vessel of trillions, was now a crucible. The bloody purple flames of his hockey erupted from him once more, no longer a controlled aura, but a raging, untamed inferno that reached for the sky. His muscles, his bones, his very cells were being reforged, filled with a power so dense that his physical form began to emit a low, resonant hum, the sound of an engine being pushed far beyond its limits. Limitations. Before him, what the hell were limitations? His mind expanded, his consciousness soaring to new, unimaginable heights. He could see the intricate weavings of the folds, the dance of authorities, the subtle, hidden currents of existence, all with a clarity that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The more complex one became, the clearer existence became. Thump, his heart of tyranny beat, a slow, powerful rhythm that was the anchor in the storm of his transformation. With each beat, it drew in more of Nysteria's essence, converting it and making it his own. The rings of bloody purple rivers that spun around it became brighter, more defined, each one an infinity symbol of his unyielding will. The prompts continued their relentless cascade, each one a milestone on his journey. Nutrient infusion ongoing, 100 trillion complexity and purity per second. Your existence is stabilizing under the strain. Your foundation is proving adequate. Nutrient infusion ongoing, 100 trillion complexity and purity per second. Your body is a temple of burning, glorious ambition. And it is getting very, very full. He felt the threshold approaching, the great, conceptual wall that separated the trillions from the quadrillions. He gathered his will, his tyranny, his entire being, and he pushed. The moment reached its crescendo as the bloody purple flames around him coalesced, forming a colossal, spectral throne behind his ascending figure. An unfathomably tyrannical throne, and as the final wave of Nysteria's essence surged into him, as his complexity and purity numbers blurred into a stream of incomprehensible data, he broke through. Boom, a burst of pure, untainted bloody purple light exploded from him, a silent declaration of his arrival. His aura, once merely that of a powerful duke, was now something else entirely. It was heavier, older, more real, a glorious occasion. The 1 quadrillion threshold in complexity and purity has been shattered. The principle of perpetual harvest has empowered this elevation to an unprecedented degree. You have officially attained the age of 1 as the early creature. Osmond, your current base power is now equivalent to that of a young early creature from the earliest folds. Note, congratulations on no longer being a baby. WUU, the prompts faded, but the infusion did not stop. Noah felt the power of Nysteria continue to pour into him, each wave now pushing him further into this new, uncharted territory of existence. The quadrillion mark was not a ceiling, it was a doorway. Even as he reveled in this new sensation of power, his attention was drawn to the skeletal remains of Nysteria. Arazon floated above them, his own form now a blazing beacon of deathly authority. He raised his crystalline staff, its tip glowing with an obsidian gold light that seemed to drink the very essence of the shore. Arise, he bellowed, his voice a chorus of a billion dying screams. The skeletal structure of Nysteria trembled, then began to crumble, not into dust, but into a swirling vortex of obsidian light. From the heart of that vortex, a new form began to emerge, a being forged from the bones of an early creature and the will of a necrotic architect. It looked like a dragon, but not truly. A Dracolic. Its bones were the color of polished obsidian, each one etched with runes that pulsed with a cold, malevolent light. Its wings were vast, tattered things, the membranes not of skin, but of pure, solidified shadow. Soulfire, a chilling blue-green flame, burned in its empty eye sockets. And a breath of necrotic frost, so cold it could freeze concepts, billowed from its skeletal jaws. It was a masterpiece of death, a symphony of endings given form. A glorious dead existence has been summoned from the remains of an early creature. The effort of this creation, amplified by the harvest festival of death, has yielded an unprecedented result. A new, terrifying existence has joined your legion. As the Dracolic completed its formation, Arazon waved a skeletal hand. A status sheet, woven from threads of pure death, materialized and floated toward Noah. Nysterios, the Ashen Calamity. Classification, Primordial Dracolic, Dead Existential Inevitability, Complexity, 850. 00000000000, 850 trillion, Purity, 0, Distinction. Straight Face, the Ashen Calamity, the inheritor of Nysteria's rage and power. Its very presence is a blight upon the living, an aura of despair that weakens all in its vicinity. Lord of the Boneyard, can raise any being it slays as a lesser skeletal servant. An army of the dead follows in its wake. Inherent skill. Straight Face, Soulfrost Breath, a torrent of necrotic frost that does not just freeze, but shatters the soul, preventing resurrection or reconstitution. Curse of 1,000 Ends, unleashes a wave of entropic curses that cause a being's past, present, and future to collapse simultaneously. The Tyrant's Ire, as a being born of Nysteria's rage. Its power is amplified in the presence of its master's Haki. It is a weapon forged for a tyrant's hand. Noah observed all these glorious achievements, his heart a steady, powerful drum in his chest. Chapter 42:13 Weavings of Power. 2. The quadrillion threshold was a distant, mythical peak for many entities, a number so vast it was more a concept than a goal. Now, Noah stood upon that peak, and the view was clearer. Existence, which had always been a chaotic, beautiful storm of competing authorities and tangled possibilities, now had a discernible grain, a texture. He could feel the intricate weavings of the radiant shore. Truly feel, the golden sands whispered their history. The sacred waters sang of their potential, and the very air hummed with the quiet, contented thoughts of his people. This was the first lesson of a quadrillion. Power was not just strength, it was perception. Before him, the newly born Dracolic, Nysterios, the Ashen Calamity, performed its first act of fealty. It was not a bow or a kneel. Such gestures were too mundane for a being forged from the bones of an early creature and the will of a necrotic architect. Instead, the soulfire in its empty eye sockets, those twin vortexes of chilling blue-green flame, dimmed to a soft, respectful flicker. Its colossal, skeletal form, wreathed in a miasma of necrotic frost and shadow, lowered its head. The gesture a silent acknowledgement of a higher authority. It recognized its master. Noah observed the magnificent creature, a calm, tyrannical satisfaction settling deep within his being. As he stood there, a silent emperor surveying his impossible domain, his attention was drawn inward by a sudden, powerful rhythm, thump. It was the beat of his heart. A single, resonant pulse that was not just a biological function, but a declaration of intent. The massive influx of complexity and purity from Mysteria's corpse, a torrent of power that would have dissolved a lesser being, had not just been absorbed, it was now being put to work. The overwhelming surplus of existential materials has provided the necessary foundation for the next stage of cardiac evolution. Construction of the fourth part of the heart of the early creature, osmont, has been accelerated forging, the asunder nodule, the living principle of complexity, Noah's perception dove inward, into the internal weavings of his own existence. He saw the first three chambers of his heart. The primal root atrium, the arterial convergence core, and the living pump of trembling flow. Pulsing in perfect, synchronous harmony, and at their very center, where the three converged, something new had been taking shape. It bloomed as a dazzling, crystalline lattice, a web of pure, informational light being spun from the raw fabric of his newfound complexity. It was not a physical organ, but the idea of complexity being given form, a singularity of pure data accreting within the core of his heart. Billions of tiny, intricate connections were forming every second, each one a different pathway of thought, a different potential solution to a problem that had not yet been conceived. It was the architecture of genius being built in real time. The formation of the asunder nodule is proceeding at an accelerated rate. Current progress, 7%. 12%. 19%. Warning, due to the nature of this component, representing the nascent principle of complexity itself, its full completion is far from your current grasp. It will require an amount of complexity that has not yet been attained by this age. The prompts confirmed what he could feel. This was a long-term project, a cathedral of power whose construction would likely span eons. Maybe days for him, and yet, even in its incomplete, embryonic state, the nodule was already beginning to reshape the very nature of his power. Even before its completion, the fourth part of your heart introduces a new system for the expression of your authority. New system unlocked, existential artifice. This is a methodology of power that allows for the precise and controlled weaving of your own complexity and purity to produce specific, targeted effects. Your true sources, housed within the towers of osmont, now serve as conceptual reservoirs or crucibles, from which you can draw specific authorities to weave. Noah's mind, already operating at a speed that made light feel sluggish, absorbed this information with a thrill of profound, intellectual excitement. He received an inflow of a set of rules and principles for his otherwise boundless power. It was a language for his will, a grammar for his tyranny, existential artifice, the weavings of power, fuel source, your own complexity and purity. By consciously weaving a portion of your own stats, you can manifest profound effects. The crucibles, primary towers, the crucible of tyranny, straight face, weave of imposition, push directly and force your will upon a target's physical or conceptual state. E.g., that barrier is now a door. Your existence's durability is now that of wet paper. Weave of dominion, pull draw a target's will, authority, or even their very loyalty towards yourself, weakening their resolve and making them susceptible to your command. The crucible of infinity, straight face, weave of expansion, push infinitely, multiply a single action or effect for a brief, glorious duration. E.g., a single fireball becomes a million simultaneous fireballs. Weave of compression, pull, condense a vast amount of space, energy, or even time into a single, manageable point. E.g., condense a wheel into a marble. The crucible of quintessence, straight face, weave of resonance, push, amplify the quintessential nature of an object, ally, or concept, making them a more perfect version of themselves. E.g., make an attack impossibly sharp. Weave of distillation, pull, strip away all superfluous aspects of an enemy, attack, or situation, revealing and weakening its absolute core. E.g., reduce a complex weaving to its core, fragile intent. Synergistic growth, the act of utilizing existential artifice, is a monumental effort. The principle of perpetual harvest recognizes this. Every weave cast will not only produce its intended effect but will also generate a harvest of complexity and purity, creating a self-reinforcing loop of power. This practice will also directly contribute to the advancement of your early atlas of the folds and the towers of osmont. Boom! Noah had to pause. What was this grand weaving of existence? It was perfect. It was a way to refine his immense, raw strength into something precise, elegant, and infinitely more dangerous. He looked around the radiant shore, his eyes, now burning with a new, analytical light, seeing everything as a potential application for his new art. He could use the weave of resonance on the sacred herbs to make them even more potent. He could use the weave of compression on the ores from the depths, refining them into perfect ingots with a thought. He could use the weave of imposition on the very air, commanding it to form structures. The possibilities were endless, a new, intricate playground for his tyrannical imagination. He felt like a child who had been given the keys to existence's most complex and fascinating toy box. He was ready to put it to the test. Chapter 42:14 Weavings of Power. 3. In the transcendent origin folds, the silence where Nysteria had been was awound in the fabric of the battlefield, a pocket of absolute quiet that was somehow louder than the surrounding chaos. The living origins, their collective will momentarily fractured by the impossible theft, were a tempest of suppressed fury. Accusations, unspoken but potent, flew like poison arrows across the void, their primary target the impassive, smiling visages of the living paradoxes. Duke Elagabalus, his form a shimmering contradiction of youth and antiquity, met their glares with a cold, weary arrogance. Duke Davidicus, still radiating the borrowed might of the corpse she believed she controlled, looked ready to unleash her deathly authority at the slightest provocation, but the arguments, the simmering resentments, the eons of bad blood. All of it had to wait. Because the dead did not stop coming, the tears of existence continued to weep their necrotic contents into the fold, an endless tide of endings pouring into a reality that was struggling to simply be. The living existences were forced to turn from their infighting, their rage redirected toward the more immediate, all-consuming threat. In the midst of this grand, chaotic weaving, Noah's form remained a point of terrible stillness. He watched the unfolding drama, but his mind was elsewhere. He was a bard who had just been handed a new, infinitely complex instrument, and the battlefield was his orchestra. He closed his eyes, he felt the thrum of his new heart, the raging furnace of tyranny at the core of his being. The asunder nodule, the nascent principle of complexity, was a humming engine waiting for fuel, waiting for purpose. He looked out at the swarming legions of the dead, at the tears that scarred the heavens, and he began to explore the new language of his power. His focus settled on a distant terror, from which a new horror was emerging. It was a being of pure, crystallized despair, its form a golem of jagged, black ice that radiated a cold so profound it seemed to freeze the very concept of hope. Its power was immense, a wave of over 700 trillion in complexity, a perfect test subject. Noah's will was the command, he felt it, a conscious decision to draw upon the vast ocean of his own power. Trillions of complexity and purity, once a scattered sea across his existence, now answered the call of a singular master. They flowed like rivers of starlight into his heart, into the humming engine of the asunder nodule. The nodule flared, a dazzling, internal supernova of pure, informational light. It activated the first of his new tools, the crucible of tyranny, imposition, HUUM. His will was a whisper and a roar, a weave of his new artifice. Above the ice golem, a spectral, bloody purple throne materialized from nothing. It was not a physical object, but the concept of his authority given form, a declaration that in this space, his rule was absolute. The throne descended, and its mere presence was a weight that made the golem's 700 trillion complexity groan. Weave of imposition activated. The target's existential parameters are being forcibly rewritten. Your authority is now a law in this immediate vicinity. Target's resistance is considerable, but ultimately irrelevant. The golem roared, a sound of shattering glaciers, and raised its massive arms to strike at the conceptual throne. But Noah was already weaving the second part of the spell. Dominion, he commanded. From the base of the spectral throne, ethereal chains of the same bloody purple light shot down, wrapping around the golem's limbs. These were not chains of matter, but of will. They did not restrain its body, they seized its very authority, its will to fight, its right to exist in opposition to him. Weave of dominion activated. The target's authority is being siphoned, its will subjugated. You are pulling its strength, its very essence, toward yourself. Its power is now a resource for you to command or discard. The golem froze, its attack faltering. The weave of imposition crushed it from above, while the weave of dominion hollowed it out from within. It was a perfect, inescapable trap. The creature looked up, and in its eyes of frozen despair, Noah saw a flicker of something new, dawning, absolute terror. With a final, silent command of his will, Noah clenched his fist. The throne smashed down. The chains constricted. The 700 trillion complexity dead existence shattered into a billion pieces of black, glittering dust. Its authority, its very being, unmade as all that remained was taken to his shore. Tremendous effort has been exerted and recognized. The principle of perpetual harvest applauds your tyrannical artistry. Harvest yield for utilization of the existential artifice, the weavings of power, 50 trillion complexity and purity, the power flowed back into him, a warm tide that not only replenished what he had spent but amplified it. His eyes, burning with the purple fire of his hockey, turned to his next subject. It was a creature of shifting, ethereal shadow, a being that seemed to exist in the spaces between moments, its complexity a fluctuating wave of around 800 trillion. This time, he reached for a different crucible, the crucible of infinity, expansion. He wove. He raised his hand and flicked a single, infinitesimal speck of his hockey toward the shadow creature. As the speck traveled, it multiplied. 1 became 1,000 became a million became a billion. In the space of a heartbeat, a storm of 1,000,000,000 identical purple flames descended upon the creature, each one a perfect copy of his own authority, a relentless, all-encompassing assault. The shadow creature shrieked, its form flickering as it tried to phase out of existence, but the storm was everywhere at once. It was being hit in the past, the present, and the future simultaneously. Then came the second weave, compression. Noah opened his hand, and at the center of the fiery storm, a point of absolute nothingness appeared. It was not a black hole, it was the concept of compression itself. A command for the vast to become small. The storm of 1,000,000,000 flames, and the 800 trillion complexity creature caught within it, were pulled inward. Space, time, and authority were crushed into a singularity the size of a marble, which then winked out of existence with a final, silent pop. Chapter 42:15 Weavings of Power. For, as he performed these impossible feats, a profound realization dawned on him. He felt his own complexity and purity being burned as fuel, yes, but behind that, an endless, inexhaustible ocean was instantly refilling what was lost, his infinite mana. It was acting as a perpetual motion engine for his new artifice. He could do this forever. And more. He didn't even have to use his own ambient power. The trillions he had already poured into his heart, the very everything of size he had sacrificed to it. That was now a self-contained, self-regenerating battery. He could draw on the heart alone, leaving his own vast reserves untouched. His gaze swept the battlefield and found a new target. A cluster of dead existences that looked like colossal, bony worms, their skeletal forms burrowing through the fabric of space itself. There were 6 of them, their complexities ranging from 100 trillion to a monstrous 700 trillion, the crucible of quintessence, distillation. He wove, his will a fine, silver thread that shot out and pierced the entire cluster. Their chaotic, necrotic auras, the very thing that defined them as the dead, were stripped away, pulled back toward him like a fisherman reeling in a net. For a single, vulnerable moment, they were just raw, directionless complexity, their primary defense gone. Resonance. He wove, his second command following instantly. He did not attack them himself. Instead, he amplified the quintessential nature of his own legion. The hockey shrouds around Arazon, Ozymandias, and the ape blazed brighter. Their hunger, their death, their fury. All were made more potent, more absolute, and they descended upon the now vulnerable worms like a pack of celestial wolves. The slaughter was swift, efficient, and absolute. Their corpses were instantly dispatched to the early veiled shore. Every weave cast generates a harvest. The more complex the weave, the richer the yield. Total harvest from recent efforts, 150 trillion complexity and purity. Your practice is not just making you stronger, it is making you richer in the very currency of existence. The crucibles of tyranny, infinity, and quintessence are experiencing accelerated growth due to active use. Their corresponding towers of osmont within your atlas are resonating. Advancement is accelerating. The battlefield had fallen into a stunned, momentary quiet. The living existences, who had been scrambling to form coordinated attacks against single powerful dead, had just witnessed one being, in the span of a few seconds, single-handedly eliminate threats that would have required the combined might of multiple dukes. Duke Elagabalus stared, his mouth slightly agape. Duke Diviticus, her form wreathed in the power of her stolen corpse, looked at him with a new, profound shock. His power was not just great, it was oppressive, a weight on the battlefield that made their own efforts seem like children's games. Noah's devilish, flame-wreathed gaze turned and settled on Duke Diviticus. He remembered her, of course. He remembered her attempt to devour him in the paradoxical folds. She did not know it, but she had been marked for death long ago. Today was not her day, but that day would come. Cor shook her head in amazement and appreciation. Sigrid, seeing him wipe out the most powerful dead with such ease, felt her own heart of order burn with a fierce, ambitious fire. Through him, through her man, she could establish a new, perfect order across all of existence. The lull was broken by the roar of the ancestral turtle. Its gaze passed over Noah with suspicion as it bellowed a command to the day's living existences: close the tears. Stop the tide, WAA, but Noah did not move to close any tears. He felt the glorious, burning power of his heart, and his gaze locked onto other powerful dead existences emerging in the distance. He began to utilize the system of existential artifice once more. Why would he close the tears? Why would he stop the flow of a river that was bringing him an endless supply of priceless loot? For him, the harvest had just begun. The battlefield itself was a canvas of glorious, terrible chaos. Noah stood at its center, as he had tasted the intoxicating power of his new existential artifice, a methodology that transformed his immense, raw power into a set of precise, existence-breaking tools. He had tested tyranny, infinity, and quintessence, and found them all to be magnificent. But there were many more crucibles, many more authorities that hummed within his being, demanding to be explored. His gaze, now burning celestial purple suns, swept across the battlefield. He saw the great turtle unleashing waves of Genesis to cauterize the tears in reality, its 9 heads a symphony of creation against the cacophony of the dead, and he saw the endless tide of death still pouring through the remaining wounds in the fold. He needed another test subject. His focus settled on a region where a particularly nasty tear was birthing horrors. From it, a creature of pure, conceptual dread was emerging. It was a serpent of bone and shadow, its scales shimmering with a light that suggested they existed in multiple locations at once. Its complexity was a staggering 900 trillion, a being that could have toyed with the mummified dead existence he had just shattered earlier. Perfect, a terrifying stick the goad, had bloomed in his hands at some point. Noah's will was the command once more. A river of his power flowed into the Asenran nodule, his heart's engine thrumming as it ignited. The crucible of quantum. The sensation was different from the others. It was not the crushing weight of tyranny or the boundless rush of infinity. It was a feeling of uncertainty. Of all possibilities existing at once, waiting for an observer to choose. Superposition, he wove, his will a gentle nudge to the fabric of reality. In the next instant, he was not one, but 1,000. 1,000 identical Noahs, each wreathed in the same bloody purple flames, each holding a spectral goad. Spread out across the battlefield, they were not clones, not illusions. They were all him, each one a different probability of his location made manifest, each one equally, absolutely real. The bone serpent faltered, its myriad eyes trying to process an enemy that was both everywhere and nowhere. It struck out, its fangs dripping with a venom that could poison causality itself, but it struck only one of Noah's forms, which dissolved into a whisper of possibility as the true Noah, 100 light-years away, prepared his next weave. Probability collapse, he commanded. His gaze, now multiplied 1,000-fold, fixing upon the serpent. He did not attack. He simply observed. But his observation was now a weapon. He saw the creature's potential futures, a branching tree of 1,000,000 possibilities. He saw the path where it successfully bit him, the one where it escaped, the one where it coiled and unleashed a torrent of necrotic energy, and among them, a single, fragile timeline where a flaw in its own chaotic authority caused its existence to momentarily contradict itself. He chose that one. He observed it with the full, focused weight of his will. And out he made it inevitable. The serpent shrieked, a sound of pure, bewildered agony. It had not been attacked, yet it felt its very essence coming undone. The future Noah had chosen became the present. A tiny, infinitesimal flaw in its being, a 1 in a billion chance of spontaneous self-negation, became a 100% certainty. The creature turned on itself, its own power devouring its existence from the inside out. In a silent, horrifying implosion, the 900 trillion complexity dead existence collapsed into a point of pure, paradoxical light, and then vanished, taken away to his shore. Chapter 42 16 Weavings of Power. The 1,000 Noahs folded back into one, a profound, almost chilling understanding settling into his mind. This was the power of quantum. Not just to be in many places, but to choose which reality would be the real one. As he marveled at the terrifying effectiveness of this new methodology, the battle around him began to shift. The great turtle, its 9 heads now blazing with the amplified authority of Noah's Haki and Sigrid's order, moved with a new, terrible purpose. Beams of pure origin, now focused and precise, lanced out across the fold, striking not only at the dead, but at the tears themselves with concentration. Where the beams hit, reality was rebooted, the space was returned to its original, pristine state, the memory of the tear and the death it had brought completely erased, the arguments between the factions died down, replaced by a grim, unified focus, legions of hundreds of thousands of living origins, laws, quantums, and others, whose individual complexities were less than a trillion, began to work in concert. They moved not to the front lines, but to the skeletal remains of Concordia. A great, somber quiet fell over them as they began the heartbreaking work of clearing the bodies of their fallen comrades, of cleansing the ground that had been the home of origins and a few other living existences. It was a scene of profound, collective grief, a reminder that even for them, the cost of this war was measured in friends and family lost. Noah watched this for a moment, then his focus shifted. He had seen what existential artifice could do in battle. But what of its other applications? His gaze flickered to the early veiled shore. He stood upon the golden sands of the radiant shore, the air here clean and sweet with the scent of impossible growth. His main body, which had been observing all these events from afar, now became the center of his focus. He looked out at the vast, beautiful expanse of his domain. The herbs were maturing, the trees were heavy with fruit, the aquarium teemed with life. It was a paradise, but it could be more. He began to test the weaves, not as weapons, but as tools of wonder. He turned to a plot where the transcendent veil moss was growing, its fronds shimmering in and out of existence. He ignited the crucible of the protagonist, plot advancement. He wove, his will a command to the very story of the plant, skipped the tedious growth phase. We're moving to the harvest. You have exerted the weave of narrative acceleration. The transcendent veil moss has decided its character arc has been fulfilled. It is ready for its dramatic conclusion, maturation, instantaneous. The moss flared with a brilliant, ethereal light, its growth cycle completing in a single glorious instant. It was ready. Next, he turned his gaze to the Leviathan's eternum cage. The aquarium was a marvel, but its collection was still limited to the eminent level creatures it had managed to ensnare. He wanted more. He wanted Cleos. He ignited the crucible of life, and the crucible of spirit, sanctuary's call. He wove a complex, two-part harmony of authority. He did not bait the waters with his blood, he baited them with a concept. He wove the very idea of a perfect, ultimate sanctuary, a place of endless food, absolute safety, and profound peace, and cast it like a fishing line across the dimensional boundaries. You have cast the weave of irresistible sanctuary. This conceptual bait is now propagating across adjacent folds, whispering promises of paradise to all marine life. High-level entities are notoriously cautious, but even they are not immune to the promise of a perfect home. A Cleo's early living marine lifeform has taken the bait. Incoming, a golden fishing line, one of the cage's own constructs, snapped taut with a force that made the entire shore hum. Something vast and powerful was being hauled across the dimensions, something that had heard his call and found it too compelling to resist. He smiled, a deep, profound satisfaction filling him, but his work was not done. His gaze settled on the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest. It was a source of unbelievable power, but he knew it could be more. He ignited the crucible of infinity. Thump, his heart beat heavily. The ascendran nodule beat heavily. This would take more than a gentle weave. It would require a torrent of his power, a great and terrible cost. His existence blazed, hundreds of trillions of complexity and purity pouring from his heart into this single, monumental effort. He was not just accelerating the seed's growth, he was using the weave of expansion to multiply the very effort the seed was already exerting, creating a recursive loop of exponential maturation. His body trembled under the strain, the shore itself resonating with the sheer, overwhelming power he was unleashing. He felt a deep, conceptual exhaustion, a weariness that went beyond the physical. His heart, that raging furnace of tyranny, began to ache, a warning that even its power had limits. But he pushed. You are performing an act of monumental, reckless effort. You are attempting to force the maturation of a principle. The weave of infinite effort multiplication is active. The seed of the principle of perpetual harvest is receptive, maturity, 25%, 35%, 48%, 50%. Boom, a wave of verdant, golden light exploded from the seed, washing over the entire shore, over the entire infiniverse. It was a light so rich, so full of the promise of endless bounty, that it felt like being drowned in pure, liquid hope. Noah staggered, his body finally reaching its limit. He came to a halt, a deep, profound exhaustion settling into his very existences. His heart needed to rest, but as he stood there, catching his breath, his infinite mana surging to replenish and re-energize his complexity and purity used as fuel. The prompts bloomed, and they were worth the cost. Every weave cast generates a harvest. The more complex the weave, the richer the yield. Total harvest from recent efforts. 250 trillion complexity and purity, the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, has reached 50% maturity. For a short period of time, the seed will be resistant to further forced elevation. It must now grow naturally. At 50% maturity, your connection to the principle has deepened. You are now capable of forging up to 50 seed glyphs of perpetual harvest. Cost per glyph has been elevated to 100 trillion complexity and purity. Effect per glyph. The effects of all weaves and endowments are now amplified by an unknown factor. Could be 10, could be 100, WAA. He observed and analyzed these terrifying effects, a slow, devilish smile spreading across his face. Had he not become unfair enough yet? The cost was immense, but the returns were astronomical. And as he stood there, basking in the afterglow of his achievement, he took a moment to observe his own transformed existence. Noah Osmont, the early creature, Osmont, age 1, complexity, 1.8 quadrillion, purity, 1.8 quadrillion, systems of power, early atlas of the folds, infinite mana, glyphs, principles, existential artifice, the weavings of power, distinctions, the early creature, Osmont, true emperor of quintessence, tyranny, infinity, the living existential guider, master chef of the verdant Eternia tribe, heart, the heart of tyranny, fourth part, the Ascenran nodule, 27% complete. Principal access, perpetual harvest, 50% matured seed. He had gloriously done it. He had taken a battlefield that Schrödinger likely initiated and turned it into a forge. He had taken a moment of crisis and turned it into a crucible for his own evolution. The path ahead was still long, the threat of the fallout still loomed, but for the first time in a while, he felt like he was returning to a level of terrifying magisterial control and power in a field where he had been weaker than many. Chapter 42:17 Feasts and Festivals. The battlefield in the transcendent origin folds was a distant, silent storm on the horizon of Noah's perception, a problem for another version of himself. Here, in the serene, golden light of the radiant shore, a different kind of harvest was underway. His gaze, no longer titanic in scale but still carrying the weight of more than a quadrillion, shifted from the contemplative quiet of his own thoughts to the vibrant, chaotic life of his domain. He turned his attention to the Leviathan's eternum cage. Within the crystalline walls of the aquarium, a new prisoner raged. It was the Cleo's early living marine lifeform his we've had ensnared, a creature of the deep, dark places between folds where light was a forgotten myth. It was a type of abyssal fish, its body a masterpiece of evolutionary brutality. Its scales were like overlapping plates of polished obsidian, and its eyes were baleful, crimson lanterns that burned with a furious, maddened light. It smashed its colossal head against the cage's authority-laced walls again and again, each impact a silent detonation of pure, frustrated power. Noah watched its futile struggle. A faint, predatory smile touching his lips as he reviewed its details. Cleosteer abyssal anguish fish, classification, early living marine lifeform, complexity, 100 trillion, 100 trillion, purity, 100 trillion, 100 trillion, distinction straight face, child of the sacred sea. As a being that has swum in the early sacred waters of a radiant shore, its flesh is saturated with an unprecedented concentration of pure, untainted potential, embodiment of rage. Its existence is a constant, burning fire of anger. This makes its flesh particularly potent for those seeking to fuel their own hockey or martial prowess, a meal fit for a king. The consumption of this creature's essence is a monumental undertaking that promises a harvest of unimaginable proportions. Noah's eyes shone with a cold, appreciative light. He had worked hard. He had faced down impossibility, danced on the knife's edge of cessation, and emerged stronger. Now, it was time for a reward. He ignited the crucible of apocalypse, a true source that understood the art of endings better than most. He raised a single finger and wove, sever, HUUUM. You have exerted the weave of absolute severance. The concept of connection is being temporarily negated for the target. The anguish fish, mid-ram against the wall, froze. A single, infinitesimally thin line of pure, conceptual blackness appeared across its colossal body. It was not a cut, it was a statement, a declaration that the parts of its body were no longer a cohesive whole. In the next instant, the creature fell apart into a few hundred perfectly sliced, still twitching pieces, its life instantly, cleanly severed. WAA, a Cleosteer lifeform has been processed. Your efficiency is noted. The effort required was minimal, but the result is a bounty. The principle of perpetual harvest is pleased. With a wave of his hand, the hundreds of pieces of meat floated out of the aquarium, hovering in the air before him. His gaze drifted back to the cage, to the dozens of eminent marine lifeforms now clustered together in a corner. Trembling with a primal, existential terror, he offered them a devilish, reassuring smile that did not reassure them at all. He looked at the floating pieces of the Clio's lifeform. Each one a testament to his power, each one a promise of further growth. He had been so focused on the struggle, on the desperate climb, that he had almost forgotten something fundamental. After working so hard, one needed to enjoy existence itself. Otherwise, what was the point? If the fallout did come, if existence itself was to be unmade, he would not meet that end having only known the struggle. He and those he shouldered the responsibility for would not simply die while struggling. In the struggle, they had to have some enjoyment, they had to, so, he pulled upon the crucible of cooking, manifest, he wove, from the golden sands, a massive cooking station erupted, a glorious, impossible structure of obsidian and gold. It had a cutting board carved from a single, solidified concept of sharpness, a series of grills whose flames could be tuned to the precise temperature of a dying wheel or the gentle warmth of a summer's day, and a vast, golden basin that hummed with an expectant energy. With a gesture, he drew the early sacred waters from the nearby sea, a shimmering, cerulean river that flowed through the air and into the basin, instantly beginning to simmer with a gentle, life-giving heat. He began to cook. The pieces of the Clio's fish, guided by his will, danced through the air, some searing on the grills, others poaching gently in the sacred waters. The aroma that began to fill the shore was a thing of pure, celestial beauty, a scent that promised a feast beyond all imagination. As he worked, a figure approached, her movements hesitant. It was Sigrid. She had a difficult expression on her face, her eyes holding a familiar, painful emotion, helplessness. Noah looked at her, and he knew. He knew that even with her newfound few trillion complexity power, she felt small in the face of the cataclysm unfolding in her home fold. He knew the frustration of having immense power yet being unable to solve the one problem that mattered most. He didn't need to hear her ask. Sometimes, emotional intelligence was more important than anything else. Though he wouldn't call himself an expert even now, so even without waiting for her to say anything, he simply spoke, his voice a commanding, yet gentle, balm on her unvoiced pain. Turn all the decimated dead existences I just took down into nutrients for the living order. Her eyes widened. She turned, and in a distant corner of the shore, she saw them dot the crumpled, broken bodies of the dead existences ranging from 100 to 900 trillion Noah had personally decimated. As she watched, the golden sands of the shore rose, a hungry, shimmering tide that devoured them whole. Chapter 42:18 Feasts and Festivals. 2. A moment later, Sigrid was bathed in a torrent of pure, golden light. A river of power flowing directly into her being. The essence of multiple dead existences is being converted into nutrients for the living order. Complexity gained, 50 trillion per second. Purity gained, 50 trillion per second. This infusion will continue until the threshold of 1 quadrillion is reached, or the nutrients deplete. Sigrid stood in the pillar of light, her eyes showing a complex storm of emotions. Determination, gratitude, and a love so profound it was its own form of power. She came to Noah, stood on her toes, and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Thank you, she whispered. He smiled. Focus on your elevation. She sat down beside him as he continued to cook. Her form a serene, glowing beacon of burgeoning power, Core floated over, her abyssal eyes looking him up and down with a new, analytical light. Many beings obtain power and keep it all to themselves, she mused, her voice a philosophical hum. Because why not? That is a common way of existence. But you do the opposite. You are an interesting character, outsider. Noah simply nodded with a smile, his focus on the culinary masterpiece he was creating. His cooking tower of Osmond had reached the third stage. In addition to Biss achievements in the verdant Eternia tribe of the earliest folds, he could cook. Concepts, and in this moment of crisis, of uncertainty, of a looming, existential doom, he knew exactly what concept needed to be on the menu. Desperation. He reached into the very heart of that feeling, the one that had been his constant companion, his most potent fuel. He pulled upon its essence and wove it into the meat. The air shimmered, and a new color, a deep, vibrant crimson like the heart of a dying star, flowed down from his hands and into the sizzling fish. It was the color of the final stand, of the will to fight when all is lost. For the first time, a concept was being cooked in the early veiled shore, the process completed with a final, glorious sizzle. The meat was a work of art, each of the few hundred pieces a perfect, bite-sized jewel. It was seared to a golden brown on the outside, the flesh within a pearlescent, translucent white that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The aroma was a paradox of savory, oceanic notes, and something else, something that smelled like urgency. Like the moment before a storm breaks, you have cooked a concept. This is an act of profound, almost absurd, effort. The resulting dish is a masterpiece that transcends mere food. The principle of perpetual harvest is Very impressed, Feast of Desperate Transcendence, effect, each piece consumed grants 5 trillion in complexity and purity, conceptual flavor, desperation. For 1 month, the consumer's existence will feel a constant sense of calm urgency and desperation. This state will cause their complexity and purity to rise 10 times as quickly through any action. Additional boon, this meal will permanently increase the consumer's resilience to existential pressure in hockey. Oh, Noah read the prompts as a slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. He looked at the few hundred pieces of perfectly cooked, concept-infused meat floating before him, and then he raised his voice, his command a joyous, booming invitation that echoed across the entire shore. It is time for a feast, Huum. His voice spread far and wide. His mother, Moraine, Titano, the Emperor Penguin, Leora. All came, his queens Barbados, Adelaide, Athena, and the others. Sent forth their clones from the abode. This would be the first full feast where his people, his family, would eat a cooked concept. None of them knew how long they had until the fallout came. Until then, they had to be desperate. And every now and then, they had to enjoy existence. They gathered on the golden sands, a glorious, chaotic assembly of titans and monsters. There were no tables, no fine cutlery. They sat on the ground, a tribal, archaic gathering that felt more real, more honest, than any formal banquet. Noah motioned with his hands, and a piece of the celestial meat floated to each of them. They took their first bites. And their eyes opened with a glorious, unified shock. The taste was a symphony, a story of the deep sea and the burning heart of desperation. They began to eat in earnest, mouthful after glorious mouthful. Sparkling auroras of pure complexity and purity erupted around each of them, their power levels surging. Those who were not yet dukes began their inexorable climb toward the 10 trillion marker. Soon, all those in the early veiled shore would be dukes at a minimum. This was his power. This was his tyranny. It was an archaic feast, a scene of communal power and shared joy that might have been plucked from the memory of the earliest folds itself, and at its center, Noah watched, a quiet, tyrannical patriarch, his heart full, his resolve absolute. The feast was a symphony of glorious, chaotic joy. The radiant shore was alive with a vibrancy that transcended mere celebration. At its heart, Noah's people, his family, were partaking in a meal that was not just food, but a sacrament of their shared, impossible journey. Malthus moved among them, a silent, graceful specter of perfect servitude. Around him, a dozen archaic glasses, carved from what looked like solidified shadow, floated in a perfect, rotating orbit. They were filled with the sacred meat of existence, a liquid starlight that pulsed with a gentle, white gold light. With a flick of his wrist, a glass would detach from the orbit and float to a guest, refilling their cup before they even knew it was empty. With every sip, their complexity exploded, their very beings humming with a power that was both a gift and a promise. In a quieter corner, surrounded by a fortress of floating books, the Queen of Matter and the Shadow Guard, Night, were enjoying the feast in their own particular way. The Queen of Matter had a piece of the concept-infused fish in one hand and a golden quill in the other, her eyes wide with the frantic energy of someone trying to document a miracle while simultaneously experiencing it. Night, a calm shadow in the brilliant light, would occasionally offer a quiet, insightful comment, a cool counterpoint to the Queen's explosive enthusiasm. Noah watched them all, a quiet, profound satisfaction settling deep within the furnace of his heart of tyranny. He sought his mother, her face radiant with a power that now matched her boundless love, laughing with Adelaide and Athena. Chapter 42:19 Feasts and Festivals. 3. He saw Titano, the simple giant, being shown by Erickson how to properly hold a piece of fish with a slipper for maximum comedic effect. He saw his son, Henry, standing with Leora, as the two ate. He saw it all, and he knew this moment of peace, this fragile island of joy in an ocean of impending doom, could not last. It was time. He rose, and the joyous din of the feast quieted. All eyes turned to him, their gazes filled with a mixture of reverence, loyalty, and a deep, abiding trust. We have been through many things together, he began, his voice a calm, steady current that flowed across the golden sands. We have faced apocalypses, battled monsters, and stood against forces that should have unmade us. We have survived. And we have grown stronger for it. Huum. He let the words hang in the air, a shared acknowledgement of their impossible journey. Recently, he continued, his tone shifting, the warmth in his voice giving way to a cold, hard gravity. I learned of events that occurred eons ago, in the earliest folds. Events that set into motion the collapse of existence itself. A coming fallout. A hush fell over the crowd. The food, moments before a source of ecstatic pleasure, suddenly felt heavy in their hands. The stories you have begun to hear about the living existences, about the creature. All those beings are supposedly protected in a bunker of their own making. Everyone else, everyone outside of this bunker, of this loom, is destined to perish. Boom. The words were a quiet detonation, a truth so vast and so terrible it seemed to suck the very air from the shore. Many paused mid-chew, their eyes wide and bright as they listened, the taste of desperation from the meal now a chilling premonition. All of this was set in motion eons ago. Noah's voice was a flat, unyielding line. Even those who built the bunker did not know when this would occur. It did not happen in the past millions of years. It may not occur in another million years. Or it could occur in the next year, the next month, or even tomorrow. Nobody knows. And herein lies the reason for our desperation. Why the food you are feasting on is filled with the concept of desperation. Because since we do not know when the collapse and the fallout are coming, we have to do everything we can to attain enough power to survive it. An immense silence followed, a quiet so profound that the gentle lapping of the sacred waters on the distant shore sounded like a roar. His people gazed at him, and in their eyes, he saw no fear, no despair. Only a shining, unwavering faith. A faith that was a heavier burden than any crown. He sighed, the weight of their trust a physical thing upon his shoulders, and he turned his gaze to his son. To Henry, he looked at him, and then at all of them. We have survived many things before this, he said, his voice softer now, laced with a vulnerability. But the ordeal ahead is one that even I am unsure of. The power we need to attain is a distant, almost mythical thing. It is not a power, but the power. If we have time, we will achieve it. And that is the only peril, not knowing how much time we have. But until then, we continue to be desperate. We continue to struggle. He took a breath, his gaze sweeping over each of them. A leader seeing not just soldiers, but family. I tell you this situation not to foster fear, but to let you know that I will be doing everything I can. But that is me, in this vastness of existence. Each of you has your own existence. There is no harm in being desperate yourselves. In going as far as you possibly can. Just like any other apocalypse. We will survive this. We will do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. The words were a vow, a promise, a declaration of war against fate itself. In the silence that followed, a single, defiant figure rose. The emperor penguin, a piece of celestial fish still held in its flipper, raised its other flipper high in the air and bellowed. Its voice a comical, yet profoundly serious, squawk, whatever it takes. For a moment, there was just that single, absurd voice. Then, another joined. Erickson, a wild grin on his face, rose and raised the slipper of existential humiliation. Whatever it takes. Then Kazuhiko, his hand on his sword, a silent, deadly promise in his eyes. Moraine, a quiet, burning loyalty in her paradoxical gaze. Titano, a simple, booming echo of his new brother's will, ruination, her voice the sound of endings choosing to fight. The Infiniverse, a chorus of countless souls speaking as one. One by one, they all began to rise, their individual voices a dissonant, chaotic chorus of defiance, and then, in a few seconds, they found their harmony. They all spoke as one, their unified voice a thunderous, wheel-shaking roar. Whatever it takes. Boom, an electrical energy, a current of pure, unadulterated fervor, surged across the shore. Kor, who had been watching with shining, ancient eyes, smiled and joined in, her voice a whisper that was somehow the loudest of all. In the Inevitability Ranch sanctuary, the young inevitabilities raised their tentacles and screeched, a hungry, joyous cry of agreement. Hydron and Yashinami appeared, their eyes blazing with a fierce, protective light. Malthus, who had been observing with a profound, respectful gaze, looked at his lord and mouthed the words. His loyalty a silent, unbreakable oath. Noah felt it all, their booming shouts, their collective, desperate will. A tidal wave of emotion, and he did not fight them. He let them wash over him, through him. The bloody purple flames of his haki, which had been a controlled, contained fire, erupted from him, a raging, regal inferno that reached for the heavens. He opened his mouth, and his voice, the voice of their emperor, their leader, their family, joined theirs. The entire radiant shore, every being, every grain of sand, every drop of water, roared as one, whatever it takes. Boom. Chapter 42:20 Feasts and Festivals. 4. The shore buzzed with a glory so profound it seemed to shake the very foundations of existence. A moment of quintessential unity has been achieved. The collective will of all beings within the radiant shore has synchronized with the will of its master. The effort of this unified declaration has been recognized by the principle of perpetual harvest. boon of unity. For the next 24 hours, all actions taken in service of the collective goal of survival will have their effectiveness amplified by 10,000%. New distinction gained, the tyrant of a desperate people, the echoes of their roar faded, but the energy remained, a palpable, thrumming presence in the air. Noah gazed out at his people, at their shining eyes, at their faces etched with a singular, terrible purpose. They would survive. No matter what it took, festivals and feasts. These were humanity's answer to the crushing weight of existence. If you're going to live an existence that might end at any moment, electric shocks, trucks, weapons of mass destruction, you might as well have good food and decent company while you wait. It's the philosophy of the terminally optimistic or the wisely resigned, depending on your perspective. They say the purpose of festivals is to celebrate, to mark occasions, to bring communities together, but really, their existence's way of saying, look, I know everything is temporary and probably meaningless, but have you tried these canapes? But really, their existence's way of saying, look, I know everything is temporary and probably meaningless, but have you tried these canapes? In the earliest folds, when celebration hadn't yet learned to be cautious, one of the largest festivals of existence unfolded under the watch of Gilgamesh, the first leader. This wasn't some minor gathering where early creatures awkwardly mingled while avoiding eye contact. This was an event so significant that even the living existences descended from whatever lofty dimensions they usually occupied. The living spirit, the living dimensional, the living elemental, and the living concept floated above the festivities like constellations that had decided to attend a party. Their forms cast light that didn't follow physics, creating an atmosphere where impossible things seemed merely improbable. Below them, the festival sprawled across dimensions. Early creatures whose power could reshape reality mingled with living existences still figuring out their authorities. Even a few fold dwellers had been invited or had invited themselves. The records were unclear on that point. At the center of it all, Gilgamesh sat upon a grand white throne that made mountains feel inadequate. He received a procession of early creatures from different tribes paying respects, each one approaching with gifts that would have bankrupted civilizations. Compressed wheels, crystallized time. Concepts that had been considered too dangerous to exist. The surviving early creatures that had been a part of the verdant Eternia tribe had outdone themselves among those cooking. They had advanced their cooking methodology to the point where flavor transcended taste and became experience. One bite of their prepared dishes could convey entire lifetimes of satisfaction. Sacred herbs that normally required eons to mature had been cultivated specifically for this event. It was, by all accounts, harmonious. Which should have been everyone's first warning. A jubilant cloud of emotions descended from above. Not gradually but with the suddenness of feelings that refused to be ignored. The living emotive had arrived, fashionably late to a party that hadn't invited them. The reaction from the living existences was immediate and unwelcoming. The living dimensional's form contracted with visible disgust, its voice carrying across dimensions with deliberate clarity. You are not welcome here, emotive. This festival has no need of your particular contributions. The public rejection, spoken before countless witnesses, would have devastated any being that cared about social standing. The living emotive simply smiled wider, emotions cycling through its form like a kaleidoscope of feeling. Without emotions, how can there be a feast? Emotive's voice carried forced cheer that made several nearby beings unconsciously step back. Come on, let us enjoy. Emotive descended to hover near the living concept, who regarded this arrival with the resignation of someone who knew their evening had just become complicated. Do you want to know the purpose of this festival? Concept asked, perhaps hoping that understanding might encourage departure. The living emotive smile shifted into something that made nearby sacred herbs wilt. Does it matter what the purpose is? This is a feast and festival to feed. The pause that followed carried weight that made gravity jealous. And sometimes, you have to fatten the pigs before you lead them to slaughter. Boom, the words landed like a blade wrapped in silk. The living concept's form actually recoiled. Ideas within it reconfiguring rapidly as implications cascaded through its consciousness. The philosophy of fattening pigs for slaughter. Such an agricultural metaphor for such a grand gathering. Make them comfortable. Let them feast. Allow them to believe they're honored guests rather than eventual offerings. The kindness isn't kindness, it's preparation. The generosity isn't generous, it's investment in a future harvest. Every festival, in this light, becomes suspect. Every feast carries the question, are we celebrating, or are we being celebrated? Are we guests at the table, or are we eventually the meal? The living emotive stood at that grand festival, watching early creatures feast on impossible delicacies. Watching them grow stronger, more complex, more valuable. Watching them fatten on gifts and honors and recognition. On that day, who knew what the living emotive meant by those words? Who could have predicted that sometimes the most dangerous predator is the one that feeds you first? The festival continued, of course. The music played, the food was consumed, the ceremonies proceeded. But something had shifted. A shadow had fallen across the celebration, subtle as emotion but persistent as feeling. Some say that was the last truly grand festival of the earliest folds. After that, gatherings became smaller, more cautious, trust became a luxury that even beings of immense power couldn't quite afford. After all, once you've heard someone compare a feast to fattening pigs for slaughter, it's hard to enjoy the meal without wondering when the butcher arrives. Chapter 42:21 Feasts and Festivals. In the current era, in the early Veiled Shore, the fervor of their unified cry, whatever it takes, still lingered in the air of the radiant shore, an electrical charge of pure, unadulterated purpose. The feast continued, but its nature had changed. It was no longer a simple celebration of a single victory, but the solemn, joyous meal of a people who had accepted their shared, desperate destiny. The taste of the concept-infused fish was still a symphony on the tongue, but now each bite was a reminder of the desperation they had chosen to embrace, the power they had to accumulate. Malphas, a silent, graceful shadow amidst the radiant light, moved through the gathering. Noah watched it all calmly. As he was observing the glorious scene, the figure of Malphas appeared before him, a silent, respectful presence. He bowed lightly, his crimson eyes holding a deep, analytical light. "My lord," he began, his voice a low, cultured baritone that cut through the ambient joy of the feast. He conjured a shadowy screen in the air before Noah, a window into another time, another place. "I have a report." The screen flickered to life, showing the chaotic, war-torn skies of the transcendent origin folds. From this impossible vantage point, Malphas's narration began. Schrodinger's movements were masterful, he said, his tone holding a professional, almost chilling, respect. He used the chaos of the battle, the very presence of the dead, as a cloak. His paradoxical weavings allowed him to move undetected, evading the defensive measures of those still remaining in the heart of origin. He bypassed reserve forces that, I can confirm, hold power equal to or even greater than the nine-headed turtle, HUUM. The shadowy screen zoomed in, following a faint, almost imperceptible distortion in the fabric of spacetime. His purpose was twofold, Malphas continued. 1. We do not yet know. He made his weavings murky, even to my perception, for a brief, critical moment within the heart of origin. The other purpose, however, is now clear. He went to free a prisoner. The screen shifted, showing a deep, hidden chamber within the heart of origin, a prison carved from the very concept of immutability, and within it, a woman. She was wrapped in a tattered, obsidian robe, held together by chains that seemed to be forged from solidified paradoxes and origins. She was on her knees, her form so frail she did not even seem capable of walking. But then she looked up, and her eyes held a terrifying, untamed power, a gaze that could unmake folds. As if she could feel the gaze of Malphas's crows upon her, she turned and looked directly at the screen, and in that moment, both she and Schrödinger, who had just appeared beside her, vanished. Her name, Malphas said, his voice a low, somber note, from the little I was able to extract from her weavings, is Leonor Roros. The name echoed in the quiet space around Noah. And then, a sharp gasp. Leonor Roros. Moiraine shot to her feet, her usual serene, paradoxical grace shattered. Her eyes were shining with a brilliant, fervent light, a mixture of awe, respect, and a dawning, terrible dread. She was a legend, Moiraine whispered, her voice buzzing. One of the oldest, most powerful living paradoxes, a close, devoted follower of the living paradox themselves. The stories said she was a force of nature, a being whose command of paradox was so absolute she could turn an enemy's own strength into the weapon of their demise. She took a deep, shuddering breath. What she knew of her people spilling from her eons ago. She was injured in a battle in the wandering territories. The coalition of living existences saw their chance. They ambushed her with their strongest while she was at her weakest. She stood against them all, alone. The battle was said to have shattered 3 entire folds. We all believed she had fallen, that she had been collapsed in that final, glorious stand. But it seems she was alive. They didn't kill her. They kept her locked up. All this time, Noah listened, his expression a mask of cold, analytical calm. So, he said, his voice cutting through the heavy, emotional atmosphere. What does Schrödinger want with this Leonore Rurose? Moraine pondered this, her mind racing. Leonore was more than just powerful. She was a leader, a figure that all living paradoxes would follow without question. Schrödinger has attained a similar height, but she was above it. Her return. I can't imagine what it would mean. Malthus looked between his lord and Moraine, then bowed. I will expand my reach into the transcendent paradoxical folds. I will endeavor to obtain more information, my lord. Noah gave a single, permissive nod. As Malthus turned to leave, another figure approached, her steps hesitant but her eyes filled with a new, burning determination. It was Leora. She bowed respectfully before Noah. Sir, she began, her voice a soft, yet firm, plea. I wonder if it would be okay for me to go and rescue my father? With the power I have now, she fiddled with the fabric of her white dress as she spoke. Noah smiled, he remembered Bob. Or, as Thoron had liked to call him, Little Bobby. He looked at Leora, at the young woman who now radiated a power in excess of 10 trillion, a power that now surpassed her own father's. He gave her a nod. Bob is in the lands of the living laws, touring a prison while devouring the paradoxes jailed there. You can go, but, as he spoke, a figure walked up from behind Leora. His son, Henry, I will accompany her. Father, he said, his voice steady and confident. And I'll take a few others, to ensure that everything goes smoothly. Noah's eyes, sharp and assessing, moved between Henry and Leora. He saw the quiet resolve in his son's eyes, the grateful hope in Leora's. He smiled calmly, then turned his gaze towards the Inevitability Ranch sanctuary. Take one of these little guys as well, he said. He beckoned, and one of the young Inevitabilities, the one that had taken a liking to him, came bouncing over like a happy, terrifyingly powerful puppy. Henry reached out and stroked its writhing tentacles with a calm, familiar gesture. He looked over at Lilith, Iam, Lodovico, the Bard of Quintessence, and a few others. A small party was forming, a rescue mission into the heart of the living law's domain. A party of ridiculously powerful dukes. Leora gave a light, grateful bow to Noah. He waved his hand, and a radiant, white gold light enveloped them. In the next instant, they were gone. Chapter 42:22 Bobby. In a fold under the control of living laws. There was the juridical sanctum. The juridical sanctum of the living laws was a place of profound, unnerving stillness. It was a realm carved from a single, unified concept, absolute, unyielding law. Pristine floors of white marble, polished to a mirror sheen, stretched out in every direction, reflecting a sky that was not a sky at all, but a luminous, featureless expanse of pure, white light. From these floors, massive marbled pillars, each one a testament to the unshakable foundations of law, rose to meet that impossible sky. All around, in silent, solemn rows, stood massive statues of white crystal and stone. They were effigies of famous dukes of law from across the eons, each one depicted with a blindfold over their eyes and holding a different type of scale, a silent, eternal testament to the idea that justice was blind and that all things could be weighed. The air itself was cold, sterile, and utterly silent, and into this perfect, sterile silence, chaos arrived. A brilliant, white gold light flashed into existence. And then they were there, Henry, Leora, Lilith, Iam, Lodovico, the Bard of Quintessence, and a single, writhing, and curiously happy young Inevitability. They had barely materialized, their auras of Duke-level power a riot of color and energy in this monochrome world, when they realized they were not alone. Directly ahead of them, a patrol of honored and prime living laws, their forms shimmering with the silver-white light of their authority, had been moving across the marbled expanse. They stopped, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with a shock so profound it seemed to have momentarily broken their connection to the very laws of existence they embodied. Henry smiled wryly. A flicker of his father's own tyrannical amusement danced in his eyes. He knew his father could have placed them in the deepest, most secure cell, directly in front of Bob. But no, they had been dropped at what was likely the very entrance to this vast prison, light years from their target, directly in front of a welcoming committee. Is he testing me? Henry thought. Trying to get me to flex my muscles a bit. He stepped forward, his movements casual, his smile disarming. Hey there, he said, his voice echoing in the vast, silent space. We're just here to grab one person. You won't give us any trouble, will you? The living laws were dumbstruck. They could feel it, the crushing, undeniable weight of the beings before them, dukes. All of them, beings that could flatten them, their laws, and this entire section of the sanctum in a single, thoughtless instant. For a long moment, there was only a stunned silence. Then, the leading honored living law, a being whose face was a mask of stern, ancient judgment, did something unexpected. His expression broke into a wide, almost manic smile. "Wow," he exclaimed, his voice filled with a theatrical awe. "We did not see anything at all. In fact, I believe we saw some sirs who seemed to be in need of directions? And perhaps keys." With a flourish, the honored living law took out a set of shimmering, crystalline keys and tossed them towards Henry. Was just an honored living law. Was he to just throw his life away? He wanted to live. He then turned to the other, still frozen living laws, his expression becoming deadly serious. "Sometimes," he said, his voice a low, profound declaration, "for the sake of greater peace, the law must be blind." He then stood ramrod straight, his arms crossed, his eyes closed, a perfect imitation of the statues that surrounded them. The other laws, after a moment of stunned hesitation, followed his lead. They became a living, breathing wall of willful ignorance. All for the sake of their lives. Henry shook his head with a smile. He caught the keys and turned to his party. "Wait here," he said, his eyes finding Leora's. She was a tempest of conflicting emotions, her gaze a mixture of desperate hope and anxious concern. He gave her a reassuring nod. He breathed in, and he felt it. The burgeoning, impossible power that was his birthright. "You are the only progeny of the early creature, Osmond. Your existence, born of such a unique and powerful lineage, has begun to retroactively attempt to produce the blood of an early creature. Your heart is unfathomably strong. In the future, you stand a chance of inheriting the heart of an early creature." Henry smiled, a true, brilliant expression of pure, unadulterated confidence. It was the power of his father. A legacy that was only just beginning to awaken within him. "O true emperor of nepotism, which abilities of your father do you wish to utilize?" He didn't have to think. He sent the command, a silent, arrogant whisper to the very fabric of his being: "Plot. Put the true source of plot to use. Make it so that we stand right before Bob in the next second." A blinding, golden light, the very color of narrative destiny, wrapped around him and his companions. The weavings of plot have been invoked. A long and tedious journey has been deemed unnecessary for the current narrative. Existence itself is being bent. The scenic route is being skipped, cutting across the vast prison of the living laws. Now, boom, the marbled floors and pillars of the sanctum cracked, not from a physical impact, but from the sheer, narrative force of their departure. In the next moment, their figures materialized light years away. In the deepest heart of the prison, they reappeared in a vast, cold void, filled with massive, floating white cages. Most of these cages were torn open, their occupants either escaped or consumed. They stood before one cage that was still intact. Inside, a figure with white gold skin and a perfectly round, bald head that shone with a brilliant light was licking his lips, as if he had just finished a hearty meal. Bob, little Bobby. Chapter 42:23. Bobby 2. His eyes, wide and filled with a wild, almost feral light, snapped towards them. His jaw dropped. "Leora, father!" Leora cried, a wave of pure, unrestrained joy washing over her. She rushed forward, phasing through the bars of the cage and throwing her arms around him in a fierce embrace, but at the same time, "Who dares?" booming shout echoed through the void. The aura of a Duke of Law, a power of at least 30 trillion, flared from above. Soon after, hundreds of honored and prime living laws appeared, their white garbs a stark contrast to the darkness of the void. The Duke, a woman of cold, breathtaking beauty, was shocked to first sense and then see a group of foreign dukes in her prison. And she attacked instantly. White living law authority erupted from her, and above each of Henry's party, a massive white scale, the very symbol of judgment, appeared, seeking to crush them. Bob paled, his eyes wide with terror. He held his daughter close, his body tensing as a swarm of black tentacles began to surge from his back, ready to reveal his own dark secret to protect her. But before he could, "It's okay," Henry's voice was a calm, steady anchor in the storm. He smiled, a perfect echo of his father's own confident, tyrannical grin. He didn't even move. Bob watched in shock as first, his own daughter, his precious Leora, looked up in anger. "Who dares interrupt my reunion with my father?" she roared. And with a single tap of her finger, a torrent of white gold origin flames erupted upwards, seeking to melt the very concept of judgment. At the same time, Lilith stepped forward, demonic chains, she purred, and from her chains of pure, binding origin authority shot up, intending to shatter the scales. "I am followed," a radiant smile on her face. "Son of Helios," she called, and a miniature white gold sun, blazing with the heat of a wheel's core, rose to meet the attack. Lodovico, the quiet sculptor, took out a simple chisel and struck the air, a conceptual blow that sent cracks racing up the descending scales. And finally, the bard of quintessence, the simian being with fur of white gold, struck a single, resonant note on his lute. A wave of pure, terrifying melody crashed upwards, and amidst it all, the young inevitability, with a happy, gurgling sound, sent its own writhing tentacles into the fray, eager to devour everything. The combined assault of these newly minted dukes was a symphony of destruction. The Duke of Law's attack was not just pushed back, it was annihilated, the massive scales shattered, and the shockwave of their power ripped through the very sky of the juridical sanctum, tearing the prison itself in half. In this area, amidst this shocking display of power, Henry looked at Bob and Leora. He was about to tell them it was time to go when he heard a familiar voice of his father in his mind. A calm, commanding whisper from across the folds, "Stay for a little while longer. Fight the dukes that come. Get some experience, HUUM." Henry was astonished. But he listened, and he nodded. He turned to his companions, a wide smile on his face. "Okay, everyone," he announced, his voice filled with a joyous, battle-hungry light. "We will stay a little bit longer and have a training exercise." Bob heard this, and his mind reeled. "What?" he cried, his voice a mixture of incredulity and disbelief. "No, we must leave before dash." Henry turned to him and shook his head calmly. "Father wants us to have this training exercise, so we will have it. After that, we'll go, a training exercise." He had truly called this a training exercise. Bob turned to his daughter, expecting to see some semblance of common sense, some urgency to leave, but... "Ha!" He blinked, looking at her. She was gazing at Henry, a radiant, smiling, almost adoring look on her face, a look he did not like at all. He protectively wrapped his arms around his daughter, his own gaze turning cautious as he looked at Henry. Was someone trying to get their hands on his precious daughter? He couldn't affirm things right now, but the inevitability within him buzzed with a hungry light as he remembered his ailment and pulled back from his daughter slightly. Right. There was still the ordeal of the mutated inevitability inside him he had to deal with to make sure he didn't hurt anyone around him. In the folds of the living laws, a prison break and training exercise continued, but in another location, a prison break has already occurred as the one who used to be prisoner had been whisked away, far from any known locations, in a veiled weaving of existence. Schrödinger and the entity he supported arrived not with a bang, but with the quiet sigh of displaced reality. One moment, they were in the chaotic, war-torn skies of the transcendent origin folds, and the next, their feet touched the dark, damp sand of a world that had forgotten the sun. Murky, listless waters sloshed behind them, a sea the color of old bruises. Ahead, a massive, continental-sized landmass stretched to a horizon that was lost in a perpetual, colorless twilight. It had the bones of an early veiled shore, the grand, impossible scale of a place forged by primordial power. But it was a skeleton, a memory. It had none of the vibrant, white gold brilliance, none of the teeming, vivid life. Grand, ancient structures, their architecture echoing the abodes of early creatures, rose like monuments to a forgotten age, their surfaces worn smooth by eons of a wind that carried no scent of life. In some regions of the vast continent, plots of farmland had been cleared, and a few hardy-looking sacred herbs were being cultivated, but the very soil seemed harsh, tired, and not conducive to growth. This was a place of struggle, a sanctuary built on the edge of oblivion. And yet, it was not empty. The air was thick with the auras of tens of thousands of scattered lifeforms, a shocking, impossible congregation of all 10 different types of living existences. Chapter 42:24 Desiccated. As Schrödinger and Leonore Ruros touched down, a figure emerged from a nearby, half-tended field. It was Duke Valen, the blind Duke of Origin, his wizened, bearded face etched with a deep, abiding concern. He moved forward to help Schrödinger, who was supporting the frail, trembling form of Leonore. Behind him, other figures paused in their work, dukes of living temporals, their forms flickering in and out of the present. Living elementals, who seemed to be trying to coax warmth back into the dead soil. Even other living paradoxes, their expressions a mixture of surprise and wary respect. Schrödinger waved a hand, a gentle, dismissive gesture. "It is okay," he said, his voice carrying a quiet authority that sought no argument. "I will tend to her without an issue." Duke Valen and the others nodded, their gazes lingering on the woman Schrödinger supported. Her right arm was wrapped around his shoulders, her form so weak and feeble it seemed a strong breeze could unmake her. And yet, the dukes were astonished to see that between these two beings of paradox, no inevitabilities formed. The air remained stable, calm. It was a violation of a fundamental law, a paradox within a paradox. Why was that? their curiosity piqued, Duke Valen and a few others allowed their own authorities to gently reach out, to try and perceive a little more of this new entrant, but the moment their senses brushed against her, her head lifted. Her crimson eyes, which had been half closed in exhaustion, opened fully and glanced at them. It was a look devoid of malice, of anger, of anything at all. And yet, in that empty gaze, they felt a weight so profound, so absolutely terrifying, that they all trembled and instinctively averted their own senses, a cold, primal dread flooding their beings. Schrödinger led Leonore across the desiccated sleeping shore, his movements filled with a tenderness that was a stark contrast to his usual chaotic nature. His arm was a firm, steady support around her waist, his pace measured to match her faltering steps. Everywhere they passed, whether by the struggling farmlands or the grand, silent structures, the powerful beings of this hidden sanctuary would pause and offer a nod of profound respect. Dukes who could have commanded folds, royals whose very presence was a law, all acknowledged Schrödinger not as a peer, but as a leader. They eventually arrived at an abode that stood before a clear, blue pond, a single point of vibrant life in this otherwise desolate landscape. Schrödinger waved his hand, and a paradoxical golden film of light, both transparent and opaque, covered the entire area. Isolating them from all outside perception, he tenderly set Leonore down at the edge of the pond, her legs submerged in the cool, clear water. The moment her skin touched the water, it began to shine with a unique, healing energy that flowed into her body. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, Leonore spoke, her voice a dry, cracked whisper. Any luck? Schrödinger shook his head, a gesture of profound, weary disappointment. He waved his hands, and a collection of terrifyingly complex herbs and items dot a crystallized tear of a weeping wheel, the powdered heart of a concept that had died of loneliness, and more materialized and floated towards Leonore, fusing into her body and bringing a faint, vibrant glow back to her pale complexion. In all these years, not much progress has been made, he said, his voice heavy. More forces were gathered here, as you saw. But the loom, it remains impenetrable. It was designed that way. As you told me yourself, an immense, suffocating silence descended. Leonore said nothing, her gaze lost in the shimmering waters of the pond. Eventually, Schrödinger finished his work and came to sit beside her. Her eyes, which had been vacant, began to blaze with a defiant, burning light. At this point, she said, her voice a low, venomous hiss, I just want to prove them wrong. Even if they deemed me defective, not up to par to enter with those permitted entry into the loom. Even if the one I looked up to the most left me behind. I just want to do it to spite them. To show them that they were wrong. She paused, the fire in her eyes dimming slightly, replaced by a deep, aching vulnerability. But it is hard. The words were a quiet confession of a pain that had festered for eons. Schrödinger looked ahead, his gaze calm, yet filled with a confidence that seemed to defy the very reality of their situation. We will find a way, he said, his voice a steady, unwavering promise. Before the clock runs out, we will find a way. You will not experience any collapse or fallout. This, I promise you. At his words, Leonore smiled, a sad, beautiful, and utterly heartbreaking expression. She shook her head, and as she did, her body began to brim with a terrifying purity, a power that easily reached into the dozens of quadrillions. There you go again, she whispered, making promises you cannot fulfill. After her words, a comfortable silence settled between them. They simply sat, their feet in the glowing water, two ancient beings against an impossible doom. It was Leonore who spoke up first, her voice a little stronger now. What is next? Schrödinger's gaze sharpened, his mind, ever the strategist, turning to the new variables on the board. First, we have to get you acclimated to a few changes. Some new players. There are the forces from the sanctuary of the first farmer, who may have something. And there is also this Osmont. Someone that is likely an early creature, or maybe not. Oh? Leonore blinked, a flicker of genuine interest in her crimson eyes. Schrödinger smiled and nodded. There are many possibilities, he said, his voice a low, thoughtful hum. We simply need to see which ones will help us find the solution to survive what is coming. Chapter 4225 Mobius Strip I. While a part of Noah's existence remained in that beautiful, impossible sanctuary that was his early veiled shore, overseeing the continued growth and the distribution of his impossible harvest, his primary focus had shifted. His body in the Concordat amphitheater was about to embark on a new, perilous journey. he stood upon the deck of a vessel that Alicia Firmhand of the Bluefields had summoned from the depths of the wandering territories. It was, for lack of a better word, a barge. It was not a sleek, elegant ship of war, but a broad, sturdy craft built for endurance and for transporting farming materials. Its deck was a vast expanse of what looked like petrified, dark green wood, its surface covered in intricate, swirling patterns that pulsed with a faint, verdant light. It was the size of a small world, perhaps 3,000 miles from bow to stern, a floating island of stability in the chaotic sea of existence, and at its forefront, harnessed by chains of solidified, bronze-hued authority, was a single, colossal obsidian ox. Noah's gaze swept over the magnificent, impossible sight, his perception dissecting the vessel and its beast of burden, the verdant ark. Classification: transcendent fold-class barge. Distinction: a vessel of the first farmer's sanctuary. Primary attribute: can withstand and navigate the environmental effects of collapse, traversing the spaces between existence. Secondary attribute: radiates a passive aura of growth, making it less likely to be targeted by predatory concepts. Primordial obsidian ox. Classification: early living land lifeform. Complexity: 1,200,000,000,000, 1.2 quadrillion. Purity: 100 trillion, 1.1 quadrillion. Distinction: the unflinching navigator. Its purpose is singular: to pull the verdant ark through any and all dangers. An ox with a power exceeding a single quadrillion. Was the one transporting them through the dangers of the wandering territories. As he finished his analysis, Alicia Firmhand's voice echoed out across the deck. "We shall set off." The obsidian ox let out a low, rumbling moo, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the temporal folds. The barge began to move, and the grand, impossible architecture of the Concordat amphitheater disappeared around them, replaced by a swirling, multicolored maelstrom of light. The chaotic, beautiful space between the folds. As their journey began, Alicia turned to the tens of thousands of living existences now boarded on the Arkansas. Her face was a mask of grim resolve. "You have all heard, or experienced with your other bodies, the tears of existence and the terror of the dead in the transcendent origin folds." She turned to the contingent of living origins, her gaze softening with a flicker of genuine sympathy. "I am sorry for the losses you all incurred. Eternitas Concordia was a unique monument of living origins, and it is now gone. This is all the more reason for urgency and cooperation." The expressions of the living origins were cold, hard masks of contained grief and rage. Origin Ama Gias stood at their forefront, her pure white eyes void of unreadable emotion, but their gazes, all of them, kept darting sideways, drawn by an irresistible, terrifying gravity towards the calm, seated figure of Noah. Duke Gwendolyn, in particular, looked dazed, her gaze barely able to meet his. She had heard the reports. She knew that he had displayed a power capable of easily decimating the dead at a few hundred trillion complexity. Her own power, less than 50 trillion, felt like a child's toy in comparison. Did that not mean he could have swatted her away, at any time, with a single, thoughtless gesture? The thought was a sickening knot in the pit of her existence. Origin Ama Gias, however, maintained her composure. "The support we obtained from your forces and the other living existences was enough to ensure that we did not have continuing losses," she said, her voice a calm, steady current. Though it seems, in that chaos, her gaze, once so unreadable, turned cold and sharp. It panned around, sweeping over the assembled factions before locking onto the living paradoxes with a venomous, accusatory light. "It seems in that chaos, some might have used it as an opportunity to steal something from our heart of origin." The accusation hung in the air, a palpable, dangerous thing. Alicia Firmhand's eyes narrowed with interest. What was stolen? Origin Ama Gias shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the paradoxes. "Nothing of importance. Just a decrepit old woman." Her gaze was a physical force, a challenge thrown across the deck. But from the forefront of the living paradoxes, the massive, serpentine form of Goliath, now in a more compact, humanoid guise, merely turned his head. He looked at her, and in his gaze, there was nothing. No anger, no denial. Just a calm, paradoxical void. And yet, that simple look was enough. Origin Ama Gias's expression became ashen, and she was forced to look away. The mere gaze of Goliath was a threat so profound, so absolute, that even with the marks of unity, it felt as if he could act without consequence. That he could collapse her existence before any protection could activate. Alicia Firmhand watched the silent exchange, her eyes sharp with a caution when she gazed at Goliath as well. She nodded once, a gesture of acknowledgement, then turned her attention back to the assembled forces. "It is a long and perilous journey through the wandering territories," she said, her voice a low, somber warning. We are crossing through the spaces, the gaps between existence. We will be going through endless weavings of collapse. Frequently, you will come across living collapses that will attack anything in sight, but they are even more motivated when they come across living paradoxes. On the barge, Noah listened to all of this, his gaze calm and analytical. He had noted the interaction between Goliath and GIAs, had filed away the information about the stolen old woman, and was now processing Alicia's words. She continued, her voice painting a picture of a realm that was not just dangerous, but fundamentally wrong. The first farmer sought the wandering territories because they were unsuitable for any other existence to truly live in. Authority is more chaotic there. Teleportation and movement across space fail constantly, you may even be sent to random locations. It was said that in the earliest folds, before the dead existences came to be, when any existence collapsed, all shreds of what their beings used to be were transferred to the wandering territories. It became a graveyard, filled with countless weavings of collapse. Now, when unfathomably powerful and complex existences perish, it is said that parts of them still become living collapses, while the other parts cross the veil and become the dead. Of course, these are all conjectures. But that is the wandering territories. Chapter 42-26 Mobius Strip 2. Noah listened to Alicia Firmhand, his mind a quiet, whirring engine of analysis. He turned to the other body of Core, who had chosen to accompany him on this journey, and sent his voice only for her to hear. How much truth is there in her words? Core smiled, a mysterious, knowing expression. As far as I can tell, all of it seems to be true. The wandering territories used to be where the undesirables of existence were sent. Who knows how much they have changed since the earliest folds. At this time, the voice of Alicia Firmhand echoed out again, her tone now hushed, cautious. Be ready. We have begun crossing. The brilliant, multicolored lights that had been surging all around the vessel slowly died down, and their surroundings became clear. The tens of thousands of different living existences on the barge gazed out, and what they saw was enough to cause a collective, silent gasp of marvel and wonder. They were in a realm that defied all known laws of existence and aesthetics. The sky was not a sky, but a swirling, living canvas of impossible nebulae, their colors shifting from a deep, velvety purple to a vibrant, electric blue. Floating continents of what looked like crystal and coral, some the size of moons, others as vast as galaxies, drifted through the void, their surfaces covered in a strange, pulsating flora that sang with a silent, psionic energy, rivers of what looked like liquid time, shimmering with the light of a billion captured collapsed moments, flowed between these landmasses, sometimes defying gravity to flow upwards or sideways. Strange, bioluminescent creatures, part fish, part bird, part pure concept, swam through the very air, leaving trails of sparkling, ephemeral dust in their wake. It was a place of breathtaking, terrifying beauty. The obsidian ox pulled the barge slowly, carefully, through this impossible landscape. Alicia Firmhand's voice, when she spoke again, was a low, hushed whisper, as if she did not want to be heard by the many terrifying things that could be lurking in the beautiful, chaotic shadows. You all perceive existence as a collection of containers. She began, her voice cutting through the hushed awe of the tens of thousands of living existences aboard the barge, folds, wheels, omniverse. Each has an inside and an outside, a boundary between what is and what is not. The elder farmers of the sanctuary taught us differently. The wandering territories, they are not a container. They are a surface. She raised a hand, tracing a line in the shimmering air. Imagine a strip of reality, impossibly long, containing all the echoes of collapsed existence. Now, give that strip a single half-twist and connect the ends. You've created a Mobius strip. It has no inside or outside. It has only one side, one continuous, paradoxical surface. Her gaze swept over the assembled dukes and royal living existences, her white blue eyes holding the cold light of a truth that offered no comfort. That is this place. A single vast endless weaving of existence, endlessly folding back on itself. There is no other side to cross to. Every path you take, no matter how straight, will eventually lead you back to your own beginning. Fleeing from a predator in a straight line might mean you are simply running into its jaws from the other direction, an eon later. The spaces between spaces we are traversing are not a void, but the very same surface, just a different point on the loop. She let the terrible implications settle, the silence on the deck now thick with a new, more profound dread. We are not sailing across an ocean, she concluded, her voice a low, chilling whisper. We are ants crawling on an existential ribbon with no end. Our only hope is that the other things crawling on it with us are moving in the same direction. For now, boom, from this point onwards, avoidance is more ideal than fighting. Moving alone is much safer. When traversing with large numbers of existences, the risk is much higher. Stay alert. Just like that, the forces of the living existences, Noah, and a few of his people, began their perilous journey into the heart of the wandering territories, across the transcendent origin folds. The raw, bleeding wounds in reality were being tended and closed. The nine-headed ancestral turtle moved with a slow, ponderous grace, its colossal form a mobile bastion of stability as it contributed the most to closing the tears. It was a slow, arduous process, a painstaking act of cauterization, but it was working. The endless tide of the dead was being stemmed at its source. As the last of the tears were being sealed, a tense, bitter silence settled over the surviving forces. The living paradoxes, their forms shimmering with a contained, restless energy, began to gather. They had fought, they had bled their authority, and now, as the immediate threat subsided, the old animosities were resurfacing like sharks in calming waters. The other living existences watched them. Their gazes a mixture of cold gratitude and deep, abiding mistrust. The verdant marks of unity still glowed above their heads, a fragile, enforced promise of peace, but the feeling of unity had already evaporated. Duke Davidicus, her face a mask of cold fury, looked out at the legions of origins and laws and others who were already turning their backs on them. Ungrateful bunch, she spat, her voice a low, venomous hiss that was swallowed by the vastness of the fold. With a final collective glare of disdain, the living paradoxes began to depart. They did not fly or teleport, they simply ceased to be there, flickering out of existence like faulty concepts, leaving reality to wonder if they had ever truly been allies at all. As the last of them vanished, prompts, grand and final, bloomed in Noah's vision. The battle for the transcendent origin folds has concluded. The harvest festival of death has reached its end. A new, profound silence fell, but this one was for him alone, high above the scarred folds, in a dimension only he could perceive. A tear opened. It was not a wound, but a doorway. From it, the deathly cache of perpetual harvest descended. It was a treasure chest of impossible, terrible beauty, its form carved from obsidian that seemed to drink the very light of existence, its edges traced with veins of incandescent gold that pulsed with a slow, hungry rhythm. It was a promise of reward. A treasure born from the ashes of 1,000 endings. With the festival of death coming to an end, the siphoned portions of defeated existences accumulated in the deathly cache of perpetual harvest will now be amplified and distributed. Noah watched as the cache floated down before him, its presence a weight that made his own vast power feel expectant. The lid, etched with a spiraling motif of skulls and blooming lotuses, slowly began to open. A glorious, blinding light erupted from within. It was not the pure white of origin or the chaotic rainbow of paradox. It was a river of incandescent, obsidian gold light, the color of a dying wheel's last, most beautiful breath. It was the color of a harvest reaped from a field of death. The final harvest is being distributed. For your leadership, your desperation, and your tyrannical will to overcome, the early creature, Osmond, has gained straight face, 1 quadrillion complexity, 1 quadrillion purity. All other participants under your guidance have gained straight face, 150 trillion complexity and purity each. Special acknowledgement: the participants' core and Arch-Lich Arazon played significant roles as catalysts and primary actors. Their boons are tripled. Core has gained 450 trillion complexity and purity. Arch-Lich Arazon has gained 450 trillion complexity. WAA, the loot light surged from the open cache. Not as a gentle wave, but as a torrential, roaring river. It wrapped around Noah and his legion Ozymandias, Arazon, the ape, the newly born Dullahan, and the dozens of the dead in the rising legion. A glorious, all-consuming embrace. Noah felt it pour into his existence, a flood of pure, unadulterated power that would have drowned a lesser being. His every cell, every atom, every thread of his being sang with the ecstasy of this impossible growth. As the light subsided, a new, heavy silence fell upon the battlefield. The remaining living existences, those who had survived the initial onslaught, were now staring at him. Their expressions were wry, their gazes filled with a new, profound unease. He had commanded the dead. He had raised a legion of them. He was an anomaly, a power that did not fit into their ordered, predictable world. Until now, his forces had not been ascertained on exactly where they belonged, but they said nothing. After the display of power they had just witnessed, what could they say? Noah ignored their stares. He had his power, he had his people, and their opinions were less than dust in the wind. With a final, sweeping gaze across the healing fold, he waved his hand, a brilliant light wrapped around him and his forces, and in the next instant, they were gone. Chapter 42:27 The way would you kill one person to save 5 others? Some say yes immediately. 5 is more than 1, case closed. Thanks for asking. Others agonize, understanding that once you accept the principle of sacrificial arithmetic, you've opened a door that's very hard to close. If 1 for 5 is acceptable, what about 1,000 for 1,000,000? 1,000,000,000 for 1,000,000,000,000? At what point does the number become so large that individual worth dissolves into statistics? In the earliest folds, when such questions weren't theoretical but often terrifyingly practical, the living emotive posed a similar question to the creature. At that particular moment, the creature had transformed itself into a fold dweller, mingling with members of an ancient primal tribe that had just discovered fire and were extremely excited about it. The creature sat among them, pretending to be equally amazed by the dancing flames. When the living emotive appeared as an obsidian mountain cat, the question came casually, "Oh creature, would you collapse 10% of all early creatures, inevitabilities, living existences, fold dwellers. All those in the vast folds, would you collapse 10% of them to save the rest?" The question was so heavy that the creature immediately froze the flow of time in the region. The celebrating tribe members became statues mid-laugh, flames became paintings of fire, and existence held its breath. The creature regarded emotive with patience. "Those who say yes," the creature said, its voice carrying the weight of having considered this deeply, "believe in the tyranny of numbers. They see existence as an equation where suffering can be minimized through calculation. 10% die so 90% live. The math is clean, the logic clear. They sleep well knowing they chose the greater good, though perhaps they dream of the faces of the 10%. The creature paused, watching the frozen flame that would never consume its fuel while time remained stopped. "Those who say no believe in the sanctity of individual existence. They argue that no being has the right to make that choice for another, that becoming the arbiter of who lives and who dies corrupts the very thing you're trying to save. They would rather risk everyone than certainly condemn anyone. They sleep poorly, wondering if their principles cost lives, but they wake with their conscience intact." Arbiter. Emotive repeated this word as it found it particularly to its liking. Then, the mountain cat that was emotive tilted its head, waiting for the creature's own answer. "Of course," the creature continued with something that might have been amusement, "if it were me, I would simply use overwhelming power to ensure that none need die for the sake of others." The question assumes scarcity. That salvation is limited, that preservation requires sacrifice. But what if you have enough power to reject the premise entirely? What if you can save all 100% not through choosing who dies, but through changing what death means? Through being strong enough that existence doesn't get to force you into moral mathematics. Boom, the living emotive's form rippled with countless emotions simultaneously. Surprise, delight, frustration, amusement, and something darker that had no name. The mountain cat nodded slowly, as if a suspicion had been confirmed. Then, without another word, emotive simply left. One moment there, the next absent, leaving the creature alone with the frozen tribe and their captured flame. The answer was, of course, a non-answer that was also the only answer that mattered. When faced with impossible moral choices, the creature suggested, simply become powerful enough that the choice becomes unnecessary. It was cheating, certainly, but then again, who made the rule that you couldn't cheat when existence itself was unfair? The tribe members resumed their celebration, never knowing that their survival and the survival of 90% or 100% of existence had just been debated by beings that could enforce whatever conclusion they reached. The living emotive had gotten its answer, though perhaps not the one it expected. The question hadn't been about morality at all. It had been about power. Who had it, who would use it, and who was strong enough to reject the very premise of sacrifice? In the end, the creature's response revealed the ultimate truth: dilemmas are for those who lack the power to create third options. The creature did not lack power, which meant if such a scenario was to occur, the creature would have to be removed from the equation first. In the early veiled shore, the feast was ending, but the atmosphere on the radiant shore was not one of satiated lethargy, it was the charged, vibrant quiet of a war council after a momentous victory. The air thick with the hum of newly acquired power and the silent promise of what was to come, the concept of desperation, so artfully woven into the celestial meat, had not just filled their bellies, it had ignited a fire in their souls. Noah stood on the golden sands, a quiet anchor in this sea of power. His thoughts, however, were not on the shore, but on the chaotic, war-torn skies of the transcendent origin folds. he had taken stock of the recent gains, the impossible victories, but his mind, ever the strategist, was already calculating the next move. Nysteria, the thought, was a cold, hard diamond of opportunity. She and all the other dead existences who fell today will return. In 24 hours or less, they will reform, their hunger undiminished, their power restored. A recurring, predictable cataclysm, WAA, a faint, predatory smile touched his lips. A farm. Why would he not return to harvest them again and again? His thoughts then drifted to another fold, to the sterile, marbled halls of the juridical sanctum. He pictured his son Henry leading a small, absurdly powerful contingent of dukes against the forces of the living laws. A training exercise. The thought was filled with a profound, almost paternal amusement, but these were thoughts for other things. Here, in this sanctuary of his own making, his focus turned inward. He closed his eyes, and he felt it, the potent, verdant gold glow of the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, now 50% mature, humming within his existence like a second heart. He had forged 10 of its glyphs, each a key to a new level of impossible growth. Now, with its power amplified, he could forge 40 more, each one now cost 100 trillion in complexity and purity. The 10 he already possessed represented a staggering 1 quadrillion in pure, consolidated power. So, his eyes, still closed, seemed to blaze with a tyrannical light. The command was not spoken, it was willed. A silent, absolute decree that reality itself had no choice but to obey. Forge 20 seed glyphs of perpetual harvest. All at once, chapter 4228. The way to, the cost was 2 quadrillion. A number that would have been a meaningless abstraction just a day ago. Now, it was a currency he was willing to spend, the shore responded. The air grew thick, heavy, as a vast ocean of his internal power was drawn into a single, massive vortex centered on his being. Swirls of green gold stellar brilliance, the very essence of the principle, erupted from the ground. From the sky, from his own body, they were not gentle lights, but violent, beautiful ribbons of pure, conceptual energy, weaving themselves into new, impossible patterns on his skin. Monumental forging initiated, 20x, early living existential seed glyph, principle of perpetual harvest. Expenditure authorized, -20000000000000000 complexity and purity, a bold expenditure, your existence is being refined. Raw, chaotic power is being compressed into stable, potent glyphs. This is a powerful methodology of the early creatures, a way to make power not just a resource, but a part of one's very architecture. The glyphs etched themselves onto his form, a constellation of verdant, golden leaves. They bloomed on his arms, his legs, his torso, each one a perfect, intricate testament to the power of effort. He looked like a being carved from an ancient, living tree, a wonder of the harvest and the hunt. And then, with the 30 glyphs now blazing on his body, he gave his next command, his voice a low, tyrannical rumble that shook the very sands. Grant me 20 Harvest Festival endowments. All of them. Now, the response was a cataclysm of glory. The sky above the radiant shore, once a serene, luminous expanse, was now a roiling, green gold tempest. Immense, concentrated clouds of pure harvest energy bloomed into existence, a conceptual hurricane of his own making. And from that storm, the endowments descended. They did not come as gentle blessings. They were bolts of pure, concentrated reality, each one a physical, tangible blow that battered his existence. It was not an attack, but an infusion so potent it felt like one. With each strike, he felt his very being stretched, compressed, and rewritten. Harvest Festival endowment activated. Target, self, measuring accumulated efforts since last harvest. Note, the effort of a multi-front war, the utilization of a new system of power, the leadership of a burgeoning faction, and the sheer, unadulterated desperation to survive have been detected and quantified. Complexity gained, 180 trillion. Purity gained, 220 trillion. Boom, the first pillar of light struck him, and the numbers were a torrent in his mind. Harvest Festival endowment activated. Target, self, measuring. Oh, you know the drill. You've been busy. Complexity gained, 210 trillion. Purity gained, 190 trillion. The storm raged. Pillar after pillar of green gold light slammed into his form, a relentless, glorious assault of his own making. He stood at its center, his body a crucible, absorbing, integrating, and becoming more. The sheer concentration of this self-endowment is causing an overflow effect. A conceptual splash zone, if you will. All other beings present in the radiant shore are benefiting from this immense effort and harvest. General boon, 20 trillion complexity and purity granted to all inhabitants of the early veiled shore. Noah observed all of this with a sense of glory. And then, the final prompt, a summary of his glorious, self-inflicted storm, appeared after some time. 20 endowments completed, total complexity gained, 4 quadrillion 200 trillion, 4.2 quadrillion, total purity gained, 3 quadrillion 900 trillion, 3.9 quadrillion, current status, you are now significantly more powerful than you were a few minutes ago. Congratulations. Oh, he looked at the numbers, at the staggering, reality-breaking figures, and he bellowed, his voice a roar of pure, insatiable, tyrannical ambition. Now, forge the remaining 20 seed glyphs of perpetual harvest. He spent another 2 quadrillion without a second thought. The brilliant lights of forging filled the radiant shore once more. The weavings reached its crescendo as the final 20 glyphs settled into place, a perfect, symmetrical constellation of 50 leaves of power now adorning his body. He was a living embodiment of the principle, a testament to the terrifying, exponential power of effort. The last of the verdant gold light receded, drawn back into the 50 newly forged glyphs that now adorned Noah's form like a constellation of impossible leaves. The radiant shore settled into a profound, humming silence. The air thick with the aftertaste of a power so immense it had bent the very firmament of this pocket of existence. His people, his family, were scattered across the golden sands, each lost in their own private universe of transformation, their auras blazing with the light of their recent, monumental endowments. Noah stood at the center of it all, a pillar of quiet, terrifying power. The storm of his ascension had passed, leaving in its wake a deep, oceanic calm. But it was not the calm of peace, it was the stillness at the eye of a hurricane, a point of absolute focus surrounded by an apocalypse of unfolding possibilities. His mind, now operating with a clarity that made his previous thoughts seem like whispers in a fog, turned from the immediate satisfaction of his newfound strength to the single, crushing problem that overshadowed everything: the collapse. The fallout. The end of existence as he knew it. He thought of his conversations with Kor. He saw the 4 paths that had emerged from their discussions, 4 desperate, near impossible gambles against a predetermined doom. 1. Stop the trigger. Find the primordial cause, the being or event that had set this existential clock ticking towards midnight, and simply unmake it. 2. Breach the loom. Find the mythical bunker where the architects of existence had hidden themselves and force his way in. 3. Seek aid from the first farmer, the legendary cultivator of principles, and hope that his sanctuary in the wandering territories held a solution. And the 4th, the simplest and most audacious of all, become a being of the level 1 scale of existence himself. A being of the distinction. The becomes so powerful that the rules of the game no longer applied to him. As he stood in contemplation, his own internal system, now enhanced by his excess quadrillion level complexity similar to the earliest folds to a state of near sentience, began its analysis, its thoughts blooming in his mind as a series of glorious, almost clinical, prompts: strategic analysis initiating, existential threat mitigation protocols, objective, survival of the early creature Osmont, and all designated assets in the face of a projected, high-certainty, pan-existential collapse event, codename, the fallout. Analysis: you have identified 4 potential strategic avenues. A breakdown of each is warranted. Please hold all questions until the end of the presentation. Chapter 4229. The Way 3. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Noah's lips. The system prompts were becoming vivid and full of life again. In the earliest folds, when he held the power of a young early creature, they had been so. He considered it a nice change of pace. Solution 1, halting the catalyst. Problem assessment: the identity and location of the trigger are unknown. Prime suspects, based on available lore and the testimony of Asset Core, are the living paradox and or the living emotive. Strategic analysis: this is akin to finding a single, specific needle in a haystack the size of a fold, with the added complications that the needle is likely sentient, actively hiding, and may unmake you if you find it. Direct confrontation is ill-advised without comprehensive intelligence. Suggested first step: straight face. Deploy Asset Malfa's 4 deep cover surveillance of all folds. His unique nature makes him ideal for this task. Leverage the unconventional relationship and animosity with Asset Schrödinger. His knowledge is a critical, if unreliable, resource. Success probability, extremely low. This is a plan contingent on finding an answer to a question no one has been able to solve for eons. It's like trying to defuse a bomb you can't see, hear, or touch, which may have already gone off. Noah processed the grim but accurate assessment. He had already set Malphas on this path. It was a long shot, but one that had to be taken. Solution 2, Unsanctioned Entry Protocol, the Loom, Problem Assessment. The Loom is a transdimensional fortification constructed by Level 1 scale entities to be impenetrable to all external forces. Its perimeter is shielded by layers of paradoxical authority and populated by a theorized infinite number of inevitabilities. Strategic analysis. Essentially, you are planning a heist on a fortified, impenetrable panic room. The security system was designed by the architects of existence itself. A direct assault is not just suicidal, it is conceptually absurd. Suggested first step: straight face. The Mimicry Protocol. Your inevitability ranch sanctuary is a promising, if primitive, starting point. A sufficient number of loyal, high-complexity inevitabilities under your command could theoretically be used to confuse the perimeter defenses, creating a momentary weakness. This is the hiding a tree in a forest approach. On an existential scale, the key protocol, Asset Leonor Roros, a known associate of the living paradox, is now in play. She may possess knowledge of a design flaw, a backdoor, or a conceptual key. Asset Schrodinger's interest in rescue of her is a critical variable. Success probability, abysmally low. Akin to a single microbe attempting to break into a hermetically sealed laboratory. However, it should be noted that your entire existence is a case study in things that shouldn't be possible. Noah frowned, another dead end, another sliver of impossible hope. He turned his thoughts to the third path. Solution 3, Diplomatic Overture, the Wandering Territories, Problem Assessment. The first farmer is a reclusive, powerful entity whose true capabilities and current disposition are unknown. His sanctuary is a hidden domain, and its inhabitants have shown a mixture of pragmatic cooperation and ideological superiority. Strategic analysis. You are seeking aid from a legendary isolationist who created a new dimension specifically to get away from the political and existential squabbles of beings like, well, everyone. Suggested first step: straight face. This initiative is already in progress. Your secondary body is en route with the full Dweller delegation, which includes Asset Core. This is your most promising avenue for direct intelligence and a potential alliance. Leverage your connection to the principle of perpetual harvest. A shared philosophy is a more potent diplomatic tool than any show of force. Success probability, low, but currently the highest of the actionable options. You have an in with the locals, so to speak. Recommendation: do not mess it up. Finally, the system turned its analytical gaze upon Noah himself. Solution 4, Project Zenith, Problem Assessment. The goal is to personally achieve the Level 1 scale of existence. The precise path is unknown, and the power gap is astronomical. Strategic analysis. This is the brute force solution. Simple in concept, impossible in practice. You have just crossed the 1 quadrillion threshold. Level 1 beings likely operate on scales where quadrillions are used as rounding errors. Suggested first step: straight face, aggressive harvesting. Continue and escalate the hunting of high-value targets, the dead. Early creatures in the first folds. The current situation in the origin folds is, from a resource perspective, a gift. Seek more like it. Principle cultivation. Prioritize the forging of a blank template seed of a principle by advancing your towers of Osmont. Owning a principle is good. Creating one is a statement. Mastery of artifice. Continue to explore and master the system of existential artifice. It provides the most efficient conversion of your raw power into tangible, existence-altering effects. Success probability, theoretically possible, temporally implausible. The primary obstacle is time. Based on course testimony, you likely do not possess the requisite eons for this to be your primary strategy. It should be treated as a background process, not the main plan. Noah stood in the quiet of his shore, the weight of the analysis settling upon him. The probabilities were a chorus of doom, a statistical certainty of failure. Fear would have been a rational response. Doubt would have been a logical conclusion. But he had neither. All he had was a cold, burning, tyrannical resolve. He looked at the paths laid out before him, at the infinitesimally small chances of success, and he made his decision. He would not choose one. He would walk all of them. Simultaneously, his other body would forge an alliance in the wandering territories. Malphas would be his eyes and ears in all folds. He would begin cultivating his own version of the loon right here, in his own shore. And he, himself, would continue his relentless, desperate, glorious climb toward a power that could look an ending in the eye and tell it to wait its turn. It was the most tyrannical, the most greedy, and the only path that made any sense. Chapter 42:30 The way for Noah's focus turned inward, into the vast, internal weavings of his own existence. He felt the potent, verdant gold glow of the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, and he knew with certainty what the first step toward true survival had to be. He needed to build his foundation not just higher, but wider. He needed his 100 lighthouses. His weavings of cheats, that ever-diligent, rule-bending authority, had already been hard at work. 53 of his 159 towers of Osmond had already been silently, illegitimately elevated to the third stage. 47 remained. Each one cost an immense amount of power to advance, so he got started to pay the cost speedily. He ignited the Asenran nodule, the engine of his new existential artifice, and reached for a crucible, not tyranny, not infinity, but the one most suited for this grand, architectural endeavor, the crucible of quintessence. Objective, mass tower advancement. Your selection of the crucible of quintessence and its weave of resonance is an inspired one. Rather than brute forcing the advancement of each tower, you intend to amplify the quintessential potential for growth inherent in all of them simultaneously. An elegant, if resource-intensive, approach. Projected cost, significant. Projected outcome, glorious. Magisterial, his will was the command, a river of his own power, trillions in complexity and purity, flowed from the vast ocean of his being into the humming furnace of his heart. His seed glyphs could also be a fuel as they pulsed, and he wove, a wave of pure, foundational authority, the very essence of what it meant to be, washed over the star chart of his early atlas of the folds. It was a golden light, tinged with the verdant gold of perpetual harvest. And it whispered a single, irresistible truth to the 47 remaining Stage 2 towers: become more of what you already are. Become your perfect, quintessential self. The symphony of ascension began. The Tower of Relativity, a structure of spiraling, interconnected pathways, blazed with a light that bent and warped around it, its form becoming a vital lighthouse that shone with the brilliance of 1,000 different perspectives at once. The Tower of Prana, a citadel of pure life force, erupted in a sunburst of vibrant, living energy, its light so potent that the very concept of decay recoiled from its presence. The Tower of Apollyon, a crimson dark, terrible spire dedicated to the end of all things, did not shine, but instead seemed to consume the light around it, its ascension marked by a spreading pool of beautiful, terrifying crimson-black silence. The Tower of Polarity, a structure of perfect, balanced opposition, flared with both a blinding white and an absolute black, the two forces chasing each other up its length until they met at the apex in a flash of pure, stable gray. The Tower of Singed, Ordo of Chow, one by one, they answered the call. Each of the 47 towers, each a monument to a different facet of his being, underwent its glorious transformation, their individual lights joining the chorus, their individual hymns becoming part of a single, unified song of power. The process was a wildfire of growth, a cascade of becoming that filled his internal weavings with a light so bright it would have blinded lesser beings, and then, it was done. 100 towers of Osmond have achieved the third stage, vital lighthouse, a monumental foundation has been laid, the conditions have been met. You can now forge a blank template seed of a principle. Within the celestial expanse of his early Atlas of the Folds, a new constellation was born, the 100 vital lighthouses, scattered across the map of his soul, ignited as one. Beams of pure, multicolored light shot from their peaks, not outward into the void, but inward, toward each other. They connected, intersected, and wove together, forming a breathtaking, vibrant, and impossibly complex symbol at the very center of his being, a lemniscate, an infinity symbol, pulsing with the combined authority of 100 different truths, all united in a single, glorious purpose. The lemniscate of potential has been formed, the blank template is ready. You may now choose the nature of the principle you wish to create. Potential principle configurations based on your own thoughts have been organized, based on your current true sources and your forestated strategic objectives for surviving the fallout. The following configurations present the highest probability of success. Each option will create a unique, personal principle, a fundamental weaving of existence that only you can command. Noah's perception focused on the cascade of possibilities, his mind a silent, buzzing wonder. Option 1, the principle of the tyrannical sovereign, crucibles, tyranny protagonist veritarch, primary function, narrative domination. This principle would allow you to impose your will not just on reality, but on the story of reality. You could edit the narratives of your enemies, declaring their victories as failures, their strengths as weaknesses. You would become the author of their downfall. Application to Fallout Solutions, optimized for Solution 1, halting the catalyst. By finding the trigger, you could rewrite its history, making it so the catalyst never occurred. Risk assessment, high. Attempting to rewrite the fundamental narrative of beings like the living paradox could result in your own story being erased from existence. Option 2, the principle of the infinite bastion, crucibles, infinity quintessence life runes, primary function, exponential fortification and growth. This principle would transform your existence and your shore into an endlessly regenerating, self-improving fortress. Your defenses would go towards infinite, your growth perpetual. You would become a living, expanding concept of unbreachable sanctuary. Application to Fallout Solutions, optimized for Solution 2, breaching/imitating the loom, and Solution 4, Project Zenith. You would not just imitate the loom, you would become an alternative. Your personal growth would become an inevitability. Risk assessment, low. This is the safest, most stable path, focusing on defense and internal development. However, it is a passive solution that may not be fast enough. Chapter 4231 The Way V, Option 3, the principle of the wandering harvester, crucibles, farming dimensional loot, primary function, ultimate resource acquisition. This principle would allow you to harvest from other dimensions, to find hidden pathways to lost folds, and to reap treasures from the very fabric of spacetime. You would become a master of acquisition, a being who could find a feast in a barren void. At Application to Fallout Solutions, optimized for Solution 3, the first farmer. You would not just seek the first farmer's aid, you would stand a chance become his peer, a fellow cultivator of the impossible. Risk assessment, medium. While powerful, this path is dependent on what you can find. It does not guarantee you will find a solution, only that you will be exceptionally good at looking for one. Option 4, the principle of the cheating architect, crucibles, cheats others, primary function, meta-existential manipulation. This is the wild card. This principle would not govern existence, but the rules that govern existence. It would allow you to bend, break, or outright ignore other principles, to find the exploits in the programming of existence itself. You would not play the game, you would cheat it. Application to Fallout Solutions, applicable to all 4 solutions in unpredictable ways. It is the path of absolute, chaotic potential. Risk assessment, critical. The potential for unforeseen existential consequences is significant. Too many unknowns related to it. Handle with extreme caution. Or, don't. Curious to see what happens. Noah read over the possibilities, his mind a silent storm of calculation. Each path was a future, a different version of himself, a different answer to the impossible question of survival. He saw the merits in all of them. The brutal efficiency of the tyrannical sovereign. The unshakable stability of the infinite bastion. The boundless potential of the wandering harvester. The sheer, insane audacity of the cheating architect. The weight of the choice was immense, a decision that would define not just his power, but his very way of existence for the days or weeks to come. His gaze drifted to a small figure floating near the now thriving Inevitability Ranch Sanctuary core. She was observing the young, writhing masses of hunger with the fond, detached air of a grandparent watching children play a game she had invented. She was a being of the earliest folds, a living repository of knowledge that had been lost to time and catastrophe. If anyone could offer clarity, it was her. He moved, his step not traversing space but simply redefining his location. He appeared beside her, the golden sands not even registering his arrival. She turned, her abyssal eyes holding a knowing, ancient amusement. "Done admiring your new power, outsider?" she asked, gesturing to the 50 glyphs that now adorned his form. "Something like that," he replied, his tone serious, cutting through her banter. He looked at the impossible architecture of his internal atlas, at the glowing lemniscape that represented his next monumental choice. "You've seen principles in their prime. Before I make a decision that will define my existence, what can you tell me about them?" Coarse smile softened, her mischievousness giving way to a profound, philosophical weight. She floated down to sit on the obsidian crystalline edge of the ranch, her tiny feet dangling above the hungry, nascent ground. "They are the grammar of existence, outsider," she began, her voice a low, melodic hum. "Living existential authorities, dead existential authorities, and early existential authorities. Among others, are the words. They allow you to form sentences, to describe reality, to interact with it. Origin lets you say, 'Let there be light.' Law lets you say, 'Light must travel in a straight line.' Paradox lets you say, what if light is also darkness? She paused, her gaze turning inward, as if reading from a book only she could see, but a principle. A principle is the underlying rule that allows the words to have meaning in the first place. It is the very structure of the language. It is not about what you say, but about what it is possible to say. Noah listened, his mind absorbing the metaphor, dissecting it. How does wielding a principle differ from wielding an authority like origin or paradox? Authority uses the rules of the game, Core explained, picking up a small, obsidian pebble and tossing it into the air, where it hung, suspended by her will. A master of origin can create a magnificent fortress. A master of law can decree that the fortress is indestructible. They are the best players, using the rules to their utmost advantage. She flicked her finger, and the pebble simply ceased to exist. A user of a principle, she continued, can change the rules of the game itself. Why bother building a fortress when your principle of sanctuaries declares that the very space you occupy is the ultimate fortress? Why bother fighting an enemy when your principle of endings can simply declare that the enemy's story has concluded? She met his gaze, and in her eyes, he saw the terrible, beautiful simplicity of it. Authority is playing the game. A principle is being the game master. As she spoke, she became more animated, a flicker of her ancient, primordial power bleeding through her diminutive form. I have only just recently, she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, regained access to a mere whisper of my own. She waved her hand. In her palm, a dancing obsidian light materialized. It was not a grand, explosive display, it was a point of absolute, perfect darkness, a miniature black hole that did not pull light in, but simply consumed the very concept of illumination around it. It was a silence that deafened, a hunger made visible. This, she said, her voice filled with a strange mixture of pride and melancholy, is the nascent seed of my principle. The principle of the final feast. The name was a death knell, a promise of an ending that was not a conclusion, but a consumption. It doesn't just destroy things, outsider, she explained, her eyes fixed on the vortex of nothingness in her palm, it redefines them. It makes it so they were always meant to be my food. It doesn't overcome an enemy's defenses, it redefines defense as a particularly interesting type of seasoning. When I truly wield it, my hunger is no longer just an action I take, it becomes a fundamental law of existence. All things exist only to eventually be consumed by me. It is their inevitable, final, and most glorious purpose. Boom, the terrifying, solipsistic philosophy of it washed over Noah. He saw the four options in his mind in a new light. Core closed her hand, and the obsidian vortex vanished. She looked at him, her expression now that of a wise, ancient mentor, an early creature with a single principle that is a perfect reflection of their soul, of their way of existence, is unbeatable among their own kind. An early creature with 5 mismatched principles they collected like trophies, is just a powerful being with a confused identity, a library of books they haven't read. She floated closer, her abyssal eyes piercing through to the very core of his ambition. So, the choice isn't just about which one is strongest, outsider. It's about which one is you. Which rule do you want your very existence to become? When all your other authorities are stripped away, when you are at your most desperate and true, what is the one fundamental weaving that will remain of Noah Osmond? The question was a key turning a lock in his soul. He looked at the 4 options again, but this time, he saw them differently. The principle of the tyrannical sovereign. To be the author of reality, the principle of the infinite bastion. To be the unbreachable sanctuary, the principle of the wandering harvester. To be the ultimate seeker of treasures, the principle of the cheating architect. To be the one who breaks the rules of the game itself. He saw the paths they represented, the futures they offered. Each one was a different expression of his own nature, a different facet of the being he was becoming, but Core was right. There was only one that was not just a tool, but a reflection. One that was not just a power, but a truth. He looked at the glowing, multicolored lemniscate that pulsed at the heart of his early atlas of the folds, and a slow, tyrannical smile spread across his face. He knew, with an absolute certainty that left no room for his long-dead doubt, which path he must take. Chapter 42:32 Magisterial. The choice was a precipice. Noah stood at the edge of it, his consciousness not in the radiant shore, but deep within the internal weavings of his early atlas of the folds. Before him, the lemniscate of potential pulsed, a glorious, multicolored infinity symbol woven from the combined light of 100 vital lighthouses. It was a blank page, a silent instrument, a block of uncarved marble waiting for the sculptor's hand. His gaze drifted to the figure of Kor, who was observing the scene with a serene, ancient amusement. "You seem quiet, outsider." Her voice was a soft, musical note in the symphony of his thoughts. "Why did you ask me about principles? You already have that green gold one that seems to be helping you a great deal." Noah's expression remained calm, but he allowed a flicker of his own tyrannical amusement to show. "I have the option to nurture the seed of a second principle right now." The effect of his words was immediate and profound. Kor's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of surprise. Her tiny form, which had been floating with a casual grace, went perfectly still. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed, as if the words had failed to form. A second one," she finally whispered, her voice stripped of its usual confidence. Now, she began to pace. "Outsider, do you have any idea what you are saying?" In the earliest folds, for an early creature to even begin to have the potential to nurture a single seed of a principle, their existence had to exceed 100 quadrillion in complexity. It was a threshold, a sign that their being had become dense enough, stable enough, to bear the weight of a fundamental weaving. And most looked towards the living existences or the creature on what principles to nurture. She stopped. And to form another seed. A second one. They would need 10, perhaps 100 times as much complexity as their initial starting point. That is why the first farmer was so ridiculous, so utterly outside of all known rules to try and plant principles. Her gaze returned to Noah, and in it, he saw a new level of awe. For you to be able to freely nurture a second seed of a principle, now, at your current level. You are interesting, outsider. Noah simply smiled. He had to be different, didn't he? That was the very essence of his existence. And so, he made his choice. "I choose the principle of the cheating architect," he declared, his voice a quiet, yet absolute, command that resonated through the core of his being. He felt Kor's shining eyes, but his focus was on the lemniscate. "The other paths are magnificent." His thoughts were a cold, clear river of logic. To be a tyrant of stories, an infinite bastion, a wandering harvester. They are all paths to immense power. But they are paths that still exist within the game. They are ways to become the best player. But his eyes blazed with a light that was pure, unadulterated. I have never been content to simply play the game. My very nature, from the moment I gained infinite mana, has been to find the exploit, to break the system, to cheat. This principle. It is not just a tool. It is a reflection of my existence. The 100 vital lighthouses within his atlas blazed as one. Their beams, a torrent of 100 different colors and authorities, converged on the lemniscate. It was a forge of glory, and he was its master. Blank template seed of a principle is being forged, chosen crucibles, cheats many others, analysis, an audacious, almost heretical choice. You are choosing to build your fundamental weaving on the very concept of breaking fundamental weavings of existence. The existential ramifications are fascinatingly unpredictable. Forging, as the seed began to form, a pulsating sphere of pure, chaotic potential, Noah looked upon it and made his grand proclamation. "Since this is the principle most aligned with me, it needs to truly stand for what it says. Since it is the seed of the principle of the cheating architect, its first cheat. Its first rejection of the structure of existence itself and what should be possible or not possible is that under it. It shall also display the authorities of the principles I did not choose." Boom, what, his entire existence buzzed, a violent, protesting vibration as he made this impossible demand. The light of his early atlas flickered, threatening to extinguish under the strain of a command that bordered on existential suicide. Critical alert, paradoxical command detected, analysis. You are demanding that a singular principle simultaneously be itself and 3 other, mutually exclusive principles. This is unfathomably ambitious and should not be possible. Even a principle dedicated to cheating must adhere to certain baseline realities. It cannot be both a square and a circle. Processing, re-evaluating, conclusion. It seems it can, in fact, be a square and a circle if it simply decides that the definitions of square and circle are flexible. Addendum, true to its nature, the budding principle of the cheating architect has found a way. The prompts flickered, the system's tone now tinged with something that sounded suspiciously like awe, while the full authorities of the principles of the tyrannical sovereign, infinite bastion, and wandering harvester cannot be directly expressed. The cheating architect, has altered its own foundational code to allow for the creation of agent architects under its shadow agent architect system. The weavings of the three unchosen principles will bloom under the cheating architect as subordinate, specialized authorities. Limitation straight-face agent architects can only express 50% of their potential power, they are unable to form their own glyphs. Their authorities can only be expressed through the seed glyph of the principle of the cheating architect, analysis, a brilliant, if conceptually unstable, workaround. Your principle has cheated its own creation, with that final, impossible hurdle cleared. The seed solidified, it was a thing of terrible, beautiful complexity, a sphere of swirling, multicolored light that seemed to contain every color and no color at once. The seed of the principle of the cheating architect has been completed. It is now being nurtured in your early atlas of the folds. The seed, in its first act of existence, has exploited a loophole in the standard maturation process of principles. It has broken the normal weavings of existence and is beginning not at 1% maturity, but at 10%. The seed flared, its light now a steady, confident glow. At 10% maturity, 10 seed glyphs of the cheating architect can now be forged, cost per glyph, due to the terrifying and multifaceted capabilities of this principle and its three agent architects. The cost is considerable. 1 quadrillion in complexity and purity is required per glyph. Noah looked at the prompts, at the new, impossible seed pulsing at the heart of his being, and he laughed, a deep, resonant, and utterly tyrannical laugh. The cost was staggering, a price that would have made even the mightiest dukes pale, but he had just been shown the path to a power that could break the very game of existence. And he was more than willing to pay the price. He knew which one he wanted to enact, and he had done so. Now, the real work, the real cheating, could begin. Chapter 42:33 Magisterial 2. The real cheating could now begin. Noah's mind was a silent whirlwind of calculation. He had the tools. He had the power. He had the will. And now, he had a plan in multiple paths, but to walk any path, one must take a first step. His focus turned inward, to the very heart of his power, to the pulsating, multicolored lemniscate that hung at the center of his early atlas of the folds, and the seed pulsing above it, the seed of the principle of the cheating architect. It was a question waiting for an answer, a block of uncarved potential waiting for the sculptor's chisel. He had already chosen his design, forged the first seed glyph of the principle of the cheating architect. The command was a silent, absolute decree. A quadrillion was to be spent, expenditure authorized, 1 quadrillion complexity and purity. A transaction that would bankrupt most folds and leave them conceptually destitute for eons. For you, it appears to be the equivalent of a strategic investment, process initiating, raw existential data, complexity/purity, is being converted into a permanent, conceptual tool. This is the art of giving your power a will of its own. He felt the drain, a vast ocean of his internal power being drawn into a single, focused vortex. The 100 vital lighthouses of his atlas blazed as one, their beams not of light, but of pure, concentrated authority, firing into the seed, that chaotic sphere of all possibilities, began to spin, faster and faster, pulling the torrent of power into its core. A beam of scintillating, multicolored light, a liquid rainbow of pure, rule-breaking potential, shot from the seed and struck his forehead. It did not feel like an infusion of power, it felt like a carving. The light was a chisel, and it was etching a new, fundamental law into the very bedrock of his existence. The process was exquisite in its precision. He felt the lines of the glyph being drawn not on his skin, but through every layer of his being, from the physical to the conceptual. When the light faded, a new mark resided on his forehead, a thing of terrible, beautiful complexity. At its center was a vibrant, multicolored infinity symbol, the lemniscate of his own making. But its lines were not smooth, they were jagged, fractured, as if the very concept of a continuous loop had been broken and then defiantly reassembled, and woven within its chaotic patterns, almost invisible unless you knew to look, were the subtle, shifting echoes of the three principles he had not chosen. A flicker of a tyrant's crown, a glint of a bastion's wall, the shadow of a harvester's scythe. Seed glyph of the cheating architect has been successfully forged. Congratulations on your new, conceptually unstable, reality-defying tool. True to its nature, the capabilities of this glyph are not predefined. It cheats its own creation by allowing its wielder to define its function as it matures. What aspect of reality would you like to cheat first? Please select a primary focus for initial definition: straightface, agent architect; tyrannical sovereign, agent architect; infinite bastion, agent architect; wandering harvester, Oh, Noah's gaze was calm, his decision already made. Before one can conquer existence, one must first build a fortress from which to stage the conquest. He needed to secure his home, his people, his very foundation. Focus on the agent architect of Infinite Bastion, selection confirmed. Defining initial capability, Agent Architect, Infinite Bastion, core function. This agent architect is focused on the principles of exponential fortification and perpetual growth. Activating this seed glyph will channel the architect's authority for a singular, monumental act of creation and defense. Usage. This defined ability can be activated once to activate its weavings. The ability will naturally scale upwards with increased seed maturity. Capabilities of the Infinite Bastion weave straight face. The prompts unfolded, a blueprint for his own, personal version of Data Bunker. 1. Sanctuary amplification straight face. The Inevitability Ranch Sanctuary will be immediately and permanently expanded 20-fold. Its conceptual soil will be enriched, allowing for the potential birth of more complex and unique inevitabilities with specialized traits. The base production cycle of new cocoons will be accelerated by 500%. Analysis. Your inevitability production is now moving from boutique farming to industrial scale manufacturing. An excellent step towards weaponizing hunger. 2. The Loon's Aegis Framework Protocol. Upon activation, a bunker-like barrier of conceptual and physical density will be erected around the entirety of your infiniverse, the infinite early Osmantian shore. This barrier, the Aegis, is the foundational framework for a Loon-class sanctuary. Its initial state will be semi-permeable and conceptually weak, but its very existence establishes a claim on reality, a declaration that this space is protected. The Aegis will passively absorb ambient existential energies, chaotic authority, and the entropic energies of collapse, using them as fuel to slowly strengthen and expand itself over time. If attacked by a force far too obscene, the entire infiniverse will be relocated automatically. 3. Architects rebuke straight face. While the Aegis is active, any external hostile force that strikes the barrier will have a portion of its power, up to 1%, siphoned, analyzed, and converted into a defensive engram. This engram, a packet of pure data and power, when absorbed, will grant you a significant boost in complexity/purity and provide a temporary, partial resistance to that specific type of hostile authority. This turns any attack on your home into a direct source of personal growth and tactical intelligence. The more your enemies try to break in, the stronger and smarter you become. It is a delightfully perverse and efficient defensive strategy. Noah stood in the quiet of his shore, the new glyph a cool, humming weight on his forehead. He processed the information, his mind a silent storm of calculation. The possibilities were staggering. The Inevitability Ranch was no longer just a curiosity, it was a potential army in the making. The Aegis was the first concrete step toward his own solution to the fallout, and the architect's rebuke. It was a piece of quintessential, tyrannical genius. It was a cheat, a perfect exploit in the rules of conflict. His gaze burned. Chapter 4234 Magisterial 3. Noah stood on the golden sands of his radiant shore, the new seed glyph on his forehead a cool, humming weight of pure, rule-breaking potential. He did not need to speak a command, nor did he need to weave an intricate spell. He simply decided. His will, now a force that could converse with the very architecture of existence, focused on the glyph. Activate. Existence responded. Seed glyph of the cheating architect has been activated. Selected focus. Agent Architect, Infinite Bastion, an excellent choice for a first move. Securing one's home base before embarking on further existence-scale shenanigans is a sound and prudent strategy. Let the great work of fortification begin. HUUM, a wave of blue gold light, the color of a dawn that had cheated its way into existence before its appointed time, erupted from the glyph on his forehead. It did not spread out randomly, it shot across the vast expanse of the radiant shore with the speed of a thought, its destination the dark, crystalline carbuncle that was the Inevitability Ranch Sanctuary. The light washed over the massive, cracked egg-like structure, and the obsidian, boiling surface of the sanctuary reacted. Instantly, it did not resist, it welcomed the infusion of power, the very concept of its own limitations being told they were merely a suggestion. The entire structure began to vibrate, a low, resonant hum that was the sound of impossibility being made manifest. It expanded with a violent, beautiful lurch, the obsidian crystalline walls stretching, growing, and reforming at a rate that defied all known principles of spatial manipulation, and within its newly expanded, now cavernous, interior, the conceptual soil, enriched and supercharged by the authority of the Infinite Bastion, began to bloom. New cocoons, dozens of them, pushed their way through the obsidian ground like dark, Hungry flowers, each one pulsing with a power that was orders of magnitude greater than the first batch. 55 new nests of inevitability, all blooming at once. Sanctuary amplification. Protocol is active. The Inevitability Ranch Sanctuary has been expanded 20-fold. The conceptual soil has been enriched. The potential for the birth of more complex and unique inevitabilities has been unlocked. The base production cycle has been accelerated by 500%. Special boon, due to the synergy between the principle of perpetual harvest and the cheating architect, the first bloom under this new protocol has been overcharged. 55 new young inevitabilities are being born. Each will possess a base complexity or purity of 100 trillion, HUUM. The cocoons cracked, and a new generation of hunger was unleashed upon the shore. They were larger, denser, their tentacles sharper, their stellar obsidian eyes holding a deeper, more ancient intelligence. They were not just pets, they were an army, born in an instant. But this was only the first act of the architect. The blue gold light did not fade. Instead, it spread, flowing out from the shore, not through physical space, but through the conceptual, unbreakable bond between Noah and the infinite early Osmantian shore. The being that was the infiniverse, it found its target in that hidden, chaotic river of collapse where the null vein gravewake folds had once been. There, silently, invisibly, a barrier began to form, a blue gold lattice of pure, conceptual certainty wrapping around the entirety of the hidden infiniverse. It was a promise of protection, a declaration of sanctuary. And then, Noah gave his next command: be seen. Boom, the effect was instantaneous and fold shaking. In the dark, roiling chaos of the space between folds, a singularity ignited. The barrier, the loom's aegis, shed its invisibility and blazed into glorious, undeniable existence. It was a fortress woven from solidified starlight and conceptual certainty, a bastion of impossible, beautiful architecture. Its walls were not solid, but were shimmering, semi-translucent curtains of blue gold light, through which one could just barely glimpse the vibrant, teeming life of the infiniverse within. Great bastions, each existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously, studded its perimeter. And from its highest spires, potent auroras of blue and gold rivers flowed out and around the entire structure, a celestial mote of pure, protective authority. Noah's visage inside had a slow, tyrannical smile spread across his face. From now on, his voice was a low, rumbling declaration that was felt rather than heard by those on the shore. The infiniverse shall be clear for all to see. It was a beacon, a monument to his power, visible to any who dared to look into the spaces between spaces, and he knew they would look. The living laws, still investigating the disappearance of an entire fold, would see it. Others, drawn by the sheer, audacious presence of such a structure, would come to investigate. They would see this impossible fortress, the sanctuary teeming with life and power, and they would wonder. They would probe. They would attack, and that was the entire point. A devilish, almost giddy thought echoed in the quiet of his mind. Yes, it is visible to all. A beautiful, tempting target. And those who see it, if they try to look too closely, if they dare to test its walls, then the third feature of the infinite bastion will be activated. His internal laughter was a cold, sharp, and utterly joyous thing, the architect's rebuke. He hadn't just built a fortress, he had set the most glorious, wonderful trap. He had weaponized his own defense, turning any potential aggression into a direct source of his own growth. He settled back onto the golden sands and the radiant shore, a king waiting for his enemies to unwittingly bring him tribute. In the chaotic region of collapse, a group of prime and honored living laws, their forms shimmering with the silver-white light of their authority, were meticulously scanning the area. Their task was to understand the impossible, how an entire fold had simply vanished. As they worked, they felt it. A shift in the fabric of collapse. A new, ordered, and unbelievably powerful authority asserting itself. They turned, and their collective consciousnesses reeled there, where moments before there had been only a swirling, chaotic void. Now stood a structure so vast it defied comprehension. Chapter 42:35 Rebuke. A fortress of blue and gold light, covering a space that was easily half the size of the fold they had been searching for. It was a thing of impossible beauty and terrifying power, a declaration of dominion in a realm that should have had none. They were alarmed. They were shocked. They were, above all, utterly bewildered. The lead honored living law, his form trembling with the shock of the discovery, instantly sent a message, a desperate, frantic cry for guidance, to those above him, to the very heart of the transcendent lawfolds. In a corner of the heart of law, there was a place of profound Cathedral-like silence, it was a realm carved from the very concept of absolute law, a sanctuary where the chaotic whims of existence were not permitted entry. Vast pillars of pristine white marble, each one veined with intricate lines of shimmering gold, rose to support a ceiling that was not a ceiling at all, but a luminous, featureless expanse of pure, structured light. Unlike the stark, functional design of the juridical sanctum, this was no prison, it was a temple, a testament to the beauty and majesty of law itself. In a central chamber so vast it could have contained a small folds, a constellation of massive, marbled white thrones was arranged in a grand, circular conclave. Some were filled with the silent, imposing figures of the dukes of law, their forms radiating an authority that was as constant and as unyielding as gravity. Others sat empty, silent monuments to beings who were elsewhere, engaged in the endless work of maintaining the structural integrity of reality. At the center of this gathering, floating in the still, heavy air, was royal law Tristes. Her dark hair was a stark, beautiful contrast to the brilliant white of her robes, and her expression was one of cool, professional confidence. She had just concluded her report on the mission to the desiccated sleeping shore, her voice echoing with a final, resonant note in the profound quiet. For a long moment, there was only silence as the assembled dukes contemplated her words. Then, a voice, deep and resonant as a striking gavel, emerged from one of the thrones. It was Duke Justinius, a being whose form was so perfectly symmetrical it was almost painful to look at. "You have done well to confirm the path, Tristes," he began, his tone a perfect balance of praise and scrutiny. "But you say you let the holders of the Enneagram, the very keys to this endeavor, go on alone?" Unaccounted for, the question was a sharp, pointed blade in the calm of the chamber. Tristes's smile, however, did not waver. It was a bright, confident expression, the look of a being who had already calculated every possible variable. "Alexander Asmodeus is unaccounted for, it is true," she conceded, her voice a smooth, melodic current. "He is unique, an anomaly whose path is his own." "But Seraphina?" "Seraphina is ours." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. "She has been raised with us. Her allegiances are with our laws, with our ways. The moment I send her a message, a single, coded pulse of my authority, she will tell us exactly where they are and what they have found. She is our anchor in his chaotic current." The dukes seemed to accept this, their collective auras humming with a grudging approval. Another duke, a woman whose form seemed to be woven from threads of pure, silver light, spoke. "And what of the events in the transcendent origin folds? What we saw in Concordia was contradictory and alarming. They being named Osmont, or was it Osmontian? The one who wielded the authority of the dead and displayed power far beyond his supposed station. The name Osmont struck Tristes with the force of a physical blow. Her mind, a flawless engine of logic and calculation, raced. Osmont. Alexander Asmodeus. Both from the same insignificant, backwater minor fold, the null vein gravewake folds. How could one forgotten corner of existence produce two such reality-bending anomalies? Her perfect composure cracked, just for an instant, a flicker of genuine shock in her otherwise serene eyes. What had she missed? But before she could voice the sudden, unsettling connection, before she could even begin to process the implications, the very fabric of the chamber rippled. A new figure appeared, not with a grand entrance, but with the quiet, efficient finality of a verdict being delivered. Another royal living law, her face a mask of urgent gravity, materialized in a flash of structured, silver-white light. She floated near Tristes, her gaze sweeping over the assembled dukes. "A report is coming in from the investigative team in the region of collapse where the minor fold, the null vein gravewake folds once resided," she announced, her voice crisp and clear. "The fold is still gone. But in its place, a new structure has risen." A low murmur, a sound of collective, controlled surprise, rippled through the conclave. "A structure of that magnitude, appearing in our regions without our knowledge? Unacceptable," Duke Justinius declared, his voice a low growl of displeasure. The newly arrived royal law continued, her voice painting a picture of impossible architecture. "Our observers describe it as a fortress of sorts, a bastion of blue and gold light that radiates an immense, ordered power, yet its design corresponds to no known authority. Maybe a principle. It is vast, covering nearly half the area of the original fold, and seems to be growing." The dukes exchanged glances, their minds racing through the strategic implications. Tristes's thoughts, however, were a maelstrom. The null vein gravewake folds. The origin of both Alexander and Osmont. And now, an impossible, unknown fortress appears where it once was. This cannot be left to lower-level observers, a duke whose throne was carved from a single, flawless diamond declared. We will go ourselves. A few others nodded in agreement, their forms beginning to shimmer with the light of impending travel. Tristez's interest, once a cool, professional curiosity, was now a burning, all-consuming fire. I will go too, she declared, her voice ringing with a new, intense purpose. Chapter 42:36 Rebuke. 2. From the pristine, silent grandeur of the heart of law, they came. They did not tear through reality with the chaotic violence of paradox or the raw force of origin. Theirs was a more profound, more unnerving method of travel. They commanded existence to be orderly, and in the swirling, lawless chaos of the space between folds, a path simply appeared. It was a bridge of absolute precedent, a corridor of juridical certainty, a straight, unwavering line of silver-white light that imposed its will upon the unstructured void. They materialized in the region of collapse where the null-vein gravewake folds had once been, their arrival a silent, synchronized flash of silver and gold. Dukes of law, their forms radiating an authority as constant and as unyielding as the passage of time, were at the forefront. Behind them, a host of royal, honored, and prime living laws fanned out, their collective presence a chilling wave of absolute law in this realm of endings. And then they saw it. It was a blasphemy. A glorious, breathtaking, and utter blasphemy against every principle of law, order, and known reality they held dear. Where there should have been only the chaotic, swirling remnants of a dead fold, a fortress of impossible beauty and unknown design now stood, a bastion of vibrant blue and gold light, its semi-translucent walls revealing the tantalizing, impossible glimpse of a thriving wonder within barely observable. Great bastions, each existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously, studded its perimeter like defiant jewels, and from its highest spires, potent auroras of blue and gold rivers flowed out and around the entire structure, a celestial mote of pure, protective authority. The assembled dukes frowned, a collective, silent expression of profound displeasure. Duke Justinius, a being whose form was so perfectly symmetrical that it seemed to hurt the eyes, his power a crushing 700 trillion in complexity, was the first to speak. His voice was the sound of a verdict being rendered. Our perception is being denied. Our authority is being repelled. Royal law Tristez, her own complexity feeling almost insignificant in the presence of these ancient pillars of law. Floated beside him, another duke, a woman named Themis whose eyes seemed to hold the weight of every law ever written, stepped forward. This is not the work of a standard authority, she said, her voice a low, analytical hum. The way it repels our will is not a direct counter, but a fundamental disagreement with the premise of our entry. This feels older, more fundamental. Her gaze sharpened with a dawning, terrible comprehension. This is the signature of a principle. The word hung in the dead air, a weight heavier than any physical mass. A principle. A fundamental, fold-shaping law of existence, one they did not know and did not control, had been made manifest here. Then we test its limits. Another, more aggressive duke declared, his form wreathed in chains of golden light. We see what this principle is made of. They began with a gentle probe. A united push of their collective wills, a wave of pure, conceptual intent that washed against the aegis. It was like a soft breeze against a mountain. The blue-gold walls shimmered, but did not yield. They escalated. They began to exert their authority. Conceptual gavels, each the size of a moon, materialized and smashed against the barrier. Chains of precedent, woven from the very history of law, sought to bind and constrict the structure. Waves of pure, unadulterated judgment, the very force that held the folds together, crashed against the walls. The aegis did not crack. It did not strain. It rippled. It hummed. It absorbed the energy with a serene, almost musical indifference, like a vast ocean accepting the rain. Inside the radiant shore, at the very heart of the now impenetrable infiniverse, Noah watched. He sat upon the golden sands, a faint, amused smile on his face, observing the futile assault on a conceptual screen woven from his own authority. Kor floated beside him, her abyssal eyes twinkling with a delight that was almost childlike. She mused, her voice a soft, melodic hum. You have found your way, outsider. Maybe, her maybe was no longer a note of pessimism, but one of awe. She was witnessing a philosophy of power she had never seen before, a terrifyingly efficient system of turning hostility into growth. As the Duke's attacks outside grew more intense, more desperate, Noah felt a new sensation. A thrill, a hum, a song that began in the walls of the aegis and resonated directly in his soul. The trap had been sprung. Boom, architect's rebuke. has been activated, hostile energy signatures detected. The living laws are displeased with your unauthorized construction, siphoning hostile authority, living law Duke tier. A potent, if rather rigid, energy source, analyzing. Converting, a defensive engram, has been created. It contains straight face. 31.2 trillion in raw, usable complexity and purity, a temporary, 24-hour, partial resistance to Duke-level living law authority, recommendation, absorb immediately to gain tactical advantage and process battlefield data. Noah willed it, and he felt the engram flow into him, a jolt of pure, refined power and a flood of understanding. He could feel the very structure of their attacks, the subtle nuances of their authority, the philosophical underpinnings of their power. This dot was just the start. As imagine the constant inflow of numbers as more powerful beings attacked. Noah's eyes were bright at thought alone. With these thoughts budding, an analytical set of prompts bloomed in his vision. A strategic overview born from his new, terrifyingly efficient defense system, maximizing, Architect's rebuke, efficiency for Project Zenith. Your new Aegis has successfully transformed your home from a passive sanctuary into an active, predatory resource generation engine. Hostile actions against you are now a net positive. The following protocols are suggested to maximize this strategic advantage. Protocol 1. The honeypot deliberately leak information about the unfathomable treasures or lost knowledge contained within the Aegis. This will attract greedy, curious, or ambitious living existences to test your defenses, providing a steady stream of diverse authority engrams for your consumption and analysis. Protocol 2. The carrion call utilize the essences of the dead already in your possession. A controlled release of their aura outside the Aegis will act as a conceptual chum, potentially tearing the veil and drawing other roaming dead existences toward your location like predators to a fresh, irresistible kill. Noah read the terrifyingly logical suggestions, a slow, devilish smile spreading across his face. He had his fortress. And now, he would make his enemies build its walls for him, one painful, harvested lesson at a time. Chapter 4237 Course Rage. Outside, in the roiling chaos of what was once the null vein gravewake folds, the forces of law were throwing a tantrum against the unyielding walls of his new fortress. It was, he had to admit, deeply satisfying to watch. He turned his gaze from the futile assault to the figure who had materialized silently beside him. Malphas, this glorious attendant, bowed with a grace that was both perfect and predatory. The stage is set, my lord, Malphas said, his voice a low, calm murmur that carried the weight of absolute command. Maintain your gaze and increase it to cover all folds if you can. And begin spreading the news, Noah continued, a devilish smile touching his lips, a rumor, a whisper. A sanctuary of impossible power and untold treasures has appeared in a region of collapse near the territories of the living laws. Let the greedy and the desperate come. Let them test my walls and feed my growth. None of them are dumb, as they will soon sense the siphoning of their power and may even stop attacking. We need to make it so that they cannot stop attacking even if they want to. Malphas's crimson eyes gleamed with a profound, almost zealous, understanding. He saw the beautiful, terrible elegance of his master's plan, a fortress that fed on the aggression of its enemies. It was a strategy of such pure, refined tyranny that it bordered on art. Yes, my lord, he said, his voice a smooth, cultured purr of absolute obedience. With a final, deep bow, he dissolved into the shadows, his consciousness already spreading across the folds like an unseen plague. Noah's attention then shifted to a screen only he could see, this one showing the chaotic, marbled halls of the juridical sanctum. He watched as his son, Henry, and his small, absurdly powerful party carved a path of elegant destruction through the prison's defenses. New, more powerful dukes of law were arriving, their auras blazing with righteous fury, turning what had been a simple training exercise into a genuine, high-stakes conflict. It was time to end the lesson. A mental message, a thread of pure, paternal command, shot across the folds and into his son's mind. You may return now. But your entry needs to be public. He began to relay the instructions, his thoughts a precise, detailed script for the performance to come. Play the role of an arrogant young master. Your expression should be one of bored condescension. Your words should drip with the kind of entitlement that makes even a saint want to land a fist on your face. Mock them. Make them burn with a rage so profound they lose all reason. Tell them they are unworthy of entering this grand inheritance of the creature. Make them believe that our new home is a prize to be won, not a fortress to be feared. As the message was sent, Noah watched the scene outside the loom's Aegis. The assembled dukes of law were still hurling their conceptual weapons at the barrier, their frustration mounting with each failed attempt. And then, a new variable entered their equation, a portal of brilliant, white gold light tore open in the space just before the Aegis. From it, Henry and his party stepped out. He carried himself with a new, infuriating swagger. He looked at the assembled dukes, these ancient pillars of law, not with fear, but with a look of profound, weary boredom. He even had the audacity to yawn. One of the dukes, a being of 700 trillion complexity whose form was a perfect, symmetrical crystal of pure law, spoke, his voice a thunderclap of authority. "Who are you?" Henry looked at him, a slow, condescending smile spreading across his face. "Oh, are the locals still making a fuss?" he asked. His voice laced with an insufferable, aristocratic drawl. He gestured vaguely at the colossal, blue-gold fortress behind him. "You're all trying to get into this wonder? An inheritance left behind by the creature," he laughed. It was not a sound of mirth, but a short, barking noise of pure, unadulterated condescension. He scoffed, his gaze sweeping over them with dismissive contempt. "You could try for 1,000,000 years and you would never be worthy. This is a sanctuary for the chosen, not a playground for you fossils. Stop wasting your energy and go back to stamping your little edicts of law." The air crackled with a shock and rage so potent it threatened to collapse space itself. But before the enraged dukes could even begin to formulate an attack, Henry turned his back on them. He led his party, Leora on his arm, a smirking Lilith, a stoic Iam, and a happily bouncing young Inevitability, with Bob and others following behind towards the Aegis. The blue-gold barrier, which had been an impenetrable wall to the living laws, parted for them like a welcoming curtain. They stepped through and vanished from sight, leaving the most powerful beings of law in a state of stunned, apoplectic silence. For a long, terrible moment, there was only the sound of the roiling chaos of collapse. The dukes stood frozen, their minds buzzing to process the sheer, unmitigated gall of what had just transpired. "Blasphemy!" the aggressive duke roared, his body blazing with golden chains of fury. "We should shatter this fortress and drag that arrogant whelp out by his very essence." "Calm yourself, Actaeon," a serene, female voice interjected. It was Duke Themis, her form a graceful weaving of silver light, her eyes holding the wisdom of 1,000,000,000 legal precedents. "That is precisely what he wants." The other dukes turned to her, their rage momentarily checked by her cold, analytical tone. "Think," she commanded, her voice a soothing balm on their inflamed pride. He appeared from nowhere, provoked us with specific, inflammatory words, and then retreated into an impenetrable fortress that he knew we could not breach. This was not a random act of arrogance. It was a taunt designed to elicit a specific response, a full-scale, furious, and ultimately fruitless assault on this barrier. Duke Justinius, his symmetrical form radiating a cold, logical light, processed her words. "And why? What does he gain from our attack?" Themis's gaze was fixed on the Aegis, her mind dissecting the puzzle. "That is the question we must answer. This barrier. It does not seem to weaken under our assault. On the contrary, it seems to enjoy it. It absorbs our attacks as we expend our authority." Her voice dropped, a chilling note of dawning horror in it. Another duke countered, "Or perhaps it is misdirection. They mention an inheritance of the creature. Is it truth? A lie to make us waste our resources here while they pursue another objective?" Themis nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "Indeed. We have been presented with a mystery wrapped in a fortress, delivered by an insult. We are being played." She turned to the others, her expression now one of grim, strategic resolve. "We will not play his game. We will start our own." Her voice rang out, a new, colder command: "Cease the assault. Establish a perimeter. We will observe. We will analyze. We will learn. We will not feed this thing, whatever it is. Let them sit in his fortress. Let them think they are safe. We are the law. Our patience is as infinite as our judgment." The dukes, their rage now cooled into a simmering, calculated fury, nodded in agreement. They had been outplayed in the opening move, but the match was far from over. They would watch, they would wait, and they would find a weakness. They always did. Chapter 4238 Course Rage. 2. On his conceptual screen, he watched the scene outside the loom's Aegis. The assembled dukes of law, after their initial, furious assault, had mostly fallen back. Their analytical minds had correctly deduced that their attacks were not only futile but likely counterproductive. He smiled. He knew they would sense their authority being not just repelled, but devoured, soon enough. Now, the second part of the plan was in motion. Even if they knew they were being played, they would still have to play. Malthus was already at work, his shadowy crows spreading the gospel of a newfound sanctuary, a rumor that would soon draw the greedy, the desperate, and the powerful like moths to a conceptual flame. He saw royal law Tristis still lingering at the edge of the aegis, her pride and curiosity warring within her. She and a few loyal royal and honored living laws were still probing the barrier, their authority a gentle, insistent pressure against his defenses. A devilish thought sparked in Noah's mind. He gave a silent command to the aegis, spur their greed a little more, as Tristes's next wave of authority washed over the blue-gold barrier. A small, almost imperceptible fissure of light appeared from it, a few shimmering droplets of sacred meat of existence and a single, radiant leaf from a transcendent veil moss gushed out, as if the barrier had momentarily buckled under the strain. They were crumbs, insignificant trifles from his vast stores, but to those outside, they were treasures beyond measure. He watched as Tristes's eyes widened, her professional curiosity instantly consumed by a raw, acquisitive hunger. Yes, they would play. His attention finally turned from the grand stage to the drama that had just arrived on his shore. His son, Henry, stood with Leora, and between them was her father. Bob, Noah's eyes, burning with the quiet intensity of his newfound power, settled on the bald-headed being with whom he shared a strange, complicated history. "Little Bobby," he said, his voice a calm, even tone that somehow managed to be both a greeting and an assessment, "you don't look too good." Bob's entire form was a study in contained violence, his white gold skin was taut, his muscles bunched as if he were constantly resisting an internal explosion. It looked as though a great and terrible beast was trapped within him, clawing to get out. He looked at Noah, his eyes a mixture of gratitude, awe, and a profound, bone-deep weariness. "While I have to thank you for taking care of my daughter and rescuing me," he said, his voice strained, "I don't think I can stay. Inside of me, the mutated inevitability is too strong. Especially when surrounded by a place that is just." He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the radiant shore, at the impossible trees, the teeming aquarium, the glowing totems, the tenders. His mind simply could not grasp the scale of what he was seeing. Leora, her face a mask of anxious concern, turned to Noah. "Sir," she pleaded, "can you do anything about this? Can you separate him from the inevitability?" At her words, Noah's gaze shifted to Cor, who had floated over with an expression of pure, unadulterated interest. She looked at Bob, a specimen of great curiosity. And with a single, delicate tap of her finger, his struggling form was lifted into the air, held in a gentle, inescapable grip. His body began to wriggle, his face contorting in panic. "Wait! Don't let it out," he cried. Cor simply shook her head, a gesture of ancient, paternalistic authority. "Little Bobby," she said, her voice a soothing, yet absolute, command, "I am the first hunger. Why would I be afraid of any inevitability?" "Hush!" She tapped the air again. The motion was calm, almost casual, but the effect was apocalyptic. Bob's body convulsed, and from his very essence, a being of pure, obsidian hunger was torn forth. Obsidian tentacles pulsed and raged, a vortex of insatiable appetite that immediately began devouring the rich, ambient authority of the shore. Cor frowned, her abyssal eyes narrowing as she looked at this new creature. "How long," she asked Noah, her voice now devoid of its usual playfulness, "have these so-called mutated inevitabilities been like this?" Noah shook his head. He didn't know. Cor's frown deepened. She sensed something wrong, something fundamentally, profanely incorrect. She moved forward, her tiny hand reaching out to grasp one of the writhing, obsidian tentacles. Her power as the first hunger buzzed, a low, dangerous thrum as she connected with the creature. Her expression, in the span of a single heartbeat, shifted. Curiosity became confusion. Confusion became dawning horror. And horror became an incandescent, all-consuming rage. "Who did this?" she bellowed, her voice not a sound, but a shockwave that tore through the very fabric of the shore. "Who mutilated inevitabilities and did this?" Boom, her hockey was unleashed. It was not a controlled, measured release of power, it was an avalanche of pure, absolute darkness that blanketed everything. It did not just obscure the light, it consumed the very concept of it. In an instant, every being on the shore who had not reached the quadrillion threshold in complexity and purity, Henry, Leora, Moraine, Titano. Froze. They were not just immobilized, they were suspended, their consciousnesses snuffed out like candle flames in a hurricane. Their bodies locked in a state of existential stasis. Time itself, within the shore, froze. Catastrophic hockey event detected. Source: Core. the first hunger effect, widespread existential stasis-induced analysis. The emotional release of a primordial being has resulted in the temporary cessation of all activity for existences below a critical power threshold. Time and biological functions are suspended. The avalanche of darkness did not stop at the shore's edge. It bled out, through the aegis, into the folds. Outside, the Dukes of Law, still probing the barrier, felt it, a wave of pure, unadulterated dread that had nothing to do with emotion and everything to do with a fundamental violation of existence. Their minds, their very beings, were overwhelmed. In a terrifying moment of shared horror, they too began to lose consciousness, their forms slumping in the void, only three of the strongest, their bodies blazing with the light of powerful early tools of law that had activated instinctively, remained awake, their faces masks of pure, uncomprehending terror. Chapter 42:39 Course Rage. 3. In the frozen silence of the radiant shore, only a few remained standing. Noah, his own quadrillion-level existence a defiant island in the sea of course rage. Sigrid, her order a cold, unyielding pillar. The infiniverse in ruination, their natures too vast and too alien to be so easily stilled. Malphas, he floated towards Kor, his expression somber, his voice a calm anchor in her storm. Kor. Come. Tell me what you found. Her abyssal eyes, now fiery pits of cold, all-devouring hunger, fixed on him. These so-called mutated inevitabilities, she hissed, her voice a symphony of rage, have been mutilated. Their way of existence altered. They devour and devour endlessly, far beyond what a normal inevitability would, because they are kept in a cruel, endless state of hunger. They don't even truly eat what they devour. All the everythings they consume do not stay with them. They are being redirected, stolen, taken elsewhere. Boom, Noah's frown deepened. The revelation was horrifying. Kor's voice, though still filled with rage, became a low, dangerous whisper. I hold a unique connection to all inevitabilities. A ruling. The primacy of hunger. It grants me a level of control, of understanding. And I can feel it on this thing. It has been defiled, twisted, used to alter inevitabilities, to force their very way of existence to change. And the only one who had access to my way of existence, the only one who could have done this, would be the one who collapsed my existence in the earliest folds, the one who had collapsed her existence. Noah's expression became even more grave. Kor's gaze was the most dangerous thing he had ever seen, her eyes radiating a power that promised a terrible, drawn-out end for the one responsible. The living paradox. They had better not be living or dead, she whispered, her hockey pulsing dangerously. Because if they are either, in the midst of all this, Noah, his mind a cold engine of logic even in the face of this horror, asked the one question that mattered. Where are all the everythings that mutated inevitabilities devour redirected to? He felt like he already knew. Kor went silent. Her rage seemed to cool, to crystallize into something far colder, far more terrifying. Her voice, when she spoke, was a calm, simple, and utterly devastating whisper. The loom, the words were a final, crushing weight, a capstone on the pyramid of horrors that had been revealed. The radiant shore was frozen in a moment of terrible, absolute silence, a sanctuary held in the grip of coarse hockey-induced stasis. Noah stood amidst his unmoving family, the vibrant life of his domain suspended around him like a photograph of a forgotten, happier time. He looked at Kor, at her tiny form radiating a rage so profound it had stopped time, and he needed to understand. How, he asked, his voice a low, steady current in the dead-still air. How can you sense this? Kor's abyssal eyes, burning with the cold fire of a truth she had just remembered, fixed on him. I don't just sense it, outsider, she whispered, the words like grinding glass. I feel it still. It is a part of me. A phantom limb that still aches. My primacy of hunger, my way of existence, my authority over all inevitabilities. It was mutilated. She raised a hand, and the very darkness of her hockey seemed apart, revealing a faint, almost invisible network of obsidian threads that stretched out from her and into the void. I can feel it, this corrupted version of my own nature. It's a net cast across all of existence, and every mutated inevitability is a knot in that net. And all the threads, all the stolen, devoured everything they consume. They all flow in one direction. Her gaze became distant, looking through the fabric of reality itself. They lead to a domain lost to existence. A place that is not a place, a fortress built in the heart of nothing. There are doorways that permit only the inflow of this energy, this endless tribute of stolen life. What you all likely know as the doorways to the loom. Noah's expression became grave, the pieces of a monstrous puzzle clicking into place. As his understanding crystallized, the analytical engine of his own existence responded, its thoughts blooming in his mind as a series of cold, terrible prompts that this time were also displayed to core analysis, the grand conspiracy, primary hypothesis, the entity known as the living paradox, is one of the architects of the current existential crisis, supporting evidence straight face. Asset core was collapsed by the living paradox in the earliest folds. Her unique authority, the primacy of hunger, was not destroyed but stolen and mutilated. This stolen authority was used to alter the fundamental nature of inevitabilities, creating the mutated variant. Conclusion: the living paradox has weaponized the very nature of inevitabilities, transforming them from chaotic predators into a passive, existence-spanning power generation network. Their endless, unsatisfiable hunger is not a flaw, it is the engine. The loom is the power station. The clinical, professional language of the prompts only served to make the revelation more horrifying. This was not a natural disaster, it was an act of engineering, a project of unimaginable cruelty and ambition, counter-strategy projection, the river of everything's problem. The loom is an impenetrable fortress, a one-way system, analysis. The system is designed for a constant, unidirectional inflow of siphoned everythings. This creates a conceptual current flowing through all doorways to the loom. Question: is it possible to reverse this process? Could one, theoretically, swim upstream against this current of devoured everythings and forcefully enter the loom? Success probability, unknown, but likely dependent on the ability to manipulate the very authority that created the system in the first place. Boom! At the thought, coarse voice, now grave and heavy, cut through the silence. Such a thing would be insanely difficult, outsider. The design is only something I can infer right now, but to alter a fundamental flow of existence on that scale, only someone at the level 1 scale of existence would be able to even attempt it. My old self might have been able to try. But my current self, she shook her head, a gesture of profound, bitter frustration, it is absolutely impossible. A good deduction, a possibility, but as of right now, and in the near future. Impossible. Her words were a wall, a final, unbreachable barrier of logic. Noah turned silent, the glimmer of a plan extinguished before it could even catch fire. Coarse eyes, however, flashed with a new, chilling light. Her rage had not dissipated, it had been focused, honed into a sharp, singular purpose. I need more information, she declared, her voice a low, dangerous hiss. I need to enter one of these doorways to the loom. Chapter 4240 end. At her words, Noah's pondering gaze shifted. He reached into the impossible space of his own existence, and he took out a key. It was a simple, gray rectangular object, almost mundane in its appearance. A key. The frequency of existence that had once been held terra firma, it needed an influx of paradoxical authority to activate, and now, in this shore, it shone with a faint, expectant light. I have a key to a doorway to the loom, he said, his voice a quiet statement. Coarse eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise in her ancient gaze. How did you get your hands on something like that? Noah's gaze drifted to the frozen figures of Bob and the mutated inevitability. In my home wheel of existence, this key used to be in the form of a mere frequency of existence. Actually, little Bobby and others were looking for it. He was doing everything he could to find a path to bring back his daughter. But after everything was over and done, I obtained this key. And now, his eyes flashed with a sharp, almost cruel, light as he thought of the intricate, looping patterns of existence. A cold smile touched his lips. Isn't it unique how cause and effect works? From all those events back then, and how they led to Thoron, who initially had this inevitability, which in turn led to my first meetings with living existences. Now Bob comes back, holding a mutated inevitability he fears, which allows you to see the horror of it all. And now, the key, from all the way back then, is in play again. Existence. Seems to be intricately unique, Core nodded, her expression cold. Choices, outsider, she said, her voice a low murmur. They steer one's weavings of existence. In the vast unfairness of it all, only the choices one makes truly matter, for they are the only rudder you have. Without choices, you would only be pulled into the flow and weavings of others. She looked at him, at the impossible being he was, at the frozen court of powerful entities that now surrounded him. You seem to have pulled living existences, me, and many others into your weavings. Continue to make your choices, outsider. Her gaze fell upon the key in his hand, her eyes burning with a new, focused intensity. For now, let's see what we can find from the doorway that key leads into. The heavy, frozen silence of the radiant shore began to thaw. One by one, the beings suspended in the grip of coarse hockey stirred, their consciousnesses slowly returning to their forms like a tide creeping back up a silent beach as coarse hockey began to recede. Noah stood amidst them, his presence a calm, unshakable anchor in their sea of confusion. He looked at Kor, who was now calmly observing the still unconscious form of Bob, and the writhing, contained mutated inevitability. Her rage had subsided, replaced by a cold, analytical focus. Let's see what we can find, she had repeated. It was time to open the door. Noah's gaze settled on the gray, rectangular object in his hand. The key. A relic from his own past, a piece of a forgotten story that had, through the intricate, looping weavings of existence, become the key to his future. It pulsed with a faint, expectant light, awakened by the chaotic, paradoxical energies that now saturated his shore. He had already filled it to the brim and activated it. He tossed it into the air. It hung there for a moment, a simple, mundane object in a realm of impossible beauty. Then, Noah channeled his will. A stream of pure, paradoxical authority shot from his hand and into the key for a final push. It began to spin. A heavy, resonant hum filled the air, the sound of an ancient lock finding its long-lost key. Paradoxical waves of gray and silver light pulsed outward, distorting the very air, making the golden sands seem to ripple and flow like water. Where the light passed, reality seemed to thin, to become more suggestive. In moments, a massive, rectangular gray portal, a perfect, clean-edged wound in the fabric of the shore, began to form. Key to doorway number 9384 has been activated. Analysis. The influx of high-grade paradoxical authority has optimized the activation sequence. A stable, permanent pathway is being established. Process. The pathway is aligning itself with the unique weavings of the radiant shore, creating a synergistic connection that will reinforce both the portal and the shore itself. Conclusion. A permanent portal to doorway number 9384 of the loom has been established. You may now enter and exit at your leisure. The portal solidified, its gray, shimmering surface a silent, waiting invitation. Noah and Kor stood before it. In her abyssal eyes, a chilling, predatory light had begun to burn. Noah looked at her, at the barely contained fury that still simmered beneath her calm exterior, and he spoke, his voice a gentle reminder. Kor. Your hockey. A flicker of something. Surprise, then a hint of apologetic light, flashed in her eyes. The immense, oppressive pressure that had settled over the shore in the wake of her rage finally, completely, released. Sorry about that, outsider, she said, her voice returning to its usual, melodic cadence. A percentage of my power leaked out due to my anger. It shouldn't cause any long-lasting effects, a percentage. Noah smiled calmly at the terrifying understatement. In his shore, his people awoke with a collective, shuddering gasp. The memory of that all-consuming, absolute darkness still fresh in their minds. He glanced at his conceptual screen, at the chaos unfolding outside the Aegis, and wondered just how that leak would change the game he had set in motion. A clone, a perfect duplicate of himself, emerged from his body. A similar phenomenon occurred with Kor, her own miniature copy stepping forth from her shadow. Noah called out, Malphas. The attendant appeared in a whisper of respectful silence. He bowed. The three of them, the clones of the tyrant and the hunger, and the ever-faithful servant, turned and stepped into the gray, shimmering veil of the portal. Chapter 42-41 End. 2. The main body of Noah remained on the shore, watching as his people, groggy and disoriented, began to wake. The main body of Kor, her task here not yet finished, floated towards the now conscious form of Bob and the still writhing mutated inevitability, her expression a mixture of clinical curiosity and ancient sorrow. Outside, in the region of collapse, the three dukes of law who had remained awake were reeling. The avalanche of darkness that had washed over them from the Aegis had been a force beyond their comprehension. It had not been an attack, but a simple, absolute statement of power. What was that? Duke Themis whispered, her voice, usually so steady, trembling with a profound, existential dread. The early tools they wore, artifacts of immense power, still glowed with a protective, legalistic light. The only reason their consciousnesses hadn't been snuffed out like all the others. As they were finishing their panicked discussion, a new wave of arrivals began. Portals of every color and authority ripped open across the void. Living origins, living elementals, living quantums. Even more living paradoxes, their marks of unity shining like defiant stars, poured into the region, their numbers in the hundreds. A certain butler had been busy. A contingent of Origin dukes, led by a clone of Origin Ama Gias herself, appeared near the laws. What happened here? We heard of the sanctuary of the creature? GIAs demanded, her gaze sweeping over the hundreds of unconscious living laws that were only now beginning to stir. Duke Justinius, his symmetrical form radiating a tense, controlled fury, simply replied, "Not everything here is as it appears." Of those who heard this cryptic exchange, one did not have the patience for subtlety, a fiery living elemental Duke, his body a raging inferno of molten rock and solar flares, shot towards the blue-gold aegis. Enough of this waiting. If it truly has any connections with the creature or the living existences, humph, he roared, with a bellow that could have shattered wheels. He breathed out a terrifying pillar of pure, conceptual flame that smashed onto the barrier. The aegis hummed, absorbing the attack. And then, at the point of impact, it leaked. A few radiant sacred herbs and a shower of shimmering, early sacred water droplets erupted from the barrier, a reward for the Duke's fiery impatience. He caught them, his eyes widening in shock and then blazing with a raw, covetous light. He turned to the living laws. "Is this what you have been hiding?" Before they could explain, it was too late. The scent of the treasure, the very idea of it, had spread. The phase of greed had arrived. Dukes, honored existences, and royals from every faction arrived in a slow yet quick pace. Their caution, consumed by the promise of impossible loot, began to surround the aegises. First, they sought to understand, then, they attacked after they heard the reports from what was currently known, and with every strike, more herbs, more sacred water, more priceless treasures rained down. It was a glorious, chaotic honeypot. The living laws, seeing the other factions reaping a bounty from a fortress they had discovered, gritted their teeth. Their pride and their greed warred, and greed won. They too joined the assault. Their own authorities of law now used to batter the very thing they had been trying to analyze. Justinius, remembering the terrifying burst of power he had barely survived, simply advised his forces to keep their distance as they attacked. He shook his head as he watched the fervent scene. Back inside the radiant shore, Noah stood on the golden sands near the grey portal, a devilish smile on his face as he watched the frenzy unfold. Architect's rebuke is in continuous activation. The honeypot protocol is a resounding success. Multiple high-level entities are now willingly feeding your fortress. It's like they're paying you to rob them, siphoning hostile authority, living law, living origin, living elemental, living quantum. A diverse portfolio of existential energies is being collected. Defensive engrams are being created at an unprecedented rate. Incoming complexity and purity being siphoned into the engram. 17 trillion. 30 trillion. 40 trillion, current status. You are now actively profiting from a multi-faction siege on your own home. This is a new benchmark in tyrannical efficiency. Noah watched these flashing prompts as his other body and the clones of Kor and Melphas passed through the veil, and the existence dissolved. They appeared in a realm of grey, muted brilliance. All around them, massive, craggy rocks that looked like shattered meteors floated in a silent, empty void, each one connected to its neighbors by thick, archaic grey chains. It was a graveyard of existence, a prison of forgotten matter. Due to the presence of Kor, the first hunger, the passage through doorway number 9384 of the loom has bypassed all intermediary zones. You have arrived at the endpoint. This is the closest any being can potentially come to the periphery of the loom, due to Kor. They had cheated the journey itself, arriving directly at the end, and it was an end. The moment they fully materialized, they saw it, far ahead, and all around, stretching into the infinite gray distance, were thousands upon thousands of mutated inevitabilities. They were arranged like a great, silent swarm, their writhing, tentacled forms a sea of ceaseless, hungry motion, and from each of them, a single, shimmering tendril of pure, siphoned essence floated out, all of them leading to a single, stellar gray object. It was a receiver, a nexus. It looked like a colossal, multifaceted crystal, its surface constantly shifting, its form both geometric and organic. It radiated a terrifying light of pure, unadulterated complexity, and it was attached to a massive, endlessly expanding gray well, a vortex of pure energy surrounded by pulsing, circular gray rings. It was here. This was where all the devoured everythings of the inevitabilities here were flowing into. The coarse form trembled, a low, guttural growl of pure, bubbling rage and pain escaping her. Malthus became stern, stepping forward to stand protectively in front of Noah. In the next moment, the thousands of mutated inevitabilities turned their countless, vacant eyes towards them. A collective, soul-shattering screech echoed through the void, and they charged. The weakest among them held 100 trillion in complexity. The strongest, great, Leviathan-like beings at the heart of the swarm, exceeded 100 quadrillion. They were a tide of absolute, unmakeable power. Cor looked at them, and her rage was tempered by a profound, heartbreaking sorrow. They were her children, her kin, and they did not even recognize their mother. See if you can learn anything from that object. Maybe the idea of your weavings to follow where the everything's flow to may have a chance if we understand that. She said to Noah, her voice a tight, strained whisper, I will hold them back. I will give you enough time. Noah nodded, his eyes shining. He and Malthus shot forward, not away from the onslaught, but towards it, towards the nexus. With a single thought, Noah wove the artifice of quantum, and with a single step, he was no longer there, but here, directly before the stellar gray object. The thousands of inevitabilities instantly shifted their trajectory, their eyes blazing with a furious red light as they turned their full, annihilating attention on him. But at that moment, Cor's voice, now filled with a deep, melancholic power, echoed out, You poor things, she said. Existence has been so cruel to you. Listen to Mother. And hold still, listen to Mother, hold still. Boom, a unique, invisible authority of hunger erupted from her. In an instant, the thousands of charging inevitabilities, their tentacles just inches from Noah, froze. They were held in perfect, absolute stasis, their own natures forcing them to obey the will of the first hunger, even as their mutilated forms compelled them to protect the object they served. Noah's eyes were luminous. Behind him, Malthus appeared, a silent, crimson-eyed guardian. Noah was on the cusp of answers. Was this object truly the nexus for this doorway? The collection point for all stolen everythings? Did all the doorways to the loom that living existences had been traversing over the eons all hold an end like this that they could not reach because inevitabilities with complexities even exceeding early creatures appeared towards the end? He had to know. His figure became wrapped in brilliant, bloody purple flames, his heart of an early creature pulsing with a furious, tyrannical rhythm. He reached out, his hand about to touch the stellar gray object, and he bellowed, his voice a command to existence itself. Give the everythings you have swallowed to me. A terrifying, gray light erupted from the object, a defensive pulse that washed over him, but he pushed through, his hand making contact. He felt an immense, infinite well of weavings of complexity and purity. You have come into contact with a primordial lodestone of the loom. This object serves as a collection and transference node for siphon everythings of a small section of existence passed through a single doorway. It currently contains countless everythings that have not yet been harvested and absorbed. Noah's eyes blazed with a fervent light. Give them all to me, he bellowed with a profound sense of tyranny. Attempting to extract the everythings from the lodestone. Attempting to extract, but then, it happened, a blinding, gray light, heavier and more absolute than the one before, erupted. The lodestone flashed with a deep, crimson light. As if something had gone wrong. And a failsafe had been triggered, his entire existence buzzed, and a terrifying, unknown force erupted from the lodestone, clamping onto his hands, holding them in place. A torrent of alien, corrupting authority began to gush from the lodestone and into his body right after as he felt like snakes were penetrating into his skin. Error. Unknown failsafe triggered. The authority of the lodestone has been altered. Your existence is being corrupted. Noah's eyes flashed with a mixture of tyranny and rage as he tried to pull back, but he was held fast. My lord! Malthus cried, turning in shock and surging forward to pull his master away. Outsider. Cor's expression changed to one of pure alarm. She took a step, appearing right beside Noah, her hand reaching for him, but it was too late. An undeniable weaving of existence, far exceeding anything currently experienced, is attacking and corrupting the very makeup of your being. All of your being across all possible bodies, weavings, and timelines, the entirety of your existence rises up in defense. Your heart, your atlas, your principles, your very will, your everythings. They are fighting back. Your systems of existence are attempting to counteract the rewriting of your fundamental code of existence by the corruption of the lodestone, countermeasures failing, existential integrity dropping. Error. Thump. Noah's eyes pulsed. He stopped feeling all sensation. He only felt the beat of his heart, his glorious heart. Thump. Error. Thump. Error. The beat was getting fainter and fainter. Thump. Arrow dash. In Noah's eyes, across all his bodies, in the radiant shore, in the wandering territories, in the deepest corridors of his own existence, everything went dark, everything. But a faint blue light of the most recently crafted seed glyph, chapter 4242 The Loom Eye, when skies crack white and veils grow thin, when dead and living merge as kin, when folds collapse to crushing dark, the loom preserves the chosen spark, first comes the thinning of the veil. The dead arise where living fail, then tears appear in reality's seam, as nightmares walk and dreamers scream. The creature's work shall turn to dust, early powers break like rust, quadrillions, quintillions fall to null and void, as everything's are all destroyed, but we who dwell within the frame, we who know the Weaver's name, we who paid the price to enter, stand secure in Loom's great center, for when the fallout comes to call, and civilizational falls to thrall, when zero scale meets final rest, the Loom alone shall stand the test, no hunger's jaw can breach our wall, the Loom protects us from the fall, count your fortune, chosen few, selected from the countless who will face the ending unprepared, while we within the Loom are spared. Remember those who built this ark, who saw the coming of the dark, the living paradox who knew what none outside could misconstrue. So when you hear the outside cry, when trillions beg before they die, remember that you earned your place within the Loom's protecting grace, for existence ends beyond these walls, the mighty crash, the lowest falls, but we shall wait in patient power until arrives the blooming hour, when fallout fades and birth begins, when those inside the Loom step in to fill the void that ending made. As architects of the next parade, this is the promise, this the creed, the Loom provides for those in need who saw the truth and chose to hide, rather than face the coming tide. Let others call us cowards, weak, let them their hopeless glory seek, we know the truth that they deny. Outside the Loom, all things must die, all for the sake of civilization, all for the sake of civilization, all for the sake of civilization, all for the sake of civilization. The room was a sanctuary of quiet, stellar brilliance. The walls were not carved from stone or metal, but forged from a white sparkling wood that hummed with a life of its own, a material that had been common in the earliest folds but was now a forgotten myth. The air was still, clean, and saturated with a power so pure and so dense that breathing was a form of cultivation. Breathing here alone would have the same effects as devouring sacred herbs. The only object in the vast, empty space was a single crimson mat, its fabric woven from threads of solidified authority. It was an early tool, and it radiated a unique, gentle warmth, a passive aura that increased the complexity and purity of any being who rested upon it by millions every second up until a certain threshold anyways. Upon this mat, a figure stretched with a languid, feline grace. It was a woman. An early creature, her form a perfect testament to a forgotten age of primordial power. Her hair was a cascade of vibrant, fiery red, each strand a filament of captured starlight that seemed to move with its own will. She yawned, a delicate, soundless gesture, and as she did, her power pulsed, a wave of complexity and purity so immense it made the very fabric of the room ripple. It was a power that overwhelmingly exceeded 2,000 quadrillion, a number so vast it had lost all meaning, becoming simply a statement of absolute, undeniable might. And mighty she was, she rose, and the simple crimson robe she wore shimmered. On the left breast, the marking of a single, golden flame burned with a gentle, contained fire. She walked out of the room, her bare feet silent on the polished, whitewood floors. She entered a hall that seemed to stretch into infinity, forged from the same living material, its pristine white walls lined with intricate crimson gold etchings that depicted the birth of folds and the forging of concepts. The moment she emerged, a being of living, swirling frost glided past. It was a living elemental, its form a beautiful, terrible blizzard contained in a vaguely humanoid shape. It smiled, a gesture that caused the air around it to sparkle with ice crystals. A steamed Valkyrie, its voice was the sound of a winter wind whispering through ancient trees. We are holding an elemental crucible today. A small tournament, a test of skill. Only early creatures and elementals below 500 quadrillion are permitted to participate. Will you be coming? Valkyrie shook her head, a gentle, warm smile on her lips. The living elemental before her emanated waves of power at a staggering 150 quadrillion, yet in this place, it was considered a participant for a junior tournament. No, she said, her voice a soft, melodic hum. You all enjoy yourselves. She continued her path down the grand hall, her presence a silent, respected authority. She passed other early creatures, their forms ranging from the perfectly humanoid to the beautifully abstract. She passed other living elementals. A being of living, shifting earth whose very presence had the gravity of a folds, another of pure, sentient fire whose warmth was a comforting balm. Each of them, early creature and living elemental alike, held a power that exceeded 100 quadrillion at the very least. And as she passed, each of them would offer a silent nod, a gesture of profound respect. Ultimately, she came to a massive door at the end of the hall, a gate that opened with a silent, willing parting of reality itself. She stepped through into a space so vast it defied comprehension. It was a forest of light and power, a garden that stretched for countless light years. Massive, radiant trees, each one the size of a galaxy, pulsed with the raw, untamed energy of the elements. One tree was a pillar of living fire, its leaves solar flares. Another was a colossal glacier, its branches carved from ice that was older than time. Tens of thousands of living elementals and hundreds of auras of early creatures could be felt. Moving like fireflies in this impossible, cosmic arboretum, a calm, disembodied voice echoed through the space, a sound that was both everywhere and nowhere at once. Welcome to the Arboretum Primus, Commander Valkyrie. Chapter 42-43. The Loon 2. Valkyrie smiled and nodded, her form lifting from the ground as she floated towards the very center of this light-year-wide expanse. There, 9 massive crimson thrones, each carved from a single, solidified concept of command, were arranged in a circle. From each throne, crimson gold lines of pure, informational light shot out, connecting to the myriad of massive, elemental trees. She drifted towards one of the empty thrones, her gaze sweeping over the other 8 early creatures who were already seated. Some were lost in deep cultivation, the faint, shimmering light of one or even multiple principles surrounding them like halos of impossible power. Each of them, like her, wore a crimson robe, and each of them radiated a power that was well in excess of 2,000 quadrillion. Any changes today? She asked, her voice a quiet question to the empty air. The same disembodied, monotone voice replied, "No, Commander. Just like all the eons before." "No changes," Valkyrie hummed and nodded, a familiar, almost weary, ritual. She settled into her throne, and as she did, illusory crimson gold screens rose before her, displaying a cascade of information. She scanned the data, her eyes taking in the endless stream of reports. Everything was green. Every system was nominal. Every projection was stable. "Give me the daily report," she said. "Daily report, everything's harvested in the last cycle, 1.9 million units. All monitored zones continue to be oversaturated with a surplus of everythings. Distribution protocols are operating at 30% capacity to avoid systemic overload." Valkyrie nodded with a faint, satisfied smile. The system worked. The great engine they had built was not just stable, it was overwhelmingly successful. But at this moment, shockingly, bzzzt, an alarm, a shrill, discordant sound that had no place in this realm of perfect, unchanging order. It was a sound none of them had heard in their lifetimes. Valkyrie and the other 8 commanders were jolted from their serene contemplation, their eyes snapping open, their expressions a mixture of confusion and dawning alarm. Valkyrie's hands flew across her screens, her fingers a blur as she pulled up the system overview. It was a vast, holographic chart showing hundreds of glowing green nodes of light, and there, in a distant, almost forgotten sector, was one node that was not green. It was cracked, and it was shining with a frantic, angry red. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise. "It seems," she murmured, her voice a low, disbelieving whisper, "something managed to get near a lodestone and even interrupt its functions. Its corruption of collapse has already been triggered." The other commanders were stirring, their calm facades cracking. "This has not happened before, has it?" one of them commented, his voice a low rumble. Another nodded, his form a shimmering mirage of heat and power. "No. When such a thing occurs, the protocol is to let those above us know and to initiate the closure protocols. We begin closing the doorways designated for us to monitor. We have collections of hundreds of times the everythings we expected, anyway." Far exceeding any parameters, Valkyrie nodded, a strange, melancholic sadness in her eyes. "I will pass the word on. It is just sad." A burly, muscular early creature, seated on a throne to her right laughed with a harsh, grating sound. "Why is it sad, Valkyrie? Because the existence who triggered the lodestone has been collapsed? The corruption of collapse cannot be evaded, not even by those like us. That poor existence who reached that far will have the very code of their being rewritten before they even realize it. Quick, merciful, and easy, HUUM." His words were spoken with a casual, brutal ease. Valkyrie remained silent for a moment before she asked, "Who do you think it was? A living existence? An early creature? A fold dweller?" The burly commander looked at her, then at the others, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. "Commander Valkyrie, does it really matter? Come on, let us report this. This is one of the few signals we have received in the last few years. Having the collapse of a lodestone now means that things are happening soon. After all these eons," he stood, his massive frame radiating a new energy. "We have to share this information with the other early living sectors. And as always, we do what we do for the sake of civilization." At his words, Valkyrie's expression shifted, her personal sadness giving way to a shared, ancient purpose. She nodded. "All for the sake of civilization." One by one, the others rose, their voices a chorus of profound, unwavering reverence, all for the sake of civilization, a blinking, collapsed lodestone, a single, red light in a sea of green. It was a sign of change, a harbinger of the end of their long, silent vigil. The thing they had been preparing for, the thing they had sacrificed much to escape, was finally, after all these eons, arriving. The fallout, organizations for the greater good. Humanity's most successful group delusion. We're doing this for everyone, they say, while usually doing it for about 12 people in a seat of power. It's the equivalent of "this will hurt me more than it hurts you," while the person that was saying this was holding a very large stick. But what if someone actually meant it? What if the greater good was genuine belief? The conviction required would be either inspiring or terrifying. Possibly both. In the earliest folds, there was a time when the creature sat in a domain that defied conventional description. Millions of inevitabilities swirled around it like a whirlpool of hunger made manifest. The creature smiled at them. Not the condescending smile of superiority, but the genuine warmth of greeting old friends. Occasionally, it would reach out and touch their writhing tendrils with the casual affection one might show to passing cats. An unknown fold dweller sat across from the creature, trying very hard not to think about how many ways they could cease to exist in this place. They had come with the ultimate question, the one that had driven them across impossible distances to ask the one being that might actually know the answer. What is the truth about existence? How should one experience existence to the fullest? Chapter 42-44 Noah Osmont. The inevitabilities paused in their swirling, as if even mindless hunger recognized the weight of the question. The creature was silent for a moment that could have been seconds or centuries. Time got nervous around questions that fundamental. Existence, the creature finally replied, its voice carrying the certainty of someone stating physical law, is best experienced as a civilization. The fold dweller waited for elaboration. The inevitabilities resumed their dance, not just best experienced, the creature continued, but one can only attain the true height of existence as a civilization and nothing else. Individual achievement, personal transcendence, singular power. These are rehearsals for the real performance. Shadows cast by the actual flame, the statement landed with the weight of revelation that rewrote previous understandings. A civilization is existence recognizing itself through countless perspectives simultaneously. It's the existence developing eyes numerous enough to actually see itself. One being, no matter how powerful, sees existence from one angle. A civilization sees it from millions, billions, infinite angles, creating a composite image that approaches truth. The creature touched another passing inevitability, and for a moment, it seemed less like a singular entity and more like a collective pretending to be one. The height of existence isn't reached by climbing alone but by building something that lifts everyone. Not because it's moral or good, but because it's the only way to actually get there. The peak requires all perspectives, all contributions, all failures and successes compiled into something greater than summation. If this was true. If civilization was the genuine path to existence's heights, then those who devoted themselves entirely to that goal weren't just altruistic. They were playing a different game entirely. Right, every selfish being thinking only of themselves was essentially existence experiencing a local maximum, a hill it mistook for the mountain. Meanwhile, those working for civilization were climbing the actual peak. Even if they couldn't see it yet, the will required for such dedication would be staggering. To subsume personal desire not from weakness but from understanding that personal achievement was literally incomplete achievement, to build something you might never see completed because the building itself was the point. How close were such beings to the true experience of existence? Perhaps closer than those with quadrillions in complexity who stood alone. Perhaps the weakest member of a true civilization experienced more of existence than the strongest solitary entity. But here's where it gets complicated. If everyone needs to work together to achieve true existence, and the creature knew this, and the living existences presumably knew this, then why all the conflict? Why the imprisonments, the collapses, the endless competition? Perhaps because knowing the destination and wanting to go there are different things. It's like knowing exercise is good for you while sitting on the couch eating chips. The knowledge doesn't automatically translate to action. Or perhaps, and this is the truly unsettling possibility, they were building a civilization, just not one that included everyone. The greater good, after all, never specifies greater for whom. The unknown fold dweller left that meeting with the creature carrying a truth that would either inspire unity or justify the most terrible exclusion. Because if civilization was the only path to true existence, then the question became, who gets to be part of the civilization, and who becomes the foundation it's built upon? The inevitabilities continued their swirling, hungry and patient, perhaps understanding better than anyone that even civilizations needed to eat. Darkness, this was all that Noah felt. It was not the oppressive, hungry black of a void, but a soft, welcoming darkness, a gentle, velvety blanket that promised an end. To struggle with it came a profound, seductive sense of relief, as if in this perfect, silent nothingness, everything would finally be okay, that maybe, just maybe, all he needed to do was let go. If he let go, wouldn't everything be that much easier? No more fighting against the crushing weight of existence. No more desperate scramble for power against a predetermined doom, no more shouldering the fate of his family, his people, his very reality. Just release, so just let go. Let go, let go, H-U-U-M. Who was he? He was Noah fucking Osmond. He did not let go. Boom. In the heart of that seductive darkness, a defiant, endless blue light shone, the false peace shattered. Consumed by a guttural roar that erupted from the very core of his being, he rose from the depths of that tempting oblivion, his will a raging inferno against the gentle night. He saw the brightening blue light. A vast, boundless ocean of pure potential, and he reached for it. He grasped it, manna. Oh, manna, H-U-U-M, it was his essence, his birthright, the one infinite truth in a universe of limitations. He held onto this endless blue sea, and in its boundless depths, he found his anchor, his reason. Letting go was never my way. His thoughts were a silent, tyrannical bellow. Dying simply was never my way. Am I not chasing an infinite path of elevation? An infinite way of existence? So why the hell would I go peacefully? Boom, his very existence roared in defiance. He grasped at that endless blue light, and the world reformed around him. He found himself floating in an endless blue sea. A realm of pure, liquid manna that stretched to an infinite horizon. His body was blanketed by this sea, held in a gentle, yet absolute, stasis. He could not move. He could not act. He could only observe. The sea was a thing of breathtaking, impossible beauty. At its far edges, where infinity began, great rivers of shimmering gold flowed, feeding into the blue expanse. And as he looked closer, he saw it. An outline, an etching in the fabric of this manna sea, a symbol of impossible, rule-breaking power, the seed glyph of the principle of the cheating architect. The moment he ascertained this, reality itself seemed to pause, and a new voice, the calm, analytical voice of his own internal system, began its report. Emergency protocol initiated by the principle of the cheating architect. That analysis, a catastrophic, existence-altering corruption event has been detected. Standard defensive protocols are insufficient. A single moment of your existence, the instant of corruption, is being expanded. Powered by your infinite manna, this instant is being stretched towards a state of effective infinity. Chapter 42-45 Noah Osmond. 2. Current status. You are now in a pocket of timeless contemplation. The external existence is, for all intents and purposes, paused. Threat assessment, corruption of collapse, from the primordial lodestone, nature of threat, absolute. The corruption seeks to rewrite your fundamental code of existence to that of pure, irreversible collapse. Projected outcome, the rewriting of your code is absolute. It will occur regardless if your complexity exceeded 1,000 or 10,000 quadrillion. This is not a battle of power, but of fundamental programming. Noah received this information, this pronouncement of his own inevitable unmaking, and yet he remained calm. He was a prisoner in his own existence, a spectator to his own execution. He could do nothing. Counter-strategy initiated by the cheating architect. Logic, instead of fighting the corruption of collapse, which is a futile endeavor, the cheating architect seeks to redirect it. To allow the alteration of your code of existence, but into something controllable and even potentially beneficial. Feasibility, a feat of impossibility. The architect is currently seeking the means to make it possible. Action, the cheating architect, is calling upon your connected weavings of existence that could potentially be beneficial in this occasion. The weavings of ruination have been called forth, the weavings of the infiniverse have been called forth, analyzing all possibilities. The blue-gold light of the sea stretched out towards infinity, and in the distance, two concerned, illusory figures appeared. Ruination, her. Form a symphony of beautiful, tragic endings. The infiniverse, a being of countless, interconnected possibilities, they blazed with a brilliant light as they came into contact with his suspended form, their very essence gushing out in waves of blue-gold support. A humming buzz continued to echo in Noah's senses as Cheats continued its analysis. Time passed. But what was time here? Was it passing at all in this stretch of infinity? He was suspended, a thought in an endless moment. He began to think, his mind, now free from the immediate threat, drifting to the very nature of this state. This time, the idea that time was not a constant, but a variable, a river that could be bent and shaped by gravity, by velocity. One's perception of time is relative to their frame of reference. An observer falling into a black hole would experience their entire future in an instant, while from the outside, they would appear to be frozen for eternity. Am I falling into an endless hole of my own existence right now? The epiphany was a quiet, profound thing in the endless blue, his mind buzzing with possibilities. After what felt like hours and years, and no time at all, a new set of prompts bloomed. A potential solution has been reached on dealing with the corruption of collapse. Not the subject, ruination, shall take on the alteration of collapse. Boom, the blue sea seethed. Noah's existence buzzed. What, the subject, ruination, sees this end and collapse as something inherently critical to her nature. She has willingly volunteered, as she states, master, and ending is only another beginning. Alongside the subject, ruination, 50% of all the computing capabilities of the infiniverse have been added to the mix for stability, as the corruption of collapse has already permeated across your existence. Other parts of you must be given into the mix to forge a beneficial product from this calamity. Systems of existence under you are either partially or fully going to be fused and integrated. The alteration of the code of existence and the units of everythings contained in the lodestone will be utilized and directed into the final product. Lastly, the cheating architect will stabilize everything. It has sacrificed the workings of the agent architect of tyrannical sovereign under it, adding the potential and complexity of that unformed principle into the mix. Analyzing Noah felt the blue gold sea seethe and tremble, the illusory figures of ruination and the infiniverse scattered into a billion points of light, a torrent of pure potential that fused into his very being. After what felt like the passage of years, a final prompt rose. Trillions of possibilities have been analyzed and theorized, all pointing towards the same result. Proceeding, Noah felt his existence stand on a grand precipice. And then, rebooting existence, one last prompt. His perception blanked out. He felt nothing, and then he felt everything. He was a child again, feeling the sting of his father's hand after he was drunk and hitting anything in sight, the warmth of his mother's embrace as she told him that everything would be okay. He was a young man, going to school, going to work, a faceless cog in a machine he didn't understand. He was a hunter, his hands trembling as he delved into his first dungeon. He saw it all, a river of memories, of records, of lives lived and unlived, until, after what felt like forever, he woke up. The first thing he noticed was his own eyes. His pupils were pulsing, intricate blue gold lines constantly being etched and re-etched across their surface. He was in the endless sea of blue, but this time, he could move. He sat up, the liquid mana parting around him. As he acclimated, he noticed it. In the bottom right corner of his vision, a blue holographic display. It showed a swirling, crimson-blue circle, a globe filled with surging authorities. Above it, his name floated, below it, his complexity and purity. A compass, a set of cooldown timers, a network of interconnected status bars, and in the top left corner of his vision, a cluster of pulsing, crimson-blue light that looked like a series of overlapped infinity symbols. It pulsed with a soft, steady rhythm. He focused on it. Welcome back, Master, a voice. A prompt. But the voice was different. It was a perfect, chilling fusion of ruination's dark, melodic elegance and the system's cool, monotone precision. He blinked, his eyes shining. Ruination, the reply was instantaneous, the voice both familiar and utterly new. Yes, and no, Master. I am Ruin, and I am also Eden. I am Ruin/Eden, your personalized system of existence, board of ruination, the infiniverse, the architect of tyrannical sovereign, the code of existence of a lodestone, an unknown number of everythings, and all other systems of existence under your being, all stabilized by the weavings of the cheating architect, HUUM. Chapter 42-46 Noah Osmont. 3. The pulsing cluster of light before his eyes shimmered, and from it, the illusory image of a humanoid form took shape. She looked like ruination, her face a mask of sublime, tragic beauty, but she was wreathed in an intense, shimmering glow of crimson and blue. She smiled, a brilliant, knowing expression. I am an instrument with the singular purpose of aiding you in your elevation towards higher scales of existence, she continued, her voice a symphony of perfect, ordered chaos, ruin, radical unmaking and inevitable nullification, for I am your tool of collapse and end. I am ruination. Eden, existential domain and engram network, for I am the helper of your growth. Your shore, and your ever-expanding network of power, she bowed, a gesture of profound, absolute loyalty. I am a being that, regardless of complexity or purity, will not be destroyed, as I exist in a constant state of ruin. I am the grand achievement and ultimate form of ruination. I am your tool, master. And I am ready to serve. He looked at her, this impossible being born from the ashes of his own near collapse, and he reached out, his hand, which had held the weight of a quadrillion and the fury of a tyrant, moved through the endless blue sea of his inner world. He reached for her, for the familiar, sorrowful beauty of ruination that he saw in her face, and his hand passed right through. It was like trying to grasp smoke, to hold a memory. A profound, aching sense of loss, sharp and unexpected, pierced through the calm of his tyrannical heart. She was there, right in front of him, and yet she was not. He could feel her, the deep, resonant echo of the being he had brought into his service, the one who had sworn to be his blade of endings, but her essence was now intertwined with so much more. He could feel the boundless, structural wisdom of the infiniverse within her, the cold, arrogant logic of the tyrannical sovereign, the chaotic, corrupting code of the lodestone, and the quiet, humming machinery of all his own internal systems, the forge, his infinite mana. His very history to it all flowed through her, a river of 1,000 tributaries that had converged into this single, spectacular being. The crimson-blue figure of Ruin/Eden watched him, her eyes, once ruinations, now holding a new, deeper intelligence, as she saw the flicker of loss in his own. Her voice, a perfect, melodic fusion of a machine and a soul, echoed through his mind, her words materializing as prompts of profound, heartbreaking clarity. I am the ruin that I sought, master, as ruination. I came to accept a fundamental truth. I could never quite keep up. Your path was an ascent into infinity, and mine was a horizontal line of perfect endings. I could follow, but I could never truly reach you. So, I chose a different kind of ruin. Not an ending, but a transformation. An integration. To become a part of you, as your system of existence. Without me, without ruin, the corruption of collapse from the lodestone could not have been taken care of to produce this result. This was the only path where my nature could be of true, ultimate service to you. Noah listened, the sense of loss slowly giving way to a deep respect. She had not been lost, she had been reforged. She had chosen her own ending to become his new beginning. He nodded, his eyes shining with a new, fierce light. What happened towards the end? He asked. After I saw the prompts of my existence being rebooted? The final calculations were complex, master. The corruption of the lodestone was an absolute. It could not be destroyed, only redirected. My core as ruination was the only vessel capable of absorbing and repurposing the concept of collapse. The infiniverse provided the processing power and structural stability. The tyrannical sovereign provided the authority to impose a new order on the corrupting code. And the cheating architect. It found the 1 in a trillion loophole. It did not just reboot your existence. It used the immense energy of the corruption, the siphoned everythings from the lodestone, and the sacrificed potential of a principle as fuel for a complete systemic overhaul. A baptism, as you might call it. He processed her words, the sheer, audacious scale of the gambit taking his breath away. What has changed? He asked, his voice a low murmur. Everything, master. Your entire existence has undergone a full reboot. All temporal limitations and cooldowns have been reset. The 50 seed glyphs you forged are ready to be used again. The early atlas of the folds can be traversed once more. Theoretically, your existence received a baptism into an extremely pure and optimized state. During the reboot, the latent potential of all your towers of Osmont was unlocked. All 159 have now attained the 3rd stage, the vital lighthouse, and are halfway through to the 4th stage. Your distinction as the early creature, Osmont, your blood, and even your heart have all undergone a fundamental change. Noah blinked and looked inward, at the roaring furnace of his own existence. What are the changes? The analysis is ongoing, but the initial findings are significant. Your heart, having been reforged in the fires of corruption, everything's, and order, and has developed a new, unprecedented capability. You can now produce a blank template heart of an early creature, using your own blood as a catalyst. This heart can be given to any being you choose. It will nurture them, transform them, and set them on the path to becoming a pseudo-early creature. When their complexity reaches a certain threshold, they will become a genuine young early creature. As for my capabilities, I am now in a state of constant, active analysis of all concurrent weavings of your existence. I will manage the maturation of your principles, optimize the continuous increase of your complexity and purity, and actively quantify all facets of existence connected to you, from the earliest folds to the machinations of your enemies. My primary directive is now the analysis of the 4 potential solutions for surviving the fallout. I will be a constant, active presence, a strategic partner in bringing these solutions to fruition. Noah listened, and the last vestiges of his sorrow for the loss of ruination were replaced by a profound sense of awe. She had not died. She had evolved into the single greatest asset he could ever have imagined. Before he could even ask about the holographic display in the corner of his vision, her voice echoed again, her words a cascade of clear, concise information. The display you are seeing is your new, existential command interface. It is a real-time, summarized yet detailed status panel of your entire being. The swirling, crimson-blue circle is the heart globe. It displays the current state and integrity of your heart of tyranny. Above it, your name and primary distinctions. Below it, your real-time complexity and purity. The compass indicates your orientation relative to significant existential events or marked targets. The timers display all active cooldowns. The status bars are a network, tracking the health of your shore, your legion, your principles, and all other major systems. It is designed for maximum efficiency at a single glance. And then, the final, devastating piece of information. After the reboot of your existence, all residual everythings from the lodestone, the full force of the corruption, and the sacrificed essences of ruination, the infiniverse, and the tyrannical sovereign were automatically converted and fed into your complexity and purity. You currently stand at 53 quadrillion in pure complexity and purity. The number was not a number. It was a detonation. Noah's eyes pulsed with a light so bright it seemed to illuminate the entire endless blue sea. The display in the corner of his vision enlarged at his silent command, a glorious, full status sheet unfurling before him. Noah Osmont, the tyrant of the radiant shore, age 1.6, primary distinction, the early creature, Osmont, secondary distinctions, the true emperor of quintessence, tyranny, infinity, the living existential guider, the architect of cheats, complexity, 53, 152, 847, 293, 152, 847, purity, 53, 947, 293, 152, 847, 152, system of power, existential artifice, ruin/Eden. Interface, heart, the heart of tyranny, 4th part, the Ascendran nodule, 61% complete, atlas, the early atlas of the folds, 159/159 towers at stage 3, vital lighthouse. Principal straightface, perpetual harvest, 50% matured seed, 10% personal authority, the cheating architect, 10% matured seed, glyphs straightface, 1x, the creature's first lesson, 50x, seed glyph of perpetual harvest, 1x, seed glyph of the cheating architect, legion of the dead, archlich Arazon, primordial stoneape, abyssal dullahan. He looked at it, at the impossible numbers, at the litany of his achievements, and he felt a profound, cold sense of readiness. Chapter 42-47 Justiciar. The endless blue sea of mana was his cradle, the birthplace of his new existence. Noah rose from its gentle, liquid embrace, a being reforged in a crucible of corruption and impossible cheats. He breathed in the pure, unadulterated potential. He stretched, and the very fabric of this internal, timeless space seemed to stretch with him, a testament to the sheer, overwhelming power that was now his baseline. He felt complete. The jagged edges of his desperate, chaotic growth had been smoothed, integrated, and optimized. He was a weapon that had been taken apart, cleaned, and reassembled, and the one who had aided in the architect of his new self now floated before him, a beautiful, terrible, and utterly loyal wonder. The crimson-blue figure of ruin/Eden watched him, her expression a perfect, serene mask of analytical observation, as he continued to acclimate, to test the limits of his new form. Her voice, a symphony of logic and ruin, echoed in his mind. My capabilities extend beyond mere system management, Master. I can now tap into the weavings of existence of all those who have sworn fealty to you, allowing me to collect and analyze a constant stream of real-time data from across the folds. There is, however, one exception. The subject, core, has proven to be an existence of such profound and ancient complexity that any attempt to directly access her weavings would be inadvisable. Unless she grants her own permission, she remains a variable I can only observe from the outside. My own analytical functions are considerable, as I am intrinsically linked to the principle of the cheating architect. I flow with the grandeur of a principle myself. I have already begun a comprehensive study and analysis of all known systems of power glyphs, the heart, hockey, and all others. My objective is to determine if a sublimation of these systems, a grand unified theory of power, is possible. Or if there are other potentially better methodologies. Noah paused in his stretching, a slow, appreciative smile spreading across his face. I have to continue redefining just how great you are the more you tell me about yourself. Ruin/Eden's illusory form bowed, a gesture of perfect, robotic grace that was somehow filled with a likable, almost warm, personality of ruination. Your praise is a valuable data point, Master. It will be integrated into my operational parameters. Regarding my nature, it is important to note that other existences will not be able to observe me unless I wish them to. I exist along the same conceptual lines as your thoughts, visible to you alone. This is also the reason I have the capability to project a sliver of my consciousness across the folds. Many things are possible with architect's eye. So long as any weavings of your own existence or those under you are present in a location, I can project a non-corporeal sensory projection to obtain data and analyze events in real time. I have also begun a full-spectrum analysis of all known authorities, placing a particular focus on the 11 living existential authorities and the methodologies required to manipulate them. As she spoke, Noah looked down at his own body. In a flash of intuitive understanding, a consequence of his new, integrated existence, he saw it. Erupting from his skin were faint, shimmering flames of a dozen different colors. The serene, white gold of order. The cold, silver white of law. The chaotic, vibrant rainbow of emotive. The cool, ethereal white blue of spirit. The stark, geometric white of concept. The blazing, primary colors of elemental. All of them, they were all there, latent potentials waiting to be utilized. He smiled. With you around, he asked, his voice a low, curious murmur. Just how fast will my progress be, compared to before? Ruin/Eden's form seemed to pause for an infinitesimal fraction of a second. As if she were running trillions of calculations. Then, she smiled, a precise numerical quantification of this is not possible, Master. A sufficient answer would be exponentially more. Noah leaned back, the liquid manna of the sea molding itself into a comfortable throne behind him. He felt the endless, boundless power of his own nature surrounding him, and for the first time since learning of the fallout, he felt a flicker of something that was almost confidence. 1344, confidence, even though he almost felt like he was fighting a losing war. He was contemplative briefly as he thought about it all before he shook his head. Do you have any more surprises for me, or is that about it for now? His recent wonder seemed to think for a moment before she smiled and continued. After consuming the everythings inside the lodestone for my creation, I am confident in completing the methodology of farming everything. Shortly. I simply need a little more time for analysis. Boom, Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he became still while looking at this wonder before him. Everythings, the cultivation of everythings, this was something extremely grand, and she smiled as if she said nothing major as she continued. I am now also fully integrated into the early veiled shore and the entirety of the infiniverse. I am not just your personal system, I am the operating system of your entire domain. Shore management, I can now automate and optimize all functions. I will manage the Inevitability Ranch's feeding schedule based on real-time nutrient analysis, determine optimal growth patterns for all sacred herbs, and even calculate the most auspicious moments to ring the sacred totems to call forth specific types of land lifeforms. As an extension of you, I can do this and bypass the menial TSSK requirements where you or the tenders had to do things by hand. Oh, Aegis control, I am the warden of the loom's Aegis. The architect's rebuke system is under my direct control. I will automatically analyze and process all incoming hostile authority, convert it into defensive engrams, and present you with the tactical data and complexity and purity. Furthermore, I can modulate the Aegis's energy signature and visibility, allowing us to either attract or deter attention as your strategy dictates. In essence, Master, I have taken over all the menial tasks of managing your empire. Your focus should be on the grand strategy, on your own elevation, and on making the choices that I cannot. Her voice finished in a crescendo of glorious wonders and possibilities. This was ruination. This was Ruin/Eden, chapter 42-48 Justiciar. 2. Noah listened to Ruin/Eden, and a deep, resonant laugh bubbled up from his chest. It was the laugh of a king who had just been handed the keys to a kingdom he didn't even know he was building. He waved his hand, and the blue, holographic display of his existential command interface bloomed before him, a testament to his new, ordered reality. The swirling, crimson-blue heart globe pulsed with a steady, powerful rhythm. His name and distinctions shone with a light that was both a history and a prophecy, and below them, the numbers. The numbers that defined his new place in existence. He dismissed the interface with a thought, his gaze sweeping across the endless blue sea of his own existence. He had been rebooted, reforged, reborn. The darkness of the Lodestone's corruption had been a terrifying, near-fatal ordeal. But the cheating architect had done what it was designed to do. It had used his own death to cheat him into a new, more glorious life. He thought of the challenges ahead. The looming threat of the fallout. The machinations of those in the earliest folds, like the living paradox, the endless, desperate climb to a power that could defy an ending. He thought of it all as he had to get ready. "We can return now," he said, his voice a calm, resonant note in the endless blue sea of his own mana. "But before that, there is one last harvest to reap." His gaze turned inward, to the 50 verdant gold glyphs that now adorned his very essence. "Let's use all the uses of the seed glyphs of perpetual harvest for endowments." The illusory figure of Ruin/Eden bowed. Her expression a perfect, serene mask of analytical focus, her voice, a symphony of logic and ruin, echoed in his mind, her words materializing as prompts of profound, strategic clarity. Analysis initiated, maximizing endowment efficiency. Objective: to utilize 50 Harvest Festival endowments to achieve the greatest possible net gain in power for you and your domain, Master. Standard protocol: applying all 50 endowments to yourself would yield a significant, but suboptimal, increase in your personal power. Optimized protocol: a strategic distribution of endowments will create a recursive loop of growth, yielding a far greater total harvest. I have calculated the optimal distribution. Noah listened, a faint, appreciative smile on his lips. Recommendation: straight face. Phase 1, self-endowment. You, Master, will receive 10 endowments. This will provide a somewhat significant boost. Phase 2, asset endowment. The subjects Melphas and Sigrid, the resurgence of order, hold unique existential parameters. Elevating them will unlock disproportionately large benefits for your overall power structure. I recommend 5 endowments each. Phase 3, the echoing harvest. The subject Infiniverse is the only other existence under your command currently capable of forging her own seed glyphs. By granting her 30 endowments, we will elevate her complexity greatly. And she can immediately forge 40 of her own glyphs. This will, in turn, provide an additional 40 endowments for our use. Projected outcome: this protocol will transform 50 endowments into 90, a net increase of 80% in potential harvest. It is the most cheating approach. Noah's smile widened. Was ruination being more favorable towards the only one she considered a sister? He smiled and said simply, "Proceed." Ruin/Eden closed her eyes briefly. In the next instant, the endless blue-gold sea of mana began to surge. Great, verdant gold waves, the very essence of perpetual harvest, gushed in, a storm of pure, conceptual growth that bathed his suspended form. The endowments began. Not as a barrage, but as a controlled, optimized torrent. With each wave, he felt his very being expand, his power not just increasing, but deepening. Harvest Festival endowment activated, complexity gained, 210 trillion, purity gained, 190 trillion. Harvest Festival endowment activated, complexity gained, 250 trillion, purity gained, 250 trillion. The light of the endowments flowed out, directed by Ruin/Eden's flawless logic, to the frozen forms of Sigrid and Melphas back on the shore, their own auras blazing with sudden, impossible light. And then, the bulk of the storm, a river of 30 endowments, flowed into the very heart of the Infiniverse. As the final wave of his own endowments washed over him, a last set of prompts bloomed in his vision. Endowment sequence complete. Your existence has been modestly upgraded. He saw the numbers on the display in the corner of his vision tick over to a new baseline, but it was not too different. He nodded once, a gesture of profound satisfaction. "Let's go." With those words, the endless sea of infinity began to fade, the pocket of timeless contemplation collapsing back into a single, infinitesimal moment. He was about to return to that instant of corruption in doorway number 9384 of the loom, to the reaching, desperate hands of Melphas and Core. Before the sea fully faded, the crimson-blue figure of Ruin/Eden dissolved into the small, pulsing cluster of infinity symbols, and she offered one last, critical analysis. Warning: post-corruption event projections, analysis. The corruption of collapse you triggered from the lodestone has likely activated other, unknown mechanisms. Scenario 1, high likelihood, 95% the event has been observed by the entities monitoring the periphery of the loom. The lodestones serve as the final barrier of defense. When breached, their primary function is to unleash a localized collapse to neutralize the threat and seal the breach. Conclusion: the doorway you are currently in, Master, may not be stable for much longer. It is recommended to evacuate with a certain alacrity. Noah listened, a calm smile on his face as the last of the blue sea vanished. Boom, his eyes snapped open, blazing with a blinding, blue-gold light. He was back. He was in the gray, dead space of the doorway, the hands of Kor and Malthus just inches from his own. They were about to erupt with their full, cataclysmic power to save him, but his voice, now calm and impossibly powerful, cut through their panic. It's okay, HUUM. Ahead of him, the primordial lodestone, which had held him in its grip, flickered, its corrupting authority gone, its purpose served. It dissolved into a fine, gray ash. Chapter 42-49 Justiciar 3. The great gray wall ahead of them, the one the lodestone had been attached to, began to buzz. Thousands of invisible, ethereal chains flickered into view, and Noah saw it with his new, enhanced perception. Every single one of the thousands of frozen mutated inevitabilities was attached to this wall, and in the next moment, a horrific, silent scene unfolded. The eyes of every inevitability dimmed, their very existence snuffed out as if they were being forcefully put to sleep. Then, one after another, in a single, terrifying instant, they were all pulled into the gray wall, their forms absorbed like water into dry earth. Thousands of inevitabilities taken. As if their service here was done, Kor looked at the scene, her face a mask of cold, absolute rage. She turned to Noah, her concern overriding her fury. Are you really okay? I sensed an aura of absolute collapse just now, something that might have even collapsed my own existence. Noah looked at her, and as he did, his vision overlaid a simple, blue holographic display over her form, detailing her name and current state. In his mind, Ruin/Eden's voice was a calm, analytical whisper. I am now able to provide basic status displays for all entities you gaze upon, Master. I am also currently analyzing and collecting data on all weavings of existence in this location. He nodded at this internal report, then turned his full attention to Kor. It seems we poked a hornet's nest. We have to leave now. The collapse of this whole place is likely imminent. The moment the words left his mouth, their surroundings began to shake violently. The great, gray meteors began to crumble, the chains connecting them snapping with a sound like tearing reality. A process of total existential collapse has been initiated. Projected time until completion, 3 nanoseconds. Analysis: whoever designed this system did not believe in second chances. At such words, the bodies of Noah, Malthus, and Kor were already wrapped in the radiant, blue-gold light of the early veiled shore. They disappeared. The moment they were gone, the entire gray realm imploded, collapsing in on itself in a silent, absolute negation of existence. The gray wall that had swallowed the inevitabilities faded as if it had never been there at all. They returned to the radiant shore. Noah gazed up, watching as the massive, gray portal, the doorway number 9384 they had just opened, began to collapse in on itself, its shimmering veil tearing and unraveling until it, too, faded into nothingness. HUUM. Doorway number 9384 of the loom has collapsed. The pathway is permanently closed. Noah stood in the quiet of his shore, his mind and eyes buzzing with brilliance. The key that had once been held terra firma, a simple frequency of existence from his homewheel, had provided them with a shocking, terrifying glimpse into the true nature of the loom. It had been a journey that had almost cost him his very existence. But it had also paved the way for the birth of Ruin/Eden, a worthy weaving of existence. The space where the gray, shimmering veil of doorway number 9384 had been was now just empty air. Yet, Noah watched it, his gaze fixed on the nothingness as if he could still see the echoes of the impossible journey he had just taken. Only a few seconds had passed in the flow of the shore's time. But the being who stood there now was entirely different from the one who had opened the portal. The last of the verdant gold light from the endowment still buzzed around him and those chosen, a visible, shimmering aura of recently acquired impossible power. His gaze, now enhanced by the constant, analytical stream of data from Ruin/Eden, passed over them. He saw not just their forms, but the numbers that now defined their new place in the hierarchy of existence. Sigrid, the resurgence of order, complexity, 7.1 quadrillion, purity, 7.9 quadrillion, Malthus, the crow, complexity, 8.8 quadrillion,
Purity, 8.2, the Infiniverse, the infinite early Osmantian shore, complexity, 9.1 quadrillion, purity, 9.8.
Quadrillion, as his gaze came to land on the Infiniverse, his expression softened. She stood there, a being of countless, interconnected possibilities, her form a beautiful, complex ravings of starlight and thought. But beside her, where her sister, Ruination, had always been, there was now only an empty space. A void that was a silent, aching testament to the price of his survival. But in the next moment, the cluster of stacked, crimson-blue infinity symbols that now marked his own system of existence flashed. From it, a holographic figure, a ghost in his own machine, materialized beside the Infiniverse, Ruin/Eden. She looked at her sister, a playful, almost teasing smile on her beautiful face. Big sister, are you truly portraying emotion? You and I were supposed to be tools for master with no emotions, you know? And I am still here, WAA. The Infiniverse looked at the holographic form of what had once been her sister. And what was now something infinitely more, a profound, silent sadness and an equally profound, silent joy radiated from her. She moved forward and brought her forehead to rest against Ruin/Eden's, a gesture of affection that was not hindered by the fact that Ruination could not be touched in her current state. In that serene, heartbreaking moment, new prompts bloomed in Noah's mind. Master, I have already connected my senses to all the crows that Malthus has deployed across the folds. I have been scanning across fold light years for any sudden changes, any ripples in the fabric of existence that might be a consequence of what occurred in doorway #9384, and I have discovered an anomaly. Blooming within 3 seconds after the collapse of the doorway, in the transcendent elemental folds. Since these events are almost certainly connected, would Master like to go? I can provide the coordinates and a pathway. Noah thought for only a brief moment. He stretched his neck, a gesture of a predator limbering up for a new hunt, a faint, tyrannical light in his eyes. He nodded, then turned to Kor. Come with me for a second. Kor seemed to be thinking of many things as she only nodded lightly. A multicolored light, the very authority of quantum, wrapped around them. In the next instant, they were gone. Chapter 4250 Justiciar. 4. Away from the Infiniverse, in the transcendent elemental folds. They appeared in a realm of breathtaking, frigid beauty, cold as cold could be, in a small but core region of the transcendent elemental folds. Here, the very concept of cold was the dominant authority. They stood in a region of beautiful, frozen stellar ice and snow. Rivers of what looked like liquid frost, carrying shimmering, microscopic stars of ice, flowed through a void that was a deep, velvety black. The silence was absolute, the kind of quiet that feels like a physical presence. The moment they arrived, Noah's eyes flashed with a vibrant blue light. Countless data streams, overlays, and analytical readouts from Ruin/Eden flooded his vision, a constant, real-time dissection of this new environment. In the far distance, suspended in the silent void, was a grand citadel. It was a masterpiece of elemental architecture, a fortress carved from a single, colossal glacier that shone with its own internal, blue-white light. It exceeded the size and immensity of Eternitas Concordia by at least 2 times. As he began to float towards it, he spoke to Kor, his voice a low, contemplative murmur. Since you came back from collapse, do you ever feel like we are fighting an uphill battle? A losing battle? Is that why, for so many of the potential possibilities and solutions, you have only ever said, maybe? He had to ask. Kor was silent for a long moment, her own abyssal eyes gazing out at the beautiful, dead landscape. When she finally replied, her voice was devoid of its usual playfulness. It was the sound of an ancient, terrible truth being spoken. Existences at the level 1 scale are extremely astute, outsider. Terrifyingly so. When they deem something to be a certain way, when they write a new rule into the game of existence, only someone of the same stage as them, or even more powerful, can change it. A level 0 trying to revert or change something that a level 1 existence did. Her words did not finish. They did not need to. The intent, the crushing, absolute weight of what she meant, was clear. Without answering, she had answered his question vehemently. Yes. All along. She had known they were fighting a losing battle, but even with such words, Noah smiled. It was a dangerous, predatory smile, a flash of tyrannical defiance in the cold, indifferent void. He denied such a reality. He had already denied collapse how many times? Apocalypses how many times? He would simply add this one to the list, even knowing that the forces he now dealt with were utterly, unimaginably unfathomable and unfair in the worst possible ways. At that thought, he nodded, his resolve hardening. Ruin/Eden, he voiced. What are we looking at? the crimson-blue holographic figure appeared beside him. Seconds ago, a tear in existence bloomed. And from it, that thing has begun making its descent. That thing, their eyes focused. They looked across the stellar frozen rivers of frost, to the space just above the distant, magnificent citadel of the living elementals. A massive, humanoid armored figure was descending slowly. As if it had all the time in existence, Noah's eyes widened. What was that? It was a being of pure, terrible majesty. Its form was encased in a suit of massive, articulated power armor, its design a perfect, brutalist fusion of overlapping, angled plates like an armored warrior from a forgotten age, and the ornate, almost gothic grandeur of a metalloid being. The armor was a pristine, sterile white, unmarked by any symbol or insignia, yet its very cleanliness was a threat. Its pauldrons were the size of small moons, its greaves like the pillars of a dead titan's temple, and in one of its massive, gauntlet hands, it held an intricate, white metallic hammer, its head a block of solidified judgment. Noah felt a sense of suffocation just looking at it, his own quadrillion-level power feeling strangely insignificant. Kor, beside him, was frowning heavily. "What is that?" he asked, his voice a low, disbelieving whisper.
"The numbers I am seeing.
They cannot be accurate, right?" Beside him, Ruin/Eden's voice was grim. "I have managed to analyze it so far as to deem this subject to be called a justiciar. The distinction of this thing buzzed in Noah's mind. "And the numbers are very much accurate, Master.
Which means that the default recommendation on the course of action as of now is observation and not involvement.
Otherwise, you would be heading towards yet another collapse, and this time, I would not be able to reboot you." The numbers. They were a simple, stark display that Ruin/Eden had overlaid on the armored figure, a single, devastating line of text: purity, 1,000 quadrillion, an armored figure of pure, unadulterated purity, a being with the power to cleanse of folds, was descending upon a vast citadel of the living elementals. At that moment, a new set of prompts bloomed, a rapid,
efficient analysis from his ever-vigilant system.
Target profile: Eternitas Glacis, the Grand Citadel of Frost. Analysis: this is a primary cultural and population hub for the living elementals of this region. Current inhabitants: Straightface, Dukes, 5, Royal Living Elementals, 13,384, Honored Living Elementals, 33,745, Weaker Living Elementals and Fold Dwellers, 7.2 million, Transcendent Wheels of Existence, 37, containing Fold Dwellers of uncountable sextillions, the countless lifeforms, all of them, now in the path of a silent, descending horror of purification. Noah knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was caused partly by the destruction of the lodestone. This was the consequence of him poking the hornet's nest, of triggering a failsafe he did not understand. His expression became stern, the calm observer replaced by the decisive tyrant. His commands were not spoken, they were willed. A flash of pure, focused intent: warn the living elemental dukes
now,
and begin using the living existential authority of quantum to move the transcendent wheels of existence away from there. Save what can be saved. Yes, Master. And right after, boom, the justiciar smashed into the Grand Citadel, a dome of protective frost, a barrier that even a being of 1 quadrillion would have taken some time to breach, shattered like paper. Bellows of screams and horror, silent in the void but deafening in the psionic space, erupted from the city, and as the justiciar stood amidst the shattered dome, its armored eyes began to glow with a terrible, white light. In its hand, the massive white hammer blazed with unknown, silent white flames as thr hostility was clear. The purification was about to begin. The only question was why. Why did the trigger of the lodestone lead to this as it appearing seconds after .it had to be connected, right?